Ramas, or that the golden tint to that lily pond was imparted by Sita when she plunged in for a cool bath. In every place, everyone found token of a legendary hero or a mark left by the gods during a brief sojourn. Belur and Halabit temples, with their 12th century carvings, or the dungeons of Srirangapatnam, where in the 17th century Tipu Sultan had kept his British prisoners, seemed modern in comparison. I climbed the peak of the Western Ghat to view the Arabian Sea coast, visible as a vibrant silver far off. And also, I went down 8,000 feet to see a gold mine in Kola, where the heat and pressure choked one's breath out. I accomplished the full range of travel, leaving my wife and child back in Mysore city, and although racked with anxiety for their welfare. Now and then, I found an excuse to cut short my tour program and return home, unexpectedly to satisfy myself that all was well. I did somehow get through it, all in the end, came back to Mysore with an accumulation of notes and data, and settled down to write my book. I was supposed to make good use of gazettes and blue books, but I found such reference work tedious and impossible, with the result that, though my legendary tales and descriptions might be wild, the factual portions turned out to be unreliable. A friend in the Mysore civil service, who knew all parts of the state, marked in red the inaccuracies in my manuscript and declared that the book should be kept away from any unwary travelers setting out to see the state. I believe I tried to save myself by appending about or approximately before every date or distance. With all that, I don't think my book has seriously misguided anyone. When the manuscript was ready, the Diwan ordered the government press to print an edition under my direct supervision, paper and binding to be chosen by me. The superintendent of the press seemed overwhelmed by the authority vested in me and became so attentive whenever I opened my mouth to say something that I found it embarrassing. It was becoming a difficult situation for me since I knew nothing about printing of books. But those who placed me in control of the government press must have assumed that an author of three novels published in England must, of course, be an expert in printing. Every afternoon, sitting there as an advisor to the superintendent, I had to manage a difficult conversation across the table. Do you approve of Miss Dykes, planting 12 point or basketball 10 point? Placing specimens reverently before me. I looked at them casually and said, well, this one seems possible. Shall I order the medicines for this series? Surely, go ahead, but you must see that they don't delay. I had to advise, approve, and at the same time learn what on earth it was all about. These are samples of binding cloth. Waltham Store is the best, of course.
We shall order whatever you choose, and this is 36-pound featherweight paper. I looked through the offerings gravely, disapproved a few on principle, and approved others. I also threw in a hint. Let us keep as close to the get-up of the dark room as possible. The Devan liked it. At once, the superintendent secured a copy of the dark room and went at it with measuring scale, calipers, and magnifying glasses. After stripping off its jacket, binding, and spine, cables were sent to England to ship the materials immediately. Not a moment to lose. No one paused to consider if there was any need for all this desperate rush. However, working at a fever pitch, the press was able to deliver 1,000 copies of my Mysore within 6 weeks. I carried the first copy to Bangalore and presented it to the Dewan at his office in the Red Secretariat. I had thought that my financial troubles were now at an end. Not only the writing of the book, but the production of it in convincing form struck me as an achievement, although it was a responsibility undertaken ahead of experience. Sir Mirza glanced through a couple of pages of the book and murmured a thanks. He extended his hand across the table and said, thank you again. It was good of you, which seemed to be mean now. Be off, young man. I have so much to do now. I was aghast. I had expected a check to be held out to me rather than a bare hand. When I left home, I had budgeted so many items for the 1,200 rupees I was going to get. I had asked my wife, do you want anything from Bangalore? She was more realistic. Let us first see the cash, then we shall decide how to spend it. Whereupon I had lost my temper and cried, always doubting, so much like a dear father. She immediately protested, why talk of my father now? Why not? I cried wildly and added, I have discussed it all with Poona and he has spoken to the Devan. 1,200 is not a big sum. Some foreign journalists demanded 10 times that for the same proposition. But the Devan was keen on giving it to an Indian writer. That's it. She would not share my optimism, and it angered me and led to arguments when I left. I promised my daughter when she followed me up to the gate, "If you are good, I will get you." Now in Devan's office, I respectfully stood up and said, "Yes, sir, thank you. May I know when I may expect my payment?" "Oh," he explained, suppressing his astonishment at a writer's sully his thoughts with monetary notions. "What do you expect?" "1200, I said. Poona had advised me to be specific while mentioning a figure. "Very well," said the Divan. "As you go down, see the chief secretary and tell him he will help you." I walked into the chief secretary's room with assurance. He was busy over the telephone and looked through me without either welcome or rejection. I stood at the edge of the table, and when he put down the telephone, proclaimed, "The Devan has sent me to see you." I explained my mission. He motioned me to sit to a chair and asked, "Is there any paper about your demand? Did the Devan give you anything in writing?"
The chief secretary lost track of my case owing to the interruptions caused by the telephone, visitors, and his factotums bringing in papers. After an hour, he looked at me again and said, "Please give a written requisition, otherwise we won't be able to proceed." He pushed across a sheet of paper on which I wrote, "As promised by the Divan, I shall be glad to accept," etc. The chief secretary studied my paper. Did the Divan actually promise or promise to consider? I did not understand the subtle distinction and merely said, "He promised that you would arrange the payment. Please make it urgent, as I would like to go back to Mysore this evening." "Yes, yes, of course, by all means. You may go off if you like, and you will hear from us in due course." He apparently dismissed me from his thoughts, but I stuck to my seat in the hope that he might still produce a check somehow. He left at lunchtime without any further word. I followed him out and asked, "Should I see you again?" "Why not?" he replied vaguely, and was off. I never saw him again, neither that afternoon, nor next day, nor even in my lifetime. He was always away or at a meeting and could not be approached. After waiting all that afternoon, I thought I might see Sir Mirza again and complain of his order not being carried out. But when I reached his office, I found the door shut. I was told that the Divan had left for a conference at Simla, 1,000 miles away. I sought out Purna. He merely said, "Don't worry," and sent me on to see the publicity of officer next morning, explaining, "Your payment will have to come only from the publicity department." I sat all day in front of the publicity officer. Attendants were fetching stacks of paper and dumping them on his table. He rummaged through them every time only to say, "Your file has not yet come." "Where from?" I asked. "From the finance section." At 6 o'clock, my papers arrived. By then, I was exhausted watching the traffic of people and papers across his room. The publicity officer glanced through my file and pushed it across for my edification. My recent application was on top of a pile of letters, its margin marked in a variety of inks and handwritings, and all the preceding correspondence between me and the government were below. I read with a sort of poignant interest with marginal notes on my application for payment. Financially unacceptable, the finance department had said. Someone had queried, "Was there a contact?" It was answered by the legal section, "None." Government's commitment limited to providing facilities for writing the book, YDO dated. A further query was, were quotations invited from other authors? What is the basis on which this particular author was invited from other authors? What was the basis? I could not resist adding on the marginal space available my own reply to this particular question, a bogus story arising from Mr. Somerset Maugham visit. You may ask, if you please, who was Somerset Maugham and if his name is also in the approved list of contractors. We cannot console ourselves with the thought that this happened 3.5 decades ago. Bureaucracy is the same even today the world over. If I should make the mistake of accepting a government commission to write a book today, I am sure it would go through the same process of liquidation and final liquidation through self-defeating procedures.
In January 1939, my wife went to her parents' home at Coimbatore for a holiday. It suited me for the time being, since I had to be away too on business. Mysore was an excellent place to write in, but Madras was my market. I spent a month there and succeeded in selling the Tamil rights of the Dark Room to a serial publication and managed a few other sales too. But the real achievement was a contract with the Hindu to write a sketch or a story every week for their Sunday columns at the rate of 30 rupees apiece. I had also agreed to write features and talks for the All India Radio and odd items for a film studio, such as scraps of dialogue scenes and treatment for the harebrained conceptions fancied by a film producer. When these arrangements were completed, I returned to Mysore. Now I found life at home impossible without my wife and child around and tried to spend my time outside. Leaving early in the morning, I sauntered down Vani Vilas Road at Old Agrahar, slowed my steps in order to pray briefly to Ganesha and stall under a people tree on the roadside, the scent of jasmine sold on the footpath and of sandalwood from manufacturers of incense sticks in the neighborhood wafted in the air. Sometimes I was trapped by the frying smell emanating from a little restaurant tucked away in a lane of the main road where I ate a dosai, washed it down with coffee, and lighting a cigarette, resumed my work. I was careful with money, never spending more than a rupee a day. All morning I wandered. At every turn, I found a character fit to go into a story. While walking, ideas were conceived and developed or sometimes lost through the interludes on the way. One could not traverse the main artery of Mysore, Sayaji Rao Road, without stopping every few steps to talk to a friend. Mysore is not only reminiscent of an old Greek city in its physical features, but the habits of its citizens are also very Hellenic. Vital issues, including philosophical and political analysis, were examined and settled by people, at least in those days. On the promenades of Mysore, you came across long lost places and stopped to inquire what had happened between then and now. If Socrates or Plato were alive, he would have felt at home in Sayaji Rao Road and carried on his dialogues at the statue square. Apart from such profound encounters, it was also possible that you would run into a man who owed you money, or the plumber who had been dodging you, or you could even block your lawyer's path for a consultation. With such interruptions, it was possible that ideas got scattered and the thread of a story got lost. However, I generally kept my subject in mind and returning home, sat at my desk and wrote till the evening. On Wednesdays, I had to mail my story for the Hindu. The ideal I had in mind was to write and work on it well in advance and post it smoothly on Wednesday. But it never worked out that way. A touch of desperation to catch the deadline seemed to be an important element in the final shaping of a story. Invariably, I was engaged till the last possible minute in working on it, and then I had to carry the packet to the railway station almost at a run and shove it into the mail van. It had to reach the editor's table on Thursday morning when the Sunday page was to be made up.
On any had not written a letter on the due date. She always gave me her solemn word that she would drop me a note at least once a week to say that she and the child were keeping well. But she could never keep this promise. I generally expected her letter on Monday afternoon, allowed a couple of days margin, and felt anxious if there was still no letter on Wednesday. No reason for this state, as I was fully aware that she was not a letter writing sort. At the beginning of our married life, when we were occasionally separated, a few blue note papers passed between us, and if I delayed an acknowledgement, she would again write to me in a tone of grave anxiety, but nowadays she had become too casual and kept me on tenterhooks. I would constantly be on the point of sending off a telegram to say, "How are you? Why no letter?" But she was opposed to the extravagance of a telegram. Once or twice, when I did send one, she resented it as being too dramatic and embarrassing before brothers and sisters. I had to content myself with urgent, importuning letters, also threatening to send a telegram if she defaulted. Ultimately, she would write and lighten my mind for at least another week, but no longer than a week. On another Wednesday, the problem would start all over again. Somehow, exactly on the day when my story should be in the mail,
I have always found story writing and letter writing incompatible. I don't know how other writers feel about it, but I find it easier to write a story than a letter. And if I'm bogged down in letters, I become desperate for fear that I may miss my day's schedule. On Wednesdays, I also attempted to draft a brief note or telegram, and as a consequence, floundered in my composition for the Hindu. If the editor of the Hindu sometimes found my story difficult to pass, the responsibility must be traced to the missing letter from Coimbatore. Now, looking back, it seems absurd to have placed so much value on exchange of letters. We were not newlyweds to need constant reiteration of mutual love, nor was there any occasion for letters, as the absence of any news must be construed as the best news. This would be a healthy, robust, and common sense attitude, and it came naturally to my wife, but was beyond me. I was prone to anxious speculations whether the child might be down with sickness, leaving the mother no time to write, or whether the mother herself might be laid up and feeling too weak to lift a pen. I would be on the verge of sending a wire to ask if she needed my presence and help. In retrospect, it seems to have been such a futile preoccupation, especially in view of what was coming in the next few months. I hardly realized that the present state of loneliness was only a forced state. Unable to stand it any longer, I finally wrote to my wife, urging her to come back immediately. She wrote back to say that she would return at the end of the month after meeting her sister who was expected from Rangoon on February 20. She was very fond of that sister and planned to spend a few days in her company before coming back to Mysore. I felt disappointed and wrote an immediate letter advising her not to extend her stay. She replied rather tersely, "It is important that I see my sister as it may not be possible to spend any time with her again." I tossed the letter on my desk, commenting, "These sisters and their endless arrangements." My mother, who was in the veranda, as was a practice reading a weekly magazine, saw me start out in a rage. I wished to escape the lonely shell of my room and went out to meet some friends, my intimates, who would say comforting things whenever they learnt of my miseries. My mother looked up from a magazine and asked, "How was your wife? Has your wife returned? When is she coming?" "God knows," I said and passed on. "Let her be with her parents a little longer if she wishes. No harm in it, although to see you stick to home, I would wish she were here."
2 weeks later, Rajam came back from Coimbatore. I received her at the railway station, and immediately my daughter ran forward and clung to my arms. I took them home in a tonga. All the way in the carriage as we drove along, Rajam narrated the events that had taken place at Coimbatore on the eve of her departure. My father was not too happy to let me go even last evening. "Oh, impossible man," I cried. Just as we were leaving, our house owner, you know that fat man, came in with some demand. My father lost his temper, and then the man shouted wildly, "Vacate my house immediately." Just as they were arguing, a black scorpion fell from the roof tile where I stood, and I narrowly escaped from being beaten. My father felt that these were inauspicious signs and wanted me to postpone my journey. "Oh no," I said, "that would have been impossible. Your father seems to be quarrelsome, but you see me here. Why blame him at all? I would not have delayed my return. You seem to fret so much. I only stayed back for my sister's sake. I am happy I could see her. That was all." Within a hundred days of her arrival, Rajam had departed from this world. She caught typhoid in early May and collapsed in the first week of June 1939. Looking back, it seems as if she had a premonition of her end and had wanted to stay back with her parents and sister. I have described this part of my experience of her sickness and death in the English teacher so fully that I do not, and perhaps cannot, go over it again. More than any other book, The English Teacher is autobiographical in content, very little part of it being fiction. The English teacher of the novel Krishna is a fictional character in the fictional city of Malgudi. But he does go through, but he goes through the same experience I had gone through, and he calls his wife Cicely, and the child is Leela instead of Hema. The toll the typhoid took, and all the desolation that followed, with the child to look after, and the psychic adjustments are based on my own experience. That book falls in two parts. One is domestic life, and the other half is spiritual. Many readers have gone through the first half with interest, and the second half with bewilderment and even resentment, perhaps feeling that they have been baited with the domestic picture into tragedy, death, and nebulous impossible speculations. The dedication of the book to the memory of my wife should to some extent give the reader a clue that the book may not be all fiction. Still, Most readers resist, naturally, as one always does, the transition from life to death and beyond. The loss of my wife was sudden and not even remotely anticipated by me, although my father in law had his doubts while looking into my horoscope earlier. But now I had to accept her death as a fact. One had to get used to the idea of death even while living. If you have to accept life, you are inevitably committed to the notion of death also. And yet, one cannot stop living, acting, working, planning. Some instinct drives one on. Perhaps death may not be the end of everything as it seems. Personality may have other structures and other planes of existence, and the decay of the physical body through disease or senility may mean nothing more than a change of vehicle. This outlook may be unscientific, but it helped me survive the death of my wife, though I had missed her so badly while she was away at Coimbatore. I could somehow manage to live after her death, and eventually also attain a philosophical understanding, but it was not easily attained. The course was full of hardship, doubts, and despair against a perpetual, unrelenting climate of loneliness. I never hoped that I could ever take any more interest in the business of living, much less in writing. But
Wayne, who said in his letter of condolence, I don't suppose you will write for months, but eventually you will. A hope corroborated by another friend, a mystic, Dr. Paul Brunton, to whom I shall refer again, who said one night at the end of an after dinner walk, you will write a book which is within you already now, and it is bound to come out sooner or later when you give yourself a chance to write. These remarks I accepted without contradiction, but I felt clearly within my mind that I would never write a word again in my life. I had lost my anchorage. There were no meaning in existence. Dismal emptiness stretched before me. There were 100 mementos and reminders each day that were deeply tormenting. I could not bear to stay in the room I had once shared with my wife. I slept in the hall. I tried to cut away from every little reminder, but the scent of Dettol and of burnt margosa leaves permeated the walls and haunted me night and day. The fumes of margosa, in addition to Dettol, were supposed to destroy all infection. I found it impossible to wake up in the morning and get through the daily routine of washing, eating, clothing, and so on. I suffered from a horrible numbness. My mother and brothers felt distressed at the manner in which I was slipping down. I avoided company. Late in the evening, I sallied out for a walk, smoked a few cigarettes, avoided all friends, and came back in time to put my daughters to sleep. I had to give her a great deal of my company in order to make up for her mother's absence. She slept in a bed next to mine in the hall and had adapted herself to change in the most handsome manner. She never asked questions. Her uncles and grandmother at home were devoted to her, looked after her, and diverted her mind with visits to the zoo, shops, and movies. Plenty of toys came to her by every name. We kept the door of her mother's room permanently closed. On the actual day of the funeral, the child had been sent away to the zoo early before she could notice anything. She had been trained to keep away from her mother's room since the day the fever had been diagnosed as typhoid. And now more than ever, she was not supposed to go near the door. Yet 2 weeks later, the child gleefully confided to me, I know she is not there. I pushed the door, it opened, and I peeped in. They have taken her to the hospital, I explained lamely. She was just 3 years old, but displayed a considerateness which was precocious. She never questioned me or anyone about her mother again. More painful than the bereavement was the suggestion from well meaning but foolish men that I would soon remarry later. When someone spoke thus, I spat fire at them. I had a Tamil Pandit at college who met me at the marketplace and said, lost your wife? How dreadful. You must remarry soon. When old clothes are gone, you have to buy new ones. When she has left you without a thought, why should you care? He spoke as if my wife had deserted me. Many stirring thoughts welled up within me, but I suppressed them.
A lawyer in our street peeped over our gate to say, "Sorry, mister, I have also suffered the same fate. You must and will get over it." He had lost four wives in his.
Matrimonial career and remarried each time, but at the moment was again a widow. The solution does not seem to have worked in your case. I wanted to say, but again I swallowed my remarks. My sister at Madras suggested that I should go over there for a change of atmosphere and spend some days at her house, where my daughters could have the company of her children. Everyone urged me to go away from Mysore, from opposition surroundings and reminds. So one afternoon, I packed a trunk of our clothes and set off for Madras by the afternoon mail. The need to keep up an appearance of cheerful and interest in living helped me a great deal. I had assumed the child so that she might not turn around and suddenly demand her mother's attention. She enjoyed the train journey and later was lost in the company of other children at Madras. Plenty of toys, dolls, playmates, and games. She was happy. In a few days, she had got into a routine of a haunted house on Cathedral Road and did not see much of me. She, at night when she felt asleep, she did she needed to put to bed by me. Other time she left me very much alone. My sister had given me a room in her house and kept myself to it very much. I tried to read a little. I tried to resume my writing for the Hindu. There was a beach at the eastern end of Cathedral Road, and I managed to spend a little time long each day, walking through the sands and along the surf for a mile or two towards the Santon and back. The bright sun and blue sea is the evening star, and the forest spreads away. The far off lights of streams on the horizon at night, the cool waves lapping up to the knee. I walked barefoot, tacking up my dhoti. All this pulled me, so to speak, up of a shell of memory, a spectacular. When I plot my way back home to the sun, I felt tranquil. When every little experience at such moments heightened and refined my prediction. Gradually, memories of funerals and details of the home room, sick room, began to fade in their place. I tried to catch and retain the memories of electric. I felt at the touch, sight, and sound of the sea. Walking was my only occupation. I had no friends. I was not interested in movies and found all the books tension. I could walk endlessly morning and evening. I found walking a great help. While one foot follows another, within a minute watchfulness to avoid the traffic. One mind became more passive and respect and occupies a rhythm in which one's thoughts, philosophy, and conclusions get properly sorted out. I must have walked several miles each day. My ideas were changing and becoming clarified. I still could not bring myself to the point of writing. I was confirmed in my mind that I would not write anymore. None of the elements that would normally stimulate one to write was there. No curiosity, no interest in.
People of my surroundings for achievement of any sort or for a future which seemed relevant only to the extent that it involved the child. One evening, while returning home from beach, a cousin of mine whom I had lost sight of long before, who worked in an import from Georgetown, posed me at a street crossing and expressed his condolence, which I accepted mutely. And we stood there not knowing what to say further. He added, I wanted to write to you, but somehow put it off. I listened with indifference. During the recent months, I had been the receipt of so many sympathetic remarks that I was beginning to accept them with professional casualness. I could listen to an hour's sympathetic address stonily without saying a word in reply. Depending upon the age of the speaker, I could sense what was coming, a hint or a blatant advice to remarry or rally oneself, grit one's teeth, steep oneself in work, and so forth. The talk went on, expected lines, and as I was about to say thanks, goodbye, and return away, he said something that held me. I have a friend, Raghunatha Rao. Have you met him? You will find him interesting. He lives nearby. Come with me. He is an interesting man. At first, I resisted his suggestion, but he was insistent and I yielded. I had nothing much to do, one way or the another. Dinner time was only at 9 o'clock at my sister's house, and my one daughter would not look for me until after her cousins had gone to bed. This street corner encounter, though it looked so casual, led on to contacts and experiences which profoundly affected my future and saved me from disintegration. Raghunath Rao lived in a little house in Mylapore, in a private row behind the Roypeta tram line, under the shade of a coconut grove so peacefully that one could hardly imagine that only 100 yards away tram wheels screeched and ground the face of the earth. Mr. Rao was a robust-looking man in his early 40s, perhaps full of gusto and good cheer. He received us at the top step of his veranda, explaining, You will excuse me for staying where I am. I like to ascend or descend as little as possible. He took me and introduced me to his wife in an inner room, a pale, slender person, extremely gentle in speech and movement. He introduced me as the author whose stories they liked. They particularly remembered two or three ghost stories that had appeared in the Hindu. His rippling good humor seemed contagious, and I stayed with him for an hour joking and laughing. Evidently, my cousin must have hinted to him of my loss, and after coffee and conversation, when we parted, he said, Why don't you come on Wednesday evening about 6 o'clock? We are conducting some psychic experiments and you may find them interesting. I was not sure that I wanted any of it, so I said thanks. I will come if I'm free, and left it at that. My cousin, who accompanied me, said, Nice chap. He's interested in all sorts of things. He has suddenly got this new interest, and I make fun of his latest hobby. But he has a sense of humor. He's a lawyer, but he's rich and doesn't have to practice very much and can afford to indulge his interests, mostly religious. Both husband and wife are alike. He bade me good night and added, You may go any time you like to Rao, and you will take his company. Don't go if you don't like to on Wednesday. On Wednesday, I debated within myself if I should meet Rao or not. I had no faith in spiritualism, which seemed to oversimplify the whole problem of my life and death with its trappings and lingering. In any case, on Wednesday, I started out for the beach without any definite plan in my mind, and on an impulse returned along the tram line and on to Rao's house. He was happy and seated me in the hall and engaged himself in casual talk. About 6:30, his wife came and said, Ready. Put another
Share
photo
for
of
our
her.
friend whom we want to watch. Would you like to come in, sir?
They took me into a small chamber with curtains drawn. A small round table with sheets of paper and dozen pencils mended were kept on it. He showed me a chair and sat opposite to me. His wife sat to his right. Before settling down, he said, "We are only trying and experimenting. I have no definite views on the subject. I am generally skeptical, but when I was writing down something some months ago, I felt that my hand was being forced by some other power, and I let it go, and there came out of it certain writing which interested us. And so, at the same hour on the same day, we sit and try, and certain scribblings occur, which sometimes turn out to be prayers or hymns. We have been going through this for several weeks now. When I sit up alone, nothing happens. But when my wife sits along with me, a lot of writings come through. When we get a third person in, sometimes everything stops and the visitor will generally go away after making fun of us. But the presence of some persons who are psychically inclined may prove helpful. I wonder what your company is going to mean to us today. Let us see. What do you want me to do? Nothing. You just sit there and watch and don't say anything when my hand starts writing. Only keep an open mind. Don't obstruct with negative thoughts. After all, only 30 minutes by the watch. During those 30 minutes, he held the pencil over the sheet of paper and it moved and filled the pages in large letters. Your band of helpers are here and welcome your visitor today. We are aware that he has suffered a recent bereavement, lost a person he loved. We can see that his heart is still very heavy and anguished. If we could help him and others like him to understand the nature of life and death and relieve the pain at heart, we will have achieved our purpose. Death is only the vanishing point, the physical framework in which a personality is cast and functions. That same personality is unperceived before a conception and will be lost sight of again at death, which we repeat is a vanishing point and not the end. Thus, it went on sheet after sheet at a pace of writing which was not normal. The pencil points broke off or tore through the paper. At one stage, the pencil said, "The lady is here, but will not communicate with her husband directly yet. By and by, perhaps, when she is calmer. She is somewhat agitated today, since this is her first effort to communicate with her husband. She is disturbed by the grief of her husband. We on this side are directly affected by the thoughts emanating in your plane and do our best to set your minds at peace. Today, she feels happy that there is an open creator and she could make."
Influence your thoughts. The lady wants to assure you that she exists, but in a different state. She wants to she wants you to enlighten your mind too and not to let gloom weigh you down. She says, "Now you are told I am here. By and by, when you have attuned yourself, you will feel without proof or argument that I am at your side and that will transform your outlook." She advises you not to let anxiety develop about your child. She is well and she will grow up well. I watch her. I now see her in a room wearing a blue skirt and playing with another child. They have 3 dogs between them. The lady says goodbye until next week. 30 minutes were over and 2,400 words have been written, which is an extraordinary speed of writing. If you could write by hand 5,000 words an hour, a novel of 80,000 words should be completed in 16 hours. As a professional writer, I ought to envy anyone who can drive a pen at this speed. Rao himself was surprised and confessed, "Don't you imagine that this is my normal writing? It takes me an whole hour to fill the back of a postcard, and then I'm stuck for ideas after the second line. That's the reason why I'm reluctant to answer letters and thus have lost the goodwill of many relatives and friends." Apart from the actual details of the paper, pencil, and steel, I began to sense Rajan's presence at the table. What she is supposed to have said or Rao's pencil wrote was secondary. Actual presence at this sitting is the stillness and dimness of that little room had a profound effect on me. When I went home that evening, I felt lighter at heart. I remember that there was a quarter moon in the sky. Its light seemed deeper and more subtle than ever. The air seemed breezy. Everything looked subtler and richer. When I went back to my room, the child I noticed was poring over a picture book, hardly looking up to my note of arrival. I was happy to be ignored. I did not stop to verify what the color of her dress was. whether blue or some other color, whether she had been playing with three dolls or two at that time. All that factual side seemed to me immaterial. Even if Mr. Rao had been his own sources of inquiry and was dashing off the information at that sitting, even if Rao thought telepathically whatever went on in my or anyone else's mind, it did not matter to me. Even if the whole thing was a grand fraud, it did not matter. What was important was the sense of the presence in that room which transformed my outlook. The medium, after all, was a human being. His mind and his writing could be subject to many shortcomings and trickeries, both conscious and unconscious. But I still value the experience for its final effect on me. Although through the week, I look forward to my next meeting. On Wednesday, I was there again at Rao's house, and then again. Of course, much of the writing was of doubtful value and could even be rejected as sheer nonsense. At the same time, there came through flashes of unquestionable evidence, such as reference to a piece of jewelry in a box of whose existence I was not aware, some incident or remark at her brother's house which could be verified. Although I felt indifferent about such researching, during her communication she urged me to follow them up, and I pursued them for her sake. I came across surprising facts, by the way. Sometimes, unasked, she would give an answer to some personal problems passing in my mind on my way to Mr. Rao's house. But at first, I treated them as possible telepathic readings by Mr. Rao himself. Some details would be startling, such as where I thought of such and such questions and who was with me at that time. Even if all that were only Rao's,
Still seemed to me extraordinary. Telepathy. Well, what if? How did it reduce the value of the experience? Apart from it all, what really mattered to me ultimately was the specific directions that she gave up step by step in order to help me attain clarity of mind and receptivity. My next 3 months stay in Madras was worthwhile, not from a professional point of view, but for my own development. In course of time, my wife was able to communicate directly at Mr. Rao's sittings. Week after week, she gave me lessons on how to prepare myself so as to be able to communicate my thoughts or receive hers. How to prepare myself so as to be able to communicate my thoughts or receive hers without an intermediary. At the 30-minute sitting, she criticized my performance in the preceding week. It is no use. You're sitting up with such rigid concentration. That's just what I do not want. I want you to relax your mind, try to make your mind passive. You can think of me without desperation. And also make your mind passive. No, no, it's not the rigor of a yogi's meditation that I suggest. This is a more difficult thing. Create a channel of communication and wait. Keep your mind inactive. I can see that you still worry too much about the child. Take good care of her. No, don't cramp her with so much anxious thought, which has grown into a habit with you. 2 nights ago, when you were about to fall asleep, your mind once again wandered off to the sick bed scenes and the day you mourned by passing away. No harm in your remembering those times, but at the root there is still a rawness and that interference with the precipitation. Until you can think of me without pain, you will not succeed in your attempts. Train your mind properly, and you will know that I am at your side. Not more than 10 minutes at a time. Should you continue the attempt longer than that, it is likely to harm your health. Take care of yourself. I am watching the child. And oftentimes she knows I am there, but she won't talk to you about it. She may sometimes take it to be a dream. For instance, the other night you remember a wedding procession that passed down your road. You were all at the gate to watch it, leaving her asleep in your room. I approached her at that moment. If you had ever questioned her next morning what she dreamt, she would have told you point blank, I dreamt of Raji. Sometimes she may not remember. Often she will care to talk. Children are much more cautious than you think. Children are preciously cautious. After coming over, I have learned so much more about the human mind, whose working I can directly perceive. In your plane, your handicap is the density of the matter in which you are encased. Here, we exist in a more refined state, in a different medium. I wish I could explain all that I see, I think, and feel. When you are prepared for it, I will be able to tell you much. In these 12 weeks, a voluminous quantity of paper had grown out of the cities, which Mr. Rao gave me when I took my daughter back to Mysore. I never met him again. We corresponded for a few months. We tried remote sittings, that is, on a certain day and hour I sat alone, a couple of hundred miles away at Mysore or Coimbatore, and linked to Rao mentally, and he sent me the writing that resulted from this effort. After some time, even that amount of dependence on the medium became unnecessary. I felt able to manage for myself independently, since physical experience seemed to have become a part of my known life and thought. In a few months, I became an adept. That physically I had developed became evident in course of time. One night, during a subsequent visit to Madras at my sister's house, I heard strange tappings on the window pane, repeated exactly at a particular spot. At 12:30 in the night, which continued for 10 minutes, ceased, and were repeated intermittently until 2 a.m. My sister was scared, and she switched on the light and shut herself in another part of the house. But I drew up a chair and watched the window pane. Although I felt slightly nervous, I was determined to sit through and understand the message. At 5 a.m., the telephone rang to tell us of the passing of a close relative of whom we were very fond, exactly at 12:30 in the night when the tapping had started.
I would catch telepathic messages or transmit my thoughts to others, and I could generally sense what was coming ahead or anticipate what someone would say. On another occasion, I was again at Madras, spending a night at a friend's house. I saw a ghost enter my room when I had just gone to bed and was not yet asleep. I heard the latch rattle, and I looked at the door, saw the ghost glide in, go past my bed, take a couple of turns in the room, and vanish. I felt a sudden chill in the air, but for it, it might have been just someone coming in to pick up the matches. I didn't feel frightened, but only slightly shaken, and found it difficult to compose myself to go to sleep again. Following the directions given, I practiced psychic contacts regularly for some years, almost every night. I found it possible to abstract myself from physical body and experience a strange sense of deliverance. And then gradually the interest diminished, and then I began to feel satisfied that I had attained an understanding of life and death. Therefore, I resumed my normal life and activities. I wrote my fourth novel, that was The English Teacher, published in 1944 by I. and Scottish, where Graham Greene was a director. The Second World War was raging, the paper shortage and all kinds of shortages had disrupted the publishing world. But Greene managed to find a quota of paper for an edition of 3,800 copies. The book has been in print ever since. Out of all this experience, a view of personality or self or soul developed which has remained with me ever since. Now we know in part, then fully face to face, said Saint Paul. Our faculties are limited by now and here. The full view of personality would extend from the infant curled up in the womb and before it, and beyond it, and ahead of it into infinity. Our normal view is limited to a physical perception in a condition restricted in time, like the flashing of a torchlight on a spot, the rest of the area being in darkness. If one could have a total view of oneself and the others, one would see all in their full stature through all the stages of evolution and growth, ranging from childhood to old age, in this life, the next one, and the previous ones. Somehow, for the working out of some destiny, birth in the physical world seems to be important. All sexual impulses and apparatus of sexual functions seem relevant only as a means to an end. All the dynamism, power, and beauty of sex have a meaning only in relationship to its purpose. This may not sound as an appropriate philosophy in the modern culture, but sex is a fetish in the literal sense, to be propitiated, worshipped, and meditated upon as an end in itself. Whether it is exploited in all its variations and deviations by movie makers, dramatists, and writers, while they attempt to provide continuous titillation, leading to a continuous pursuit of sexual pleasure, which somehow nature has designed to be short-lived. For all the fuss made, so that one is driven to seek further titillation and sexual activity in a futile, never-ending cycle. Paul Brunton, who came to India to study Indian philosophy and mysticism, stayed in Mysore for 2 years in order to complete a book he was writing. He had taken a house in Montikopal
at the northern section of the city, a couple of miles from my house. 1 or 2 evenings in the week, I took a walk to his place and dined with him. His dinner invariably consisted of a boiled potato, a slice of bread, and a cup of yogurt. He abstained from meat and alcohol and found this diet appropriate for his life of meditation and yogic practices. We had kindred interests when he had arrived.
From Egypt, he had published a book, A Search in Secret Egypt, which I had reviewed for the Hindu in skeptical, tongue in cheek style. But when I met him, I found him to be a genuine person. I found that many of his experiences, which had sounded improbable, were true. He had spent midnights in chambers of pyramids and had strange psychic encounters and visions. Under the guidance of certain practitioners, of the spoken arts in Egypt, he had attained mastery over deadly serpents, scorpions, and wild animals, the power to view the past and future, and various miraculous magical powers. Of not much value in one's evolution. The 16th century Tamil mystic exam. One may learn to walk on water, mesmerize a mad elephant, muzzle a tiger or a lion, walk on fire, and perform other feats. But yet, the real feat would be to still the restless mind and understand the one's real self. Every spiritual seeker acquires at some stage occult powers, but ultimately gives them as being unessential. Paul Bruton had abandoned all his earlier practices when he came to Mysore, and having had the guidance of Ramana, a savan who resided to Tiruvannamalai hills, he meditated on the question, Who am I? The inquiry, Who am I? He explained, eliminated the self consciousness framework limiting one's personality, and one attained a great spiritual release. When we met, we exchanged our experience, analyzed and evaluated them, and on he would disappear for a few months, going in search of some mystic the Himalayas, and would return as suddenly to Mysore. By about 1942, our home was richer by the addition of two sisters-in-law, both my elder and my younger brothers being now married, the latter having a son too. Our house had become full and lively. My sisters-in-law relieved my mother of a lot of housekeeping duties and also practically adopted my daughter, who went to a school in the morning but spent the rest of the day in the company of her aunts. I was left very much alone to go about my searches and researches, but she expected me home at 9 in the evening and felt uneasy if I stayed out late. When that happened, she would be watching at the window, slightly red eyed. At such times, my mother would chide me. Have some thought for the child and come home early. She has some curious misgivings if you are not home early.
The destruction caused by the Second World War had its repercussions in my career too. We suffered blackout, food rationing, alarms, and extortions even in our distant corner of Mysore. But in addition to what the public suffered, I had my own personal losses to count. My agent, David Hyan, now perhaps a major general, was away on army duty. The British publishers were nowhere to be seen. All copies of my books reaching to be sold were destroyed in a London bridge, and the little royalties declining in half early were gone. The Hindu could not take in as many contributions as it used to owing to newsprint shortage, printing ink shortage, and God knew what else. It was necessary for me to do something else to keep myself going. On way, no way left for a writer to reach a public journalist, and writers who could get into propaganda organization were saved. But I was outside such a duty. Neither politics nor the war were of any interest to me. The Hindu provided a little space for my contributions. But I was getting tired of recording my observations of the life around. The constant state of security and then the 800 word expressions thereof were becoming tiresome. I wanted to put an end to this activity before the readers of the Hindus should also begin to think likewise. I had written at this period mainly on the difficulties of the common man, how he had to stand in a queue morning after morning at the ration shop, bus stand, and coach shop, unfamiliar with the least paths to the black market, and struggling through life in his effort at maintaining himself and his family. It had no doubt a relevance to the ways we lived in. But I felt tired of these similar pet peeves. A time came when I could not bear to put pen to paper or go through anything I wrote in manuscript or print. Nor could this weekly grind give me any time or energy to plan major writing. Every sentence that I wrote seemed to be taking me away from something more important. I was racked with a feeling that I ought to be doing something else. A meeting ground always was a doctor's shop on 100 Feet Road. It was called Narasimha Pharmacy, and it was presided over by a family doctor who was an all-rounder, interested in tennis, cricket, and politics. He attended on my daughter and kept in her good health. It was my habit to drop him at about 7 in the evening to report to him on our welfare generally or to ask if some tonic should be familiar. The business part of his visit was secondary, as he had provided several rows of chairs facing his table and enjoyed company. My friends gathered there every evening, and we sat around and discussed life and literature. During one of those sessions, I cannot say whose idea it was, but the idea was born that I should start a publication of my own. I rejected the proposal for obvious reasons. Purna, who used to float in and out of this mood constantly, suggested pettishly, why not call it Indian topless? Let us call it Indian top, which will amount to the same thing, said another. It was agreed that this was a good title. We began to talk about the details. It was to be a quarterly publication devoted to literature, philosophy, and culture. The doctor promised to get all his sick clients to subscribe for the journal. Purna again promised government patronage in the form of advertisements and library orders.
To write the accounts. My own business would be to gather material and see that it was printed. I could hardly sleep that night. My head buzzed with plans and calculations. The first thing I did on the following morning was to compose a manifesto to be circulated widely, announcing the inceptions of the journal. I shut myself in my room after persuading my daughter to go to the neighbor's house and play with their children. I did not want to be interrupted while performing editorial tasks. I packed into the manifesto all my dreams to phrase our culture properly, to utilize the English language as a medium for presenting our cultural heritage. Indian classics and philosophy from Sanskrit and a score of other regional languages. Modern writing included, and to encourage original English writing for the highest quality. My ambition could probably have been realized if I had had a plan, a cultural encyclopedia of 5,000 pages, but within the dimension we had set, 120 pages once a quarter, it would have seemed madness to try it, more like packing an elephant into a demi-octavo carton. I wrote numerous letters each day to possible contributors and well-wishers. The letters always began promising. Now I'm writing to you as the editor of a literary quarterly, whose scope and enclosed pamphlet will explain. I should indeed be delighted to consider and I can offer a small honorarium of 30 rupees per article. My tone suggested that the editorial rank had been thrust on me by a vast, stubborn committee. There was nothing to indicate that it was a self imposed honor. I had all along missed my true vocation, which was to be an editor. I remembered J.C. Square and other editors of my Divine Music days and decided that I would not be like them. I was destined to discover and nurture a whole school of young writers. If I were to reject an article, I would write letter more in sorrow rather in arrogance and never send a rejection slip under any circumstances. Being an editor, I could be sure of finding a place for my own writing. I realized in due course that it was more profitable to sell my piece to other magazines. I had 100 rupees in the bank, and that had to be the starting capital. Mr. Sampath, who was my printer and who became a character in one novel and two film stories, had said bluntly, I will do the printing side, but You must provide the paper. I can't invest on that now. I should not have normally minded this service, but the present time is bad for me. I'm ordering a double cylinder printing machine and possibly a color printing Heidelberg. All my capital is locked up. You will be happy when you see your cover printed on Heidelberg and your text printed 16 pages at a time. After all this, he asked for an advance. With a subscription of 25,000 rupees each from the more affluent four among my friends and 100 of my own, I paid an advance to the printer and expected the first number to come out in a week. Actually, it took 3 months for the first 120 pages to be printed. For although Sampath held fourth vision of 16 pages at a time, he could print only four on a triddle. It took me several weeks of anxious trips to the press before the last form could be printed. After I had given up in despair, Sampath knocked on my door one midnight, and there he stood, on the veranda, holding out to me dramatically the first copy of Indian Thought and a thousand more waiting to.
He unloaded from a trunk at the gate. He looked triumphant as he said, "They are all neatly wrapped up. All that you have to do will be to write the addresses and send them off. If matter for the next issue is ready, I'd like to start it right away. My machines cannot remain idle. They are now geared for your job. You have no idea how many jobs I have had to turn down." Indian thought overwhelmed and frightened me. It had an orange wrapper with my name on it, with a spreading banyan tree and a full moon behind, silhouetting a tramp lounging in its shade. I turned the pages and hoped my readers would find them edifying and illuminating. My own piece was some scrappy anecdote of one page, and right on the second page started a paper on probability, a highly technical exposition in mathematics. I had to unload it because it was the first paper to arrive when Sampath was clamoring to compose the first round. It was included also because its author was a revered mathematics teacher who had helped me to pass a public examination. I could not refuse when he offered it for publication, but it made no sense to me. Page after page of speculation and a formula on heads and tails of a toast point HTTHH or something like that. I had a hope that my readers might understand it better, but literally only one reader congratulated me on my discovery of this paper. All the others ignored it or wrote to me in exasperation. A humorous story called Unwavering, translated into English from an Indian language, which I later discovered was only a PG Wodehouse story in an Indian graph. Somebody's Travels in Ladakh, an economic theory, a review by Paul Brinton of some mystic poems which baffled my understanding, an absolute hotspot justifying the original title suggested by Purna, Indian Thoughtless. I brightened the second number with a deliberate effort, abandoned the orange cover with its silhouette of a tramp, and gave it some less ascetic appearance, included jokes and omitted the star at page ends as space fillers. I soon realized that the fillers read better than the stuff occupying the main space on a page. What the journal was in my anticipation was a readable light magazine, every page alive with style and life, profundity with a light touch. What it actually turned out to be was a hotspot of heavyweight academics and Wodehouse rehash, the sort of journal I would normally avoid. I was soon to realize that the basis of my selection of articles for Indian thought was not sound and in one instance even dishonest. I came to this conclusion when I read through in print a story of a mad dog living on food. This dog had been a human being, a youth in the previous incarnation, as narrated by the dog itself in the first person. The youth married, but went to bed with his newlywed wife without going through a proper nuptial ceremony, and when discovered in the act, felt guilty and committed suicide, was reborn as a street mongrel One summer day in the heat of the sun, allayed his thirst by lapping up gutter water when shark mat attacked passers-by and was clubbed to death. The story had a peculiar pointless savagery which struck me as uproarious. It had been given to me by my newest landlord, the previous owner being dead, a young man who was setting out to be a writer, among other things. He did not approve of the half-yearly rental arrangement I had made with his predecessor, but demanded a monthly settlement, also an increase. The attack on Pearl Harbor and a mild air attack on Madras had created an exodus to the inland safety of Mysore. As a result, there was pressure on housing and landlords, generally tied to dislodge their existing tenants under various pretexts. My landlord also had caught the general trend and began to drop it frequently from Bangalore to suggest that we keep the house ostensibly to enable him to carry out major repairs. On modification.
Vacation. It was unthinkable at this stage. Our family had nowhere else to go, and we could not afford the latest scales of rent. Even if we had found another suitable house, I was beginning to be haunted by visions of our family carrying rolls of bedding and trunks trooping along the streets of Mysore. The great Dan on a leash, coming to rest in the open veranda of Sita Villas, Chowdhury, a public restaurant house on 100 feet road, where travelers and homeless people congregated. This was a dreadful prospect to contemplate. My elder brother somehow would not take our landlord's demand seriously. He just said, "No, no one can disturb us. Don't worry. Let us offer the young man a little increase of rent and we will be safe." We offered a rise of 10 rupees, which our landlord accepted. He left us in peace for a couple of months, but turned up again for the same story of having to remodel the house. I was the only one available to him for such discussions. Elder brother being away at his fertilizer factory morning till night, and my younger stuck in place in a palace office all day. The young man would drop in, take a seat, and start a discussion on houses in general and the proper maintenance, or always concluding, "We are obliged to remodel this house in the quickest time possible, as we are anxious to move in here from Bangalore. We don't feel that Bangalore is going to be safe anymore with the Japanese planes coming up to Madras." I said, why there is a great chance of their coming to Mysore if they came as far as Bangalore after wars for such a short distance. He changed his tactics presently and explained that he was starting an Epsom salt factory in Mysore, was expecting war contracts and he wanted his house urgently. We had lived in this house for many years now, and it seemed impossible to move out of it at the present time. While I was wondering how to placate this young man and gain time, during one of his visitations, he took out his pocket or his story and began to read through. I was struck by sheer insanity of the whole conception, and swallowing my judgment, said some complimentary things about it. He looked pleased and for once went away without any mention of his house. And there was no more pleasing sight for me than his receding brown suited figure. He was always wearing full brown suit without a tie, and happy to have sent him away so pleased. But I hadn't suspected the danger lurking in the situation. When the brown suit slid into my study next time, about 2 weeks later, he produced from his pocket a typed copy of the story. At a moment when I was struggling to make up pages to meet Samantha's demands, Samantha was becoming aggressive in regard to the deadlines. He would keep sending me notes to say, "We are waiting to finish your forms before fulfilling other printing orders. We request you to cooperate with us and not put us to a loss or blame us later if we take up other work and we thus forced to delay yours." This man in denial and informal in person always sounded forbidding in correspondence. with his first person plural. When I was in this predicament with Salah, the messenger, waiting at the door, the young landlord begged, "I will be so happy if you can print the story somewhere." I didn't want to lose a chance to play this boy under an obligation, and said point blank, "If you are so anxious to see your story in print, give it to me in writing so that you will not disturb us for at least 2 years more. There is your chance to see your story in print. Otherwise, you may take it where you please." 2 years undisturbed. Impossible, he cried and left in a huff. I felt this was the end, and that we should rid ourselves from moving to Sita Vilas authority. The night the brown suit appeared again at my door. He looked careworn and harried myself. I asked coldly what his business was. I hardened myself for the mediation to the public charity. I felt I could at least have the pleasure of talking in the tone of my tones. He looked cowed by my manner and said, "Mr. Narayana."
Let it compromise. Let it make it 1 year instead of two. And I accepted the story, edited it, and tried to make it sound less insane than it really was, and packed it off to the printer. When I read the story in the third number in full print, I felt ashamed of myself as an editor. I felt I had prostituted my position for a domestic cause, and that my readers would be justified in storming me outside. The fourth quarter issue for October, November, December 1942 appeared in May 1943. Sampath, having had to send urgently an annual payment of Caucasian Society and Golden Jubilee souvenir and 20 other items, had set aside my magazine. But he would not accept blame for the delay. He said that I didn't get him paper supplies in time, although lately he had assured me not to bother about such details anymore, as he had his own sources of supply. It had all become so nerve-wracking that I had decided to put an end to the publications of the fourth number. The journal had become financially self-supporting, but I felt that it was too much of a preoccupation and would kill me as a writer. My junior uncle, who was now a prosperous car dealer at Madras with many hundreds of clients eating out of his hand, had proved a dexterous salesman for Indian talk too. Each week, he had been sending a dozen addresses of new subscribers. He recruited all sorts of persons into a fold. People who would never return to his work were now made to pay for the high-growth journal issued from Mysore. I think my uncle must have offered them a trade and forced them each part with a year's subscription. I had nearly 1,000 subscribers on my legs when I, or rather Sampath, decided on career of this journal. Now I felt lighter at heart, no more worries about paper, printing, contributors, or subscribers. But it didn't mean that my connection with the press had ended. I found Sampath a charming friend, always cheerful, bouncing with enthusiasm to our plans, although not for printing jobs, and involved in a score of tasks not always concerning him. He specialized in theater. With a master of dramatic art, his office walls were covered with photographs of Sampath in latest costumes and makeup and poses. He rehearsed as actors in his office, the galley clothes trimmed down his desk untouched. He helped people in litigation by introducing them to his brother, an eminent lawyer. He found houses for those who needed that kind of help. He did everything gracefully except the cleaning job. He confessed, "You are welcome every day here if you like. You may treat this at your own office and meet people and write. But don't ask me to print anything for you. There should be no printing obligations between friends." I took him at his word and spent morning and evening in his parlor. At Sunbirds, I picked up a print lot of French jargon, many characters for my novels, and a general idea of the business of mankind in my dream. All citizens converging on the market as Sayaji Rao rode every day and being ultimately drawn Sampath for a variety of reasons. In a novel of mine, Mr. Sampath became a film director. Today, I find that the Sampath in real life too has become a very busy film personality with a shooting schedule almost every day at the studios in Mysore and Madras. Nor has he neglected his press work. which is being turned out on his old trailer. He never made the mistake of actually expanding his equipment with double cylinder or pedal bird.
After I had closed down Indian thought and point blank refused to look at anything, he wrote my younger landlord became aggressive. So every morning I went out to search for her house. It was a difficult task as our requirements were rather complicated. Separate rooms for three brothers, their families, and a mother. Also for Sheba, our huge Great Dane, who had to have a place outside the house to have her meat cooked without the fumes from the meat pot polluting our strictly vegetarian atmosphere. A place for our world's old servant too, who was the only one who could go and get the mutton and cook it. We had all these conveniences and Rama Vilas, and we looked for a replica in every house we searched every day. The pressure from the younger landlord was increasing. Apparently, he had come to live in Mysore. He would stroll around our garden, propinquity look up at the coconut trees and count and recount the nuts just to emphasize his ownership. We watched him through the window without any agitation, although legally we were entitled to this produce. Coconuts were a small price to pay for the benefit of having a roof over our heads. I avoided him. Finally, it came to the point that he addressed me by mail with a registered letter demanding that I vacate the house within 15 days. My brother, as ever, remained unperturbed. What if there is a notice? It is not so easy to throw out a tenant. We have been here for 14 years, and any court will have to take that into consideration. They will have to consider us as least half a month for each year we have stayed. That way, we will get at least 7 months. I don't know where he got this piece of law from. However, I was worried, and so every morning I made it a mission to search for a suitable house, and I also contacted some housing brokers. I went about street by street, looking for two light signs. We were determined that we should not move too far out of our present orbit. Our milk suppliers, children's schools, friends' contacts, and grocers were all here, and it would have been impossible to uproot ourselves completely and go out further than Weavers, Lines, Chamundi Extension, or Chamarajapuram. I examined at least two houses each day. Houses became an obsession with me night and day. I felt it was degrading to live in a rented house and immediately applied to the city trust board for land.
My landlord sent me another legal notice, giving me 10 days to vacate the house. I became desperate and went up to consult my friend Sampath as to what I should do now. He at once took me up a staircase to his brother-in-law's office and succinctly presented my case to him. His brother was a busy lawyer and a mighty-looking man whose very personality was reassuring. He looked through my papers and said, I will deal with your landlord, don't worry. However, my mother insisted that I should not take advantage of the legal position but give up the house and move elsewhere. I continued my search. On my rounds one morning, when I was passing down the third street from ours, I saw Professor Hiriyanna, a venerable man who taught Sanskrit and Indian philosophy at the university, standing at his gate, and I stopped by for a chat. Although he was very much my senior, we often met at his gate or a street corner and discussed books and publishers. He was negotiating with Allen and Unwin for the publication of his book on Indian philosophy and felt confused by certain clauses in the publisher's contract and consulted me about their meaning. This morning, while taking on general matters, I told him also about my housing worries. Why don't you take that house? He said, pointing at a big bungalow to his right. It's my daughter's. I think it's vacant. Rent and other details you will have to settle with her. It was a propitious moment. Within a week, we moved over to 963 Lakshmipuram, only 2 streets away from our habitat. It was a large house with a spacious compound, several rooms, and enough space for all of us and Sheba. Above all, the same neighborhood as before. In 1948, on the penultimate day of January, I plunged into house building activities by turning the clod ceremoniously with a pickaxe on a plot of land allotted to me at Yadavagiri, situated on the northern outskirts of Mysore. The place was still underdeveloped, but it was a highland giving a noble view over the landscape for miles around. We had selected this particular spot because of a frangipani tree standing on its edge in full bloom. In spite of the several aesthetic points in its favor, the place was desolate. Miles away from where we lived, without a road, water supply, or electricity. The foundation ceremony was conducted with gusto and bonhomie, with distribution of sweets and puff rides under the frangipani, organized expertly by the contractor, who ran with a measuring tape and white paint, ran around making the foundation lines. It was all very convincing and filled us with hopes and visions. But that was the best part of the business after such a spectacular start.
The house, the house made only limping progress for the next 5 years. For want of funds, cement, steel, timber, and above all, because of constant friction between me and the building contractor, who kept up a perpetual demand for money without showing commensurate progress in the building. I managed to find the money by borrowing. Payments produced only a short-lived friendliness, for he would turn up again with fresh demands. He had an extraordinary system of drawing his bills, adding up a crisscross of measurements, rates, and charges, and producing a total figure for which whatever money I gave seemed a trifle and left him grumbling. Unless I paid for my work, I can't really go on. Whereupon I did borrow again and tried to propitiate him. It took a long time for me to realize the fact that his system of billing was of a visionary nature, much of the demand being for impalpable unseen items, and thought to get rid of him. The, the house made no visible progress, but my debts were mounting, and shuttling between Lashmipuram and Yadavgiri on foot, sometimes 2 trips in a day, to supervise construction had exhausted my energy and wrecked my nerves. Once again, with the help of Sampat's lawyer's brother, I had to initiate a process of arbitration before I could get rid of this contractor and engage another one. Nearly 5 years after inauguration, my house was ready for occupation. The other members of the family could not yet move in, for the younger generation schools and colleges and my brother's offices were all around Lakshmipuram. So I kept my Yadavgiri house as a retreat for writing. I divided my time between Lakshmipuram and Yadavgiri, enjoying the company of the family in one and of my books and papers in the other. I had designed a small study, a bay room, with 8 windows affording me a view in every direction. The Chamandi Hill Temple on the south, a variety of spires, turrets, and domes on the east, ship and horse grazing in the meadows on all sides, railway trains cutting across the east-west slope. I had a neighbor in the next compound, and hint of another one half a mile away on rising ground in the west, where occasionally one could see a light at the window. I listened to the deep call of the woodcock in the still afternoons, and the cries of the variety of birds perching on the frangipani tree. Such perfection of surroundings, as I had already realized in my college days, was not conducive to study or writing. I spent long hours absorbed in the spectacle around and found it difficult to pull my thoughts back to writing. Subsequently, I found it helpful to curtain off a large window beside my desk so that my eyes might fall on nothing more attractive than a great day. And thus, I managed to write 1,000 words a day and complete two novels and a number of short stories during the years of my isolation at Yadagiri.
6. My daughter married her cousin Chandru. Despite of house building, I had put by enough to celebrate the wedding with music, feasting, lights, and the entertaining of a lot of guests assembled from all over South India. Nor did I overlook the orthodox rites and rituals enjoined by the scriptures. When my daughter packed up and went away to live with her husband, I felt rather at a loose end at first. Having practiced the role of a protective father all along, I found myself unemployed, but soon enjoyed the added rank of being a father-in-law. Both of them wrote to me regularly, and the tone of their letters was full of assurance and confidence in their future. I realized they were a happy couple. This was the correct moment for the Rockefeller Foundation to think of me for a travel grant. I accepted the proposal and was lost during the following weeks in a set of unaccustomed activities such as passport getting, inoculations, obtaining a bank permit, and form filling, repeating any number of times my name in full, father's name, date of birth, and so on. Finally, I did break out of the triangular boundary of Madras, Mysore, and Coimbatore and left for the United States in October 1956. At this time, I had been thinking of a subject for a novel about someone suffering in forced sainthood. A recent situation in Mysore offered a setting for such a story. A severe drought had dried up all the rivers and tanks. Krishnaraja Sagar, an enormous reservoir feeding channels that irrigated thousands of acres, had also become dry, and its bed, 150 feet deep, was now exposed to the sky with fissures and cracks, revealing an ancient submerged temple, coconut stumps, and dehydrated crocodiles. As a desperate measure, the municipal council organized a prayer for rains. A group of Brahmins stood knee deep in water, procured at a great cost, on the dry bed of Kaveri, fasted, prayed, and chanted certain mantras continuously for 11 days. On the 12th day, it rained and brought relief to the countryside. This was really the starting point of the guide. During my travels in America, the idea crystallized in my mind. I stopped in Berkeley for 3 months, took a hotel room, and wrote my novel. I shall quote from a journal I kept at that time. Another day of house hunting, having firmly decided to stay in Berkeley rather than at Palo Alto in order to write my novel. Scrutinizing the advertisements in Berkeley Gazetteer, following up hearsay accounts about apartments available, thanks to Ed Harper's help, visit the University Housing Center, and tell one Mrs. Kehoe I could not concentrate on the business as my inner being clamored and to know if Kehoe was being misspelled of my quest. Here is a man who wants a room for writing with kitchen facilities, private bath, prepared to pay, etc., etc. She would pour forth into a telephone. Finally, we march out with a list.
In her hands. None of the apartments we inspect proves acceptable. While browsing around the campus bookstore on Telegraph, I suddenly look up and notice Hotel Carlton starting me in the face, never having noticed its presence before. Walk in and find Kaplan. The manager extremely courteous and full of helpful suggestions. He is willing to give me a room where I may use a hot plate for cooking my food. Daily room service, separate bed and study. Ideal in every way, the perfect hotel for me. And it costs $75 a month. Check out of my $7 a day hotel at 2 and check in at a Carlton at 5 minutes past 2 next afternoon. That very night occur on electric hot plate, a saucepan, rice and vegetables, and venture to cook a dinner for myself. Profound relief that I don't have the face again the cafeteria, carrot and tomato. For the first time in a settled place where I don't have to keep my possessions in a state of semi-pack, I am able to plan my work better. I am enchanted with the place. Everything is nearby. Two cinemas, three or four groceries, and any number of other shops. I can walk down the bar and buy whatever I may need, and peep at the gambling clock to know the time. Its time is enchanting. Nothing much to record, the same routine.
I have got into the routine of writing about 1,500 or 2,000 words a day anyhow. I have the whole picture read in my mind except for some detail here and there, and the only question is to put it in writing. Some days when I feel I have been wasting time, I say my conscience by telling Kaplan at the desk, I am going to be very busy for the next few weeks trying to get on with my book. A restatement of purpose is very helpful under these circumstances. Graham Greene liked the story when I narrated it to him in London. While I was hesitating whether to leave my hero alive or dead at the end of the story, Graham was definite that he should die. So I have on my hands the life of a man condemned to death before he was born and grown. And I have to plan my narrative to lead to it. This becomes a major obsession with me. I think of elaborate calculations, 1,000 words a day, and by February 1st, I should complete the first draft. In order to facilitate my work, I take a typewriter on hire. After 3 days of tapping away, it gets on my nerves. I launch on the first uh, on the sofa and write by the hand with my pen. Whatever the method, my mind has no peace unless I have written at the end of the day nearly 2,000 words. Between breakfast and lunch, I manage 500 words. And while the rice on the stove is cooking, a couple of hundred, and after the lunch, once again till 6, with interruptions to read letters and reply to them, or to go out for a walk along the mountain path, or meet and talk to one or the other of my friends. Having written the last sentence of my novel, I plan to idle around Berkeley for a week and then leave on my onward journey. I had lived under the illusion that I would never have to leave Berkeley. All the friends I have in the world seemed to be gathered there. Berkeley days were days of writing, thinking, and walking along mountain paths and meeting friends. And so, when the time comes for me to plan to leave, I feel sad. How can I survive without a view of the Satter Gate bookshop, the chime of the Camberlain clock, the every ever hurrying boys and girls in the street below, the grocer, the laundry, and the antique shop? I shall miss all these musical names on the streets. Dugway, Charming, Acton, Prospect, Pedman, Shasta, Olympus, Sacramento. I shall miss all those scores of friends I have somehow managed to gather. I shall miss Lila's voice on the telephone. When the sun shone, the telephone was certain to ring, and she would say, Isn't it a beautiful day? The whole of Sunday, busy cancelling my original plan to leave on Monday. The whole of Monday spent at bank counters, the baggage forwarding agencies, and the
Late in the evening, Bilgiri dropped in. John came to ask if he could drive me to the airport next day, but the Vincents have already offered their help. Ed Harper came in with a box of candies to announce me, Indian style, in the birth of a son. Practically, practically busy morning because I have still not completed my packing. John and I and Vincent came to drive me to the airport. Kaplan at the desk became sentimental on my leaving. John Vincent carries my bags all through, in spite of my protest. They come up to the last inch of the barrier and hand me a hamper of fruits and candies before saying goodbye. The guide attained a certain degree of my popularity, which, though pleasant in itself, brought in its vague involvements that turned out to be ludicrous and even tragic. In September 1964, Dev Anand, a film producer and actor of Bombay, wrote to me from New York and then arrived one morning at my Yadavagari home with the single aim of acquiring the guide for a film production. A small crowd of autograph seekers had gathered at my gate, while inside, in my drawing room, after formal greetings and courtesies, Dev Anand took out his checkbook, unscrewed the cap of his pen, and poised it over a check, waiting for me to pronounce my price for the guide. He would draw any figure I might specify. This was too much for me. My processes became paralyzed at the prospect of this windfall. I waved off his offer, held back his hand from the inscribing more than a modesty returnable advance against a small percentage on the future profits from the film. I declared grandly, let me rise or sing with your film. I do not want to exploit you. With your cooperation, we will definitely go ahead, and then the sky will be the limit, he said. As we proceeded, the sky seemed to be lowered steadily, and when the time came to demand a share of the profits, you could puncture the sky with an umbrella. I was told finally that the film of the guide had to fail to make any profit. They wrote to me, we wish to assure you, however, that the moment we make any profit, your share will come to you automatically. And there I have left it for 7 years now. The picture was supposed to have cost them nearly 10 million rupees, but much of it was spent on themselves in fabulous salaries and princely living while producing the film. And then they summoned for vague consolations or to participate in a meeting, the press party, where they proclaim and their grand intentions and achievements after benumbing their guests with free-flowing alcohol. Once I was summoned to Bombay to dine with Lord Mountbatten at Government House and to pursue Queen Elizabeth to attend the world premiere of the Guide in London. I was taken directly from the airport to the banquet hall at the Government House. It was fun. It was a fantastic proposal, which perhaps originated in the imagination of the late Pearl Bug, who was a partner of Dev Anand in the production of the Guide. After a regal banquet, our hostess, who was the governor of Bombay, discreetly isolated the film unit from the other guests and piloted them to a presence of his lordship, seated in a side veranda. We settled around with our lines ready.
Lord Mountbatten suddenly asked, "What's the story of the guide?" Pearl Buck began to narrate it, but could not proceed very far with it. I heard her say there was a man called Raju. He was a guide. What guide? Asked his lordship in his deep voice. This question upset her flow of narration. She turned to me and said, "Narayan, you tell the story." I would not open my mouth. Damn it, I had taken 80,000 words to tell the story. I was not going to be drawn into it now. Press announcements had given Pearl Buck credit for writing the screenplay, and it was said that she had been paid an advance of 25 or $200,000, and I was not going to help her out now. She looked pleadingly at me, and everyone tried to egg me on. I sat tight. Pearl Buck meandered. There was Rosie, the dancer. "Oh," exclaimed M. "Who is she? What happened to her?" he asked with a sudden interest, which made Pearl Buck once again lose track of her own narration. I must admit that I enjoyed her predicament as she treated Mountbatten to a mixed up, bewildering version of the guide. Other guests started to leave their distant posts and to infiltrate our carefully isolated group. Most interesting, I must say, Lord Mountbatten now said. He turned to his aide. "William, remind me when we get back to London. I don't know if the Queen will be free. However, I will see what I can do." A person who, as a viceroy, had handled the colossal task of transferring power from Britain to India in 1947, now to be expected to promote the guide. It seemed absurd. However, nothing was heard of this proposal again. The American director suddenly clamored to have a scene where two tigers would fight for a deer and kill each other. The producer grumbled that it was unpractical and expensive. But the director, claiming his artistic heritage from Elia Cousin, explained it will be symbolic. Also, being in color, the splash of red on the screen will bring us rave notices, and then the sky will be the limit. The catchphrase did the trick. Dev Anand accepted the proposal and filmed a tiger fight at Madras. But after editing, the sequence lasted half a second on the screen and looked like a blob of color left on carelessly at the processing laboratory, despite the blood curdling roars and other sound effects. At the beginning, before starting the picture, they went to great trouble to seek my advice, and I had spent a whole day taking them round Mysore to show the riverside, forest, village, and crowds, granite steps, and crumbling walls of an ancient shrine, which combined to make up the Malgudi of my story. They went away promising to.
Never came back. I learned subsequently that they had shifted the venue of the guide to Jaipur and had already shot several scenes on a location as distant from Malgudi as perhaps Island. When I protested, they declared, "Where is Malgudi anyway? There is no such place. It is abolished from this moment. For widescreen purposes that in color Jaipur offers an ideal background, we can't waste our resources." By abolishing Malgudi, they had discarded my own values in meaning and human characteristics. My characters were simple enough to lend themselves for observation. They had definite outlines, not blurred by urban speed, size, and tempo. I did not expect the heroine, the dancer, to be more than a local star, but the film heroine became a national figure whose engagements caused her to travel up and down hundreds of miles each day in a Boeing 707, autographing, posing for photographers, emerging from five-star hotels and palatial neon-lit theaters. They had built her up into a VIP so that her visit by plane and jeep to her dying lover was organized by the Defense Department at Delhi, thus glamorizing the death scene itself. The most outrageous part of it was the last scene, in which an elaborate funeral and prolonged lamentation were added at short notice in order to palliate 11 financiers who saw the final copy of the film tightly clutching the money bags on their laps and who would not part with cash unless a satisfactory morning scene was added. Next, I had trouble with the stage adaptation of The Guide by an old friend of mine, Harvey Breit, who was at one time the literary editor of the New York Times. His version was so different from mine that I withheld my permission to present it on the stage. For instance, his version managed to abolish the heroine. I objected to his omission and to the addition of two irrelevant characters of his own. Above all, I objected to the hero's turning round and urinating on the stage. This controversy damaged our friendship to such an extent that at one point we had to communicate with each other only through lawyers. One morning in the year 1965, my lawyer telephoned me at the Chelsea Hotel in New York. "RK, listen, if you have no particular business to keep you here, leave New York immediately, or better still, leave the country. Harvey Breed is sub-opening me for an arbitration. I've told his lawyer that I don't know your whereabouts. Quit before they discover you at the Chelsea. Yes, at once, immediately. If you are seen and the process server drops the summons on the ground in front of you, you will be committed. If you disobey it, you will be liable for contempt proceedings, which will be unpleasant. You will not be allowed to leave this country for 6 months or even a year." This was a terrifying prospect. I would not be able to maintain myself in New York for 6 months or afford the legal expenses. I bundled up my belongings within an hour, spent a good part of the day cruising about in a taxi in the streets of New York. And then, thanks to my friend Natwa Singh of our foreign service, secured asylum in the Indian consulate until I could leave for the airport in the evening. I felt like a criminal on the run, a fugitive from a chain gang. I remained in acute suspense until the Air India plane took off, afraid lest I should be off-landed at the last minute to answer the summons. The summons, however, reached me in a plain car 2 weeks later at Coimbatore. Ultimately, the arbitration did take place and the verdict was in my favor. The matter did not end there, however. Harvey Pitt was too good a friend to be lost thus. He approached me again, promising to work on the script with me line by line and amend it. The guide opened on Broadway in March 1968 and closed in less than a week. Before I could pack a suitcase and leave for New York, involving the producers in a loss of $300,000 or more. Harvey never wrote to me again. I learned a week later that he had fallen dead following a heart attack on the landing of his sixth-floor apartment.
Of all my non literary interests, armchair agriculture, I find, has been most absorbing. I cut out the file country notes from newspapers, listen to the farm program on the radio. I know how to get rid of weeds and pests, how to grow rice and flower pots, how to grow tomato without soil, the input proportion of fertilizer for such special tasks. I listen admiringly to any and every claim by a Practical horticulturist asks how he manages to raise 500,000 flowers, jasmine or chrysanthemum, on a single acre and dispatch them to distant markets by air. I never doubt a word of whatever such an expert may say. I sometimes speculated that if I possessed land, I'd be out in 5 in the morning in the field with the early birds and take a hand at plowing, transplanting, weeding, and harvesting. The scent of earth, a hay, and winnowed grains would be enough diversions for me. My afternoons would be spent in the flower garden after watching the sunset. I would retire following absolutely the plan and rhythm of nature, a life uncomplicated by commas or rush of any kind. This was perhaps the result of reading Thoreau's Walden and similar literature. Driven by such recurring visions of back to the soil, I secured a couple of years ago an acre of land in Bangalore, nearly 100 miles from where I live. It was situated outside the city, but within the municipal limits and housing projects of Bangalore on the highway between Bangalore and Mysore. My acre was a part of a hillock, and I had a whole rock, a mini mountain on my northern boundary. From its apex, my land went down in a gentle slope onto level ground. I had enough space to think of a split level cottage with a wide veranda. The main thing would be the veranda. One whole side of the mini mountain could serve as a sheer backdrop for the cottage at different levels down the garage in the basement. I must find the right architect to design it. Beyond my land was a village with less than 100 houses dominated by a double-storied house in which the headman lived. I had to call on this person the first thing because I had noticed manure heaps belonging to him dumped on my part of the land and also maize seedlings flourishing on my soil. This made me uneasy. I had to pay him a diplomatic visit and explain how I had become the owner of the land and how I felt honored to be his neighbor. I took care not to sound too aggressive since I knew that all troubles around land started thus and developed into a regular faction with civil le- legislation, carried for years, leaving little time for anyone to raise a blade of grass. The headman promised to have the dumps removed in due course, explaining that the boys must have been spilling manure and seeds around. I promised him in
Return that I hope to build a little shrine on the topmost rock of my mini mountain. Gather the village children in its corridor and on an evening teach them reading and writing and impart them to various lessons about the modern world. As I spoke, I suddenly discovered a purpose in life. If every person who is educated adopted a little group and imparted to it whatever knowledge he possessed, the 500 million population of India would be transformed in 5 years. Alas, my own pattern of life has left little time to put any of this into practice yet. I lived in Mysore and after leaving an agriculture expert on the spot to clear the land of stones and weeds and make it fit for cultivation, noted down onto what's his progress. He was a practical man who knew all about soils and seeds and seasons. In due course, my own maize plants stood 4 feet high, and I felt tremble at the sight of them. But the field also teemed with trespassers. A well-worn footpath cut diagonally across my land, connecting the highway with the villages beyond and had been used by the villagers from time of immemorial. I had fenced my property with barbed wire and strung across the granite pillars, but it did not affect the holy practice. People just moved off a couple pillars and pressed down the barbed wire, and there you were. The ancient passage continued. My agricultural expert explained that they were in trespassers, but only rural flow passing from south to north, as they had been doing it for centuries. They won't disturb anything, said the man casually. We must see when the corn ripens on the stalk, I said full of misgiving. I did not like so much pedestrian traffic amidst my corn. We should put an end to it gradually. Otherwise, we are likely to embitter the public, he said. I began to have the feeling that I was a real intruder here, while the passage for others was so well established. I soon discovered that I had no legal access to my own plot. I myself had to trespass to reach it. over another man's ground. The man who had dumped the manure on my ground owned all the encircling mine, and he had no special reason to let me continue use of the passage. My car had to be parked half mile away on a stony track, and I had to cross on foot through the man's land. And he could always, if he pleased, refuse me passage. I began to feel anxious about various little matters connected with the land. Apart from all this, the economics of agriculture at the first baffled me. Here was a world completely inverted economic motives, as it seemed, where we spend more money and willingly obtain less in return. This fact was realized by me when the harvest was brought to me at the end of a year's operation. During one of my periodic visits to my land, a bag was brought in the place in the luggage booth of my car. A gunny sack half filled with corn, a gun, a salver, and a stiff labor machine. When I reached home in my suit and it took it out proudly, I realized that its value in terms of money was about 15 rupees. Eventually, when the accounts were to be settled, I had met the bill for 450 rupees. When I asked my man, he explained labor, the watchman, and the leveling the ground. You can't prepare the whole acre in a year. We'll do it little by little, and that is a capital investment. In the course of time, it will turn profitable. The following year, it was the same story. A few further square yards of the grounds were cleared of pebbles and leveled. I again got a half sack full of grain for nearly 500 rupees. In the third year, there was nothing, as the rains had completely failed and all the plants had wilted away to the roots. But gradually, the leveling and the clearing was still conducted, unaffected by considerations of debits and credits. It felt it might be cheaper to buy my needs in the market, but that is wrong. An even irreverent line of thinking, agriculture operations have to be conducted in the spirit of give and take. In the teeth of hostile forces endangered by ultimate victory. The hustle of city life will not work in this area. Like the corn agriculture problems must also be allowed to have their stages of rawness, ripeness, and withering away.
I'm inclined to call this the last chapter, but how can an autobiography have a final chapter? At best, it can only be a penultimate one, nor can it be given a rounded off conclusion as is possible in work of fiction. The ending in a book of this sort must necessarily be arbitrary and abrupt. I would like to dwell for a little while in the present tense, but I realize that it may turn out to be a rambling and fragmentary as I try to compress the contemporary experience into a neat framework. The past, even the recent past, has an advantage of falling into well defined boundaries, but the present constantly boils over and flows out in all directions. After remaining out of sight for many years, an old friend turned up at my house recently. He was an authority in economics who had served in various academic and industrial bodies for 3 decades. I found him, through my contemporary, relatively more aged. He used to be a cheerful, lively person, even in his 50s. But now I found out that he was preoccupied with cholesterol, blood pressure, and diabetes. He hesitated to accept any food or drink. No doctor had ever advised him to keep off this or that, but he imposed restrictions on himself after acquiring a lot of unwarranted medical information. He inquired how I felt about my health. When I answered, rather lightheartedly, that I was not giving it any thought yet, he looked disappointed, as if without cholesterol, etc., there was no common ground between us. I changed the subject, but I realized that whatever the subject, he liked to worry about it. He said, after 30 years of active public service, won't you agree that I am entitled to a peace of mind? What's spoiling it? He looked puzzled and said, I don't know. I rebuilt my house so that my daughter and son in law may live in comfort and also nearby. But it is very painful every morning to watch the girl bully her child to start for the school and later about homework. It is all painful. He paused to consider and other irritations he might think of and added, and then my wife. Her shopping habit. When she goes into the market, it is hours before she can be seen again, and I sit in the car moping. If I engage a driver, I know he will ruin the car. But where can I find one, a good driver nowadays? At my age, encountering a contemporary is like looking into a mirror. After he left, I questioned myself. Am I entitled to a peace of mind or not? How much of it do I possess or deserve? If I have to worry, it's about things outside me, mostly not concerning me. I generally fret about municipal shortcomings. When I find the streets not properly lit, I bother the officials with telephone calls and letters. Every minute, I find myself on the point of dashing off virulent letters to newspapers about corruption and inefficiency that may come to my notice. I have also taken upon myself the impossible task of
thousands of priests of Mysore and constantly appealed to the civic authorities to save them from drunkards and roadside vandals. The frangipani in front of my house, grown taller and wilder than ever, is a perennial concern for me. For 4 months, from October on, it sheds its leaves and produces thousands of pale yellow flowers, pleasantly charging the air with their perfume day and night. It attracts swarms of men, women, and children from the surroundings villages who collect the flowers of the goddess in a little shrine at the palace court. I have to keep appealing across a fence. Shake down the flowers, don't snap the branches. One of my major preoccupations today is how to save the Kukanhalli tank, which means so much to me in the days of my divine music. The tank surface is ringing alarmingly with water hyacinth sucking off all the moisture and no one seems to care. After the morning coffee, I sit for a while in the veranda chair to discuss with my brother the state of the nation and the world in general. After a perusal of the headlines in the morning paper, which usually provokes gloomy speculations of all sorts, political, economic, and other, at the start of the day. Sometimes we discuss ways of mitigating disasters, or we take heart from an ancient mythological episode in which an all-powerful demon abdicated the earth and hid it in the bed of some cosmic ocean, and an avatar of Vishnu dug it out and see it on its course again after destroying the demon. So there is hope, or gradually we might also lose sight of the problems of survival in watching birds alight on a twisted log of tea, mountain upright amidst or proton. A basin of water is kept at the base of the pillar, and most birds take a dip before flying off. The woodpecker, the woodcock, and the black warble, which were noticeably when I was just building this house, are all still here, or their progeny perhaps. They live in the trees at the backyard, the mango, breadfruit, and roseberry, little saplings planted years ago, with hardly any hope that they would grow into a wood. Accumulation of paper is a palpable token of one's career. I suppose in my in my 4 decades of writing, a mountainous quantity of paper had accumulated around manuscripts at various stages, letters, documents, photographs, and mementos, and the thought of it fills me with despair. I burn great piles of them from time to time, including manuscripts, but yet their level keeps rising in a black cabin trunk, in which all papers are generally dumped. I am constantly planning to organize to story them once for all, but at
The moment I feel that I should let others decide their fate. My publisher and friend, Marshall Best, when he visited me in Mysore years ago, watched me while I searched for an important note and suggested that I needed a curator rather than a secretary. It was a welcome hint. My life has fallen firmly into a professional pattern: books, agents, contracts, and plenty of letter writing to know and unknown persons alike, and of course, travel over and over again. But my personal life has become more interesting. Although my main address is in Mysore, I find every excuse to drive 120 miles over a mountain road to visit my daughter and spend an unspecified number of days in her company, that I have a comfortable room for my use where I can sleep, study, or write undisturbed, and also enjoy my granddaughter's company. My granddaughter would resent being called a great grandchild now. When I was writing The Man Eater Malgudi, she was at stage of squeezing herself beside me in my chair and carrying on an undertone conversation with her doll all the time I was writing. But today, she is a high school girl, till recently interested in unenlightened film music over the radio and Malgudi tales. Some months ago, she set up a model of Malgudi with a miniature streets and buildings during the Navratri festival of dolls. She helped me nowadays by taking dictations and typing my letters. My grandson is 11 years old, an exact copy of Swami in Swami and Friends at the same stage. I was, if you turn back in his book to page 47 48. He is a very busy grandson, totally absorbed in his school politics, homework, cricket team, cycling, and ping pong. Whenever he feels he is neglecting art, he picks up his bamboo flute and practices music or plays to his drum. 3 years ago, he was consulting after an appendix operation where he was interested in writing. I lent him my portable typewriter and he sat up in bed and typed all the day with 2 fingers. Sometimes he copied from my storybook and sometimes spun out an original story. One such was called Grand. He could not explain why, and I was given it below. Once upon a time, there was a man and his father. They were so poor, no one to help them. One day his father's birthday came. Then that man became very rich. Then his son became poor. Then another day his uncle became. His father's son's birthday came. Then his uncle became so rich. Give me the monies, said the man. Then the uncle became so poor. Then his father told, Uncle, go to R.K. Narayanan and take some monies. Then he will be so poor. I like the story for the ease with which it conveys one sweep with the complexity muddles and demands of kingship and ups and downs of man's fortune, even subtle substance to fill a novel. Above all, my name involved in it afforded me a refreshingly objective view of myself. Recently, I confronted my grandson with his composition. Not easy to get his attention nowadays, even for a few minutes. But I caught him in the passage as he came in from school, and before he could run out to play, he glanced thoroughly, it indifferently, and shook his head disapprovingly. I wrote it so long ago. I was young then. Throw it away, please. I explained that I couldn't. He remained thoughtful for a moment and said that that uncle is not real, but only a next house man. They all spend their monies too much on birthdays, parties, buying hundreds of ice cream, sweets, and whatnot, and so had no money at the end. They should not ask you for money. They should ask others. Put in these corrections. He freed himself and ran off to his friends, waiting at the gate, only pausing for a second to turn round and explain to me, We have started a cricket club and named it CCC, Cosmic Cricket Club.
Now I am going to read the book Wings of Fire, written by APJ Abdul Kalam. This book is being released at a time when India's technological endeavors to assert its sovereignty and strengthen its security are questioned by many in the world. Historically, people have always fought among themselves on one issue or another. But prehistorically, battles were fought over food and shelter. With the passage of time, wars were waged over religious and ideological beliefs. And now the dominant struggle of sophisticated warfare is for economic and technological supremacy. Consequently, economic and technological supremacy is equated with the political power and world control. A few nations who have grown very strong technologically over the past few centuries have wrested control for their own purposes. These major powers have become the self proclaimed leaders of the new world order. What does a country of 1 billion people like India do in such a situation? We have no other option but to be technologically strong. But can India be a leader in the field of technology? My answer is an Empathy, yes. And let me validate my answer by narrating some incidents from my life. When I first began the reminiscences that have gone into this book, I was uncertain about which, which of my memories were worth narrating or were of any relevance at all. My childhood is precious to me, but would it be of interest to anyone else? Was it worth the readers while I wanted to know about the tribulations and the triumphs of small town life, of the strained circumstances of my school days, the odd jobs I did to pay my school fees, and how my decision to become a vegetarian was partly due to my financial constraints as a college student. Why should these be of any interest to the general public? In the end, I was convinced that these were relevant, if not for anything else, but because they tell something of the story of modern India as individual destiny and the social metrics in which it is embedded cannot be seen in isolation. Have been, Having been persuaded of this, it did seem germane to include the accounts of my frustrated attempt to become an Air Force pilot and of how I became. Instead of the collector, my father dreamed I would be a rocket engineer. Finally, I decided to describe the individuals who had profound influence on my life. This book is also by way of a submission of thanks, therefore, to my parents and immediate family, and to the teachers and preceptors I was fortunate to have had, both as a student and in my professional life. It is also a tribute to the unflagging enthusiasm and efforts of my young colleagues who helped me to realize our collective dreams. The famous words of Isaac Newton about standing on the shoulders of giants are valid for every scientist, and I certainly owe a great depth of knowledge and inspiration to the distinguished lineage of Indian scientists that included Vikram Sarabhai, Satish Dhawan, and Brahm Prakash. They played major roles in my life and in the story of Indian science. I completed 60 years of age on 15th October 1991. I had decided to devote my retirement to fulfilling what I saw as my duties in the sphere of social service. Instead, two things happened simultaneously. First, I agreed to continue in government service for another 3 years, and next, a young colleague, Arun Tiwari, requested me to share my reminiscences with him so that he could record them. He was someone who had been working in my laboratory since 1982, but I had never really known him well until the February of 1987 when I visited him at the intensive coronary care unit of the Nizam's Institute of Medical Sciences in Hyderabad. He was a mere 32 years old, but was fighting valiantly for his life. I asked him if there was anything he wanted me to do for him. Give me your blessing, sir, he said, so that I may have a longer life and can complete at least one of your projects. The young man's dedication moved me, and I prayed for his recovery all night. The Lord answered my prayers, and Tiwari was able to get back to work in a month. He did an excellent job in helping to realize the Agash missile airplane from scratch within the short space of 3 years. He then took up the task of chronicling my story. Over the last year, he patiently transcribed the bits and pieces of my story and converted them into the fluent narrative. He also went through my personal library meticulously and selected from among the pieces of poetry those that I had marked while reading and included them in the text. This story is an account, I hope, not just of my personal triumphs and tribulations, but of the successes and setbacks of the science establishment in modern India, struggling to establish itself in the technological forefront. It is the story of national aspiration and of cooperative endeavor. And as I see it, the saga of India's search for scientific self-sufficiency and technological competence is a parable for our times. Each individual creature on this beautiful planet is created by God to fulfill a particular role. Whatever I have achieved in life is through His help and an expression of His will. He showered his days on me through some outstanding teachers and colleagues, and when I pay my tributes to these fine persons, I am merely praising his glory. All these rockets and missiles are his work through a small person called Kalam in order to tell the several million mass of India. We never feel small or helpless. We are all born with a divine fire in us. Our efforts should be to give wings to this fire and fill the world with the glow of its goodness. May God bless you.
I was born into a middle class Tamil family in the island town of Rameshwaram in the erstwhile Madras state. My father, Jalaluddin, had neither much formal education nor much wealth. Despite these disadvantages, he possessed great innate wisdom and true generosity of spirit. He had an ideal helpmate in my mother, Asham. I do not recall the exact number of people she fed every day, but I am quite certain that far more outsiders ate with us than all the members of our own family put together. Our parents were widely regarded as an ideal couple. My mother's lineage was the more distinguished, one of our forebears having been bestowed the title of Bahadur by the British. I was one of many children, a short boy with rather undistinguished looks, born to tall and handsome parents. We lived in our ancestral house, which was built in the middle of 19th century. It was a fairly large pakka house made of limestone and brick on the Mosque Street in Rameshwaram. My austere father used to avoid all inessential comforts and luxuries. However, all necessities were provided for in terms of food, medicine, or clothes. In fact, I would say mine was a very secure childhood, both materially and emotionally. I normally ate with my mother sitting on the floor of the kitchen. She would place a banana leaf before me on which she then ladled rice and aromatic sambar, a variety of sharp homemade pickles, and dollop of fresh coconut chutney. The famous Shiva temple, which made Rameshwaram so sacred to pilgrims, was about 10-minute walk from our house. Our locality was predominantly Muslim, but there were quite a few Hindu families too, living amicably with their Muslim neighbors. There was an old mosque in our locality where my father would take me for evening prayers. I had not the faintest idea of the meaning of Arabic prayers chanted, but I was totally convinced that they reached God. When my father came out of mosque after the prayers, people of different religions would be sitting outside waiting for him. Many of them offered balls of water to my father, who would dip his fingertips in them and say a prayer. This water was then carried home for invalids. I also remember people visiting a home to offer thanks after being cured. My father always smiled and asked them to thank Allah, the benevolent and merciful. The high priest of Rameshwaram temple, Pakshi Lakshmana Shastri, was a very close friend of my father. One of the most vivid memories of my early childhood is of the two men, each in his, each in his traditional attire, discussing spiritual matters. When I was old enough to ask questions, I asked my father about the relevance of prayer. My father told me there was nothing mysterious about prayer. Rather, prayer made possible a communion of the spirit between people. When you pray, he said, your transcend, your body become a part of cosmos, which knows no division of wealth, age, caste, or creed. My father could convey complex spiritual concepts in very simple, down to earth Tamil. He once told me in his own time, in his own place, in what he really is, and in the stage he has reached, good or bad, every human being is a specific element with the whole of the manifest divine being. So why be afraid of difficulties, sufferings, and problems? When troubles come, try to understand the relevance of your sufferings. Adversity always presents opportunities for introspection. Why don't you say this to the people who come to you for help and advice? I asked my father. He put his hands on my shoulders and looked straight into my eyes. For quite some time, he said nothing, as if he was judging my capacity to comprehend his words. Then he answered in a low, deep voice. He answered filled, his answer filled me with a strange energy and enthusiasm. Whenever human beings find themselves alone, as a natural reaction, they start looking for company. Whenever they are in trouble, they look for someone to help them. Whenever they reach an impasse, they look to someone to show them the way out. Every recurrent anguish, longing, and desire finds its own special helper. For the people who come to me in distress, I am but a go between in their effort to propitiate demonic forces with prayers and offerings. This is not a correct approach at all and should never be followed. One must understand the difference between a fear ridden vision of destiny and the vision that enables us to seek the enemy of fulfillment within ourselves. I remember my father starting his day at 4 a.m. by reading the namaz before dawn. After the namaz, he used to walk down a small coconut grove we owned about 4 miles from our home. He would return with about a dozen coconuts tied together, thrown over his shoulder, and only then would he have his breakfast. His remain uh, his routine even when he was in his late 60s. I have throughout my life tried to emulate my father in my own words of science and technology. I have endeavored to understand the fundamental truth revealed to me by my father and feel convinced that there exists a divine power that can lift one up from confusion, miseries, melancholy, and failure and guide to ones.
And once an individual serves his emotional and physical bondage, he is on the road to freedom, happiness, and peace of mind. I was about 6 years old when my father embarked on the project of building a wooden sailboat to take pilgrims from Rameshwaram to Dhanushkodi, also called Sedukarai, and back. He worked at building the boat on the seashore with the help of a relative, Ahmad Jalaluddin, who later married my sister Zohara. I watched the boat take shape. The wooden hull and bulkheads were seasoned with the heat from wood fires. My father was doing good business with the boat when one day a cyclone bringing winds of over 100 miles per hour carried away our boat along with some of the landmarks of Sedukarai. The Pamban Bridge collapsed with a train full of passengers on it. Until then, I had only seen the beauty of the sea. Now its uncontrollable energy came as a revelation to me. By the time the boat met its untimely end, Ahmad Jalaluddin had become a close friend of mine, despite the difference in our ages. He was about 15 years older than I and used to call me Azad. We used to go for long walks together every evening. As we started from the Moor Street and made our way towards the sandy shores of the island, Jalaluddin and I talked mainly of spiritual matters. The atmosphere of Rameshwaram, with its flocking pilgrims, was conducive to such discussion. Our first halt would be at the imposing temple of Lord Shiva. Circling around the temple with the same reverence as any pilgrim from a distant part of the country, we felt a flow of energy pass through us. Jalaluddin would talk about God as he had a working partnership with him. He would present all his doubts to him as if he was standing nearby to dispose of them. I would stare at Jalaluddin and then look towards a large group of pilgrims around the temple, taking holy dips in the sea, performing rituals, and reciting prayers with a sense of respect towards the same unknown who we treat as formless Almighty. I never doubted that the prayers in the temple reached the same destination as the ones offered in our mosque. I only wondered whether Jalaluddin had any other special connection to God. Jalaluddin's schooling had been limited, principally because of his family's straitened circumstances. This may have been the reason why he always encouraged me to excel in my studies and enjoyed my success graciously. Never did I find the slightest trace of resentment in Jalaluddin for his deprivation. Rather, he was always full of gratitude for whatever life had chosen to give him. Incidentally, at the time I speak of, he was the only person on the entire island who could read English. He wrote letters for almost anybody in need, be they letters of application or otherwise. Nobody of my acquaintance, either in my family or in the neighborhood, even had Jalaluddin's level of education or any links of consequence with the outside world. Jalaluddin always spoke to me about educated people, of scientific discoveries, of contemporary literature, and of the achievements of medical science. He was who made me aware of a brave new world beyond our narrow confines. In the humble environs of my boyhood, books were a scarce of commodity. By local standards, however, the personal library of S.T.R. Manikyam, a former revolutionary or militant nationalist, was sizable. He encouraged me to read all I could, and I often visited his home to borrow books. Another person who greatly influenced my boyhood was my first cousin, Samsudin. He was the sole distributor of newspapers in Rameshwaram. The newspapers would arrive at Rameshwaram station by the morning train from Pamban. Samsudin's newspaper agency was a one-man organization catering to the reading demands of the 1,000 strong literate population of Rameshwaram town. These newspapers were mainly brought to keep abreast current developments in the national independence movement, for astrological reference, or to check the bullion rates prevailing in Madras. A few readers with a more cosmopolitan outlook would discuss Hitler, Mahatma Gandhi, and Jinnah. Almost all would finally flow into the mighty political current of Periyar in the Rameshwar's movement against high caste Hindus. Dinamani was the most sought after newspaper. Since reading the printed matter was beyond my capability, I had to satisfy myself with glancing at the pictures in the newspaper before Samsudin delivered them to his customers. The Second World War broke out in 1939 when I was 8 years old. For reasons I had never been able to understand, a sudden demand for tamarind seeds erupted in the market. I used to collect the seeds and sell them to a provision shop on Mosque Street. A day's collection would fetch me the princely sum of one anna. Jalaluddin would tell me stories about the war, which I would later attempt to trace in the headlines in Tin and Money. Our area, being isolated, was completely unaffected by the war. But soon India was so forced to join the Allied forces, and something like a state of emergency was declared. The first casualty came in the form of the suspension of the train halt at Rameswaram station. The newspapers now had to be bundled and thrown out from the moving train on the Rameswaram road between Rameswaram and Dhanuskodi. That forced some children to look for a helping hand to catch the bundles, and, as if naturally, I filled the slot. Samsudin helped me earn my first wages. Half a century later, I can still feel the urge of pride in earning my own money for the first time. Every child is born with some inherited characteristics into a specific socio-economic and emotional environment and trained in certain ways of figures of authority. I inherited honesty and self-discipline from my father, from my mother. I inherited faith in goodness and deep kindness. So did my three brothers and sister. But it was the time I spent with Jalaluddin and Samsudin that perhaps contributed most to the uniqueness of my childhood and made all the difference in my later life. The unschooled wisdom of Jalaluddin and Samsudin was so intuitive and responsive to non-verbal messages that I can unhesitatingly attribute my subsequently manifested creativity to their company in my childhood. I had three close friends in my childhood: Ramanatha Sastri, Aravindan, and Shivaprakashan. All these boys were from Orthodox.
Hindu Brahmin families. As children, none of us ever felt any difference amongst ourselves because of our religious differences and upbringing. In fact, Ramanatha Sastri was the son of Pakshi Lakshmana Sastri, the high priest of the Rameshwaram temple. Later, he took over the priesthood of the Rameshwaram temple from his father, Aravindan, went into the business of arranging transport for visiting pilgrims, and Shivaprakashan became a catering contractor for the Southern Railways. During the annual Sri Sitarama Kalyanam ceremony, our family used to arrange boats with a special platform for carrying idols of the Lord from the temple to the marriage site, situated in the middle of the pond called Ramatirtha, which was near our house. Events from the Ramayana and from the life of the prophet were the bedtime stories my mother and grandmother would tell the children in our family. One day, when I was in the fifth standard at the Rameshwaram Elementary School, a new teacher came to our class. I used to wear a cap which marked me as a Muslim, and I always sat in the front row next to Ramanatha Sastri, who wore a sacred thread. The new teacher could not stomach a Hindu priest's son sitting with a Muslim boy. In accordance with our social ranking, as the new teacher saw it, I was asked to go and sit on the back bench. I felt very sad, and so did Ramanatha Sastri. He looked utterly downcast as I shifted to my seat in the last row. The image of him weeping when I shifted to the last row left a lasting impression on me. After school, we went home and told our respective parents about the incident. Lakshmana Sastri summoned the teacher and in our presence told the teacher that he should not spread the poison of social inequality and communal intolerance in the minds of innocent children. He bluntly asked the teacher to either apologize or quit the school and the island. Not only did the teacher regret his behavior, but the strong sense of conviction Lakshmana Sastri conveyed ultimately reformed this young teacher. On the whole, the small society of Rameshwaram was highly stratified and very rigid in terms of the segregation of different social groups. However, my science teacher, Siva Subramanya Iyer, though an Orthodox Brahmin with a very conservative wife, was something of a rebel. He did his best to break social barriers so that people from varying backgrounds could mingle easily. He used to spend hours with me and would say, Kalam, I want you to develop so that you are on par with the highly educated people of the big cities. One day, he invited me to his home for a meal. His wife was horrified at the idea of a Muslim boy being invited to dine in her ritually pure kitchen. She refused to serve me in her kitchen. Siva Subramanya Iyer was not perturbed, nor did he get angry with his wife, but instead served me with his own hands and sat down beside me to eat his meal. His wife watched us from behind the kitchen door. I wondered whether she had observed any difference in the way I ate rice, drank water, or cleaned the floor after the meal. When I was leaving his house, Siva Subramanya Iyer invited me to join him for dinner again the next weekend. Observing my hesitation, he told me not to get upset, saying, once you decide to change the system, such problems have to be confronted. When I visited his house the next week, Siva Subramanya Iyer's wife took me inside her kitchen and served me food with her own hands. Then the Second World War was over and India's freedom was imminent. Indians will build their own India, declared Gandhiji. The whole country was filled with an unprecedented optimism. I asked my father's permission to leave Rameshwaram and study at the district headquarters in Ramanathapuram. He told me, as if thinking aloud, Abu, I know you have to go away to grow. Does the seagull not fly across the sun alone and without a nest? You must forego your longing for the land of your memories to move into the dwelling place of your greater desires. Our love will not bind you, nor will our needs hold you. He quoted Khalil Gibran to my hesitant mother. Your children are not your children. They are the sons and daughters of life's longing for itself. They come through you, but not from you. You may give them your love, but not your thoughts, for they have their own thoughts. He took me and my three brothers to the mosque and recited the prayer, Al Fatiha from the Holy Quran. As he put me on the train at Rameshwaram station, he said, this island may be housing your body, but not your soul. Your soul dwells in the house of tomorrow, which none of us at Rameshwaram can visit, not even in our dreams. May God bless you, my child. Samsuddin and Ahmad Jalaluddin traveled with me to Ramanathapuram to enroll me in Squash High School and to arrange for my boarding there. Somehow, I did not take to the new setting. The town of Ramanathapuram was a thriving, factious town of some 50,000 people, but the coherence and harmony of Rameshwaram was absent. I missed my home and grabbed every opportunity to visit Rameshwaram. The pull of educational opportunities at Ramanathapuram was not strong enough to nullify the attraction of pole, a South Indian sweet my mother made. In fact, she used to prepare 12 distinctly different varieties of it, bringing out the flavor of every single ingredient used in the best possible combinations. Despite my homesickness, I was determined to come to terms with the new environment because I knew my father had invested great hopes in my success. My father visualized me as a collector in the making, and I thought it my duty to realize my father's dream. Although I desperately miss the familiarity, security, and comforts of Rameshwaram, Jalaluddin used to speak to me about the power of positive thinking, and I often recall his words when I felt homesick or dejected. I tried hard to do as he said, which was to strive to control my thoughts and my mind, and through these to influence my destiny. Ironically, that destiny did not lead me back to Rameshwaram, but rather swept me farther away from the home of my childhood.
Once he settled down at the Scratch High School, Ramanathapuram, the enthusiastic 15-year-old within me re-emerged. My teacher, Ayadurai Solomon, was an ideal guide for an eager young mind that was yet unconcerned of the possibilities and alternatives that lay before it. He made his students feel very comfortable in class with his warm and open minded attitude. He used to say that a good student could learn more from a bad teacher than a poor student from even a skilled teacher. During my stay at Ramanathapuram, my relationship with him grew beyond that of teacher and pupil. In his company, I learned that one could exercise enormous influence over the events of one's own life. Ayadurai Solomon used to say, to succeed in life and achieve results, you must understand and master three mighty forces: desire, belief, and expectation. Ayadurai Solomon, who later became a reverend, taught me that before anything I could happen, I had to desire it intensely and be absolutely certain to what happened. To take an example of my own life, I had been fascinated by my mysteries of the sky and the flights of birds from early childhood. I used to watch cranes and seagulls soar into flight and long to fly. Simply provisional boy though I was convinced that one day I too would soar up into the skies. Indeed, I was the first child from Rameshwaram to fly. Ayyadurai Solomon was a great teacher because he instilled in all the children a sense of their own worth. Solomon raised my self esteem to a high point and convinced me, the son of parents who had not had the belief of education, and I too could aspire to become whatever I wished. With faith, you can change your destiny, he would say. One day, when I was in the fourth forum, my mathematics teacher, Ramakrishna Iyer, was teaching another class. Inadvertently, I wandered into the classroom and, in the manner of an old fashioned despot, Ramakrishna Iyer caught me by the neck and caned me in front of the whole class. Months later, when I scored full marks in mathematics, he narrated the incident to the entire school at morning assembly. Whomsoever I came became a great man. Take my word, this boy is going to bring glory to his school and to his teachers. His praise quite made up for the early humiliation. By the time I completed my education at Squatswords, I was a self confident boy determined to succeed. The decision to go in for further education was taken without a second thought. To us, in those days, the awareness of the possibilities for a professional education did not exist. Higher education simply meant going to college. The nearest college was at Trichinapalli, spelled Trichinpolli those days, and called Trichy for short. In 1950, I arranged I arrived at St. Joseph's College, Trichy, to study for the intermediate examination. I was not a bright student in terms of examination grades, but thanks to my two buddies back in Rameshwaram, I had acquired a practical bent of mind. Whenever I returned to Rameshwaram from Stratford's, my elder brother, Mustafa Kamal, who ran a provision store on the railway station road, would call me in to give him a little help and then vanish for hours together, leaving the shop in my charge. I sold oil, onions, rice, and everything else. The fastest moving items I found were cigarettes and goodies. I used to wonder what made poor people smoke away their hard earned money. When spared by Mustafa, I would put in change of his kiosk by my younger brother, Qasim Mohammed. There I sold novelties made of seashells. At St. Joseph's, I was lucky to find a teacher like the Reverend Father T.N. Securia. He taught us English and was also our hostel warden. We were about 100 boys living in the three-storied hostel building. Reverend Father used to visit each boy every night with a Bible in his hand. His energy and patience were amazing. He was a very considerate person who took care of even the most minute requirements of his students. On Deepavali, on his instructions, the brother in charge of the hostel and the mess volunteers would visit each room and distribute good gently oil for the ritual bath. I stayed on the St. Joseph's campus for 4 years and shared my room with two others. One was an Orthodox Iyengar from Sri Rangam and the other a Syrian Christian from Kerala. The three of us had a wonderful time together. When I was an secretary of the vegetarian mess, during my third year in the hostel, We invited the rector, Reverend Father Kalathil, over for lunch on Sunday. Our menu included the choicest preparation from our diverse backgrounds. The result was rather unexpected, but Reverend Father was lavish in his praise of our efforts. We enjoyed every moment with Reverend Father Kalathil, who participated in our unsophisticated conversation with childlike enthusiasm. It was a memorable event for us all. My teachers at St. Joseph was the true followers of Kanchi Paramacharya who evoked people to enjoy the action of giving. The vivid memory of our mathematics teacher, Professor Tottathiri Iyengar and Professor Suryanarayan Shastri walking together on the campus inspires me to this day. When I was in the final year at St. Joseph's, I acquired a taste for English literature. I began to read the great classics, Tolstoy, Scott, and Hardy, being special favorites despite their exotic settings, and then I moved on to some works in philosophy. It was around this time that I developed a great interest in physics.
The lessons on subatomic physics at St. Joseph's by my physics teachers, Professor Chinnadurai and Professor Krishnamurthy, introduced me to the concept of the half-life period and matters related to the radioactive decay of substances. Siva Subramania Iyer, my science teacher at Rameshwaram, had never taught me that most subatomic particles are unstable and they disintegrate after a certain time into other particles. All this I was learning for the first time. When he taught me to strive with diligence because decay is inherent in all compounded things, was he not talking of the same thing? I wonder why some people tend to see science as something which takes man away from God. As I look at it, the path of science can always wind through the heart. For me, science has always been the path to spiritual enrichment and self realization. Even the rational thought matrices of science have been home to fairy tales. I am an avid reader of books on cosmology and enjoy reading about celestial bodies. Many friends, while asking me questions related to space flights, sometimes slip into astrology. Quite honestly, I have never really understood the reason behind the great importance attached by people to the faraway planets in our solar system. As an art, I have nothing against astrology, but if it seeks acceptance under the guise of science, I reject it. I do not know how these myths evolved about planets, star constellations, and even satellites, that they can exercise power on human beings. The highly complicated calculations manipulated around the precise movements of celestial bodies to derive highly subjective conclusions appear illogical to me. As I see it, the Earth is the most powerful and energetic planet. As John Milton puts it so beautifully in Paradise Lost, what if the sun be centered to the world and other stars? The planet Earth, so steadfast though she seem, insensibly three different motions move. Wherever you go on this planet, there is a movement and life. Even apparently inanimate things like rocks, metal, timber, clay are full of intrinsic movement with electrons dancing around each nucleus. This motion originates in their response to the confinement imposed on them by nucleus by means of electric forces which try to hold them as close as possible. Electrons, just like any individual with a certain amount of energy, detest confinement. The tighter the electrons are held by the nucleus, the higher their orbital velocity will be. In fact, the confinement of electrons in atom results in enormous velocities of about 1000 km per second. These high velocities make the atom appear a rigid sphere, just as a fast moving fan appears like a disk. It is very difficult to compress atoms more strongly, thus giving matter its familiar solid aspect. Everything solid thus contains much empty space within, and everything stationary contains great movement within. It is as though the great dance of Shiva is being performed on earth during every moment of our existence. When I joined the BSc degree course at St. Joseph, I was unaware of any other option for higher education. Nor did I have any information about career opportunities available to a student of science. Only after obtaining a BSc did I realize that physics was not my subject. I had to go into engineering to realize my dreams. I had have joined the engineering course long ago, right after finishing my intermediate course. Better late than never, I told myself as I made the detour applying for admission into the Madras Institute of Technology, MIT, regarded as the crown jewel of technical education in South India at the time. I managed to be on the list of selected candidates, but admission to this prestigious institution was an expensive affair. Around 1,000 rupees was required, and my father could not spare that much money. At the time, my sister Zohara stood behind me, mortgaging her gold bangles and chain. I was deeply touched by her determination to see me educated and by her faith in my abilities. I vowed to release her bangles from mortgage with my own earnings. The only way before me to earn money at the point of time was to study hard and get a scholarship. I went ahead at full steam. What fascinated me most at MIT was the sight of two decommissioned aircraft displayed there for the demonstration of the various subsystems of flying machines. I felt a strange attraction towards them and would sit near them long after the students had gone back to the hospital, admiring man's will to fly free in the sky like a bird. After completing my first year, when I had to opt for a specific branch, I almost spontaneously chose aeronautical engineering. The goal was very clear in my mind now. I was going to fly aircraft. I was convinced of this despite being aware of my lack of assertiveness, which probably came about because of my humble background. Around this time, I made special efforts to try and communicate with different kinds of people. There were setbacks, disappointments, and distractions, but my father inspiring words anchored me in those periods of nebulous drift. He who knows others is learned, but the wise one is the one who knows himself. Learning without wisdom is of no use. In the course of my education at MIT, three teachers shaped my thinking. Their combined contributions formed the foundation on which I later built my professional career. These three teachers were Professor Sponder, Professor K.A.V. Pandalai, and Professor Narasimha. Each one of them had very distinct personalities, but they shared a common impulse the capacity to feed their students intellectual hunger by sheer brilliance and untiring zeal. Professor Sponder taught me technical aerodynamics. He was an Austrian with rich practical experience in aeronautical engineering. During the Second World War, he had been captured by the Nazis and imprisoned in a concentration camp. Understandably, he had developed a very strong dislike for Germans. Incidentally, the aeronautical department was headed by a German, Professor Walter Raffentin. Another well-known professor, Dr. Kurt Tank, was a distinguished aeronautical engineer who had designed the German Focke-Wulf FW-190 single-seater fighter plane.
Outstanding combat aircraft of the Second World War. Dr. Tank later joined the Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, HAL, in Bangalore and was responsible for the design of India's first jet fighter, the HF-24 Merit. Notwithstanding these irritants, Professor Sponder preserved his individuality and maintained high professional standards. He was always calm, energetic, and in total control of himself. He kept abreast of the latest technologies and expected his students to do the same. I consulted him before opting for aeronautical engineering. He told me that one should never worry about one's future prospects. Instead, it was more important to lay sound foundations, to have sufficient enthusiasm and an accompanying passion for one's chosen field of study. The trouble with Indians, Professor Sponder used to observe, was not that they lacked educational opportunities or industrial infrastructure. The trouble was in their failure to discriminate between disciplines and to rationalize their choices. Why aeronautics? Why not electrical engineering? Why not mechanical engineering? I myself would like to tell all novitiate engineering students that when they choose their specialization, The essential point to consider is whether the choice articulates their inner feelings and aspirations. Professor K.A.V. Pandalai taught me aerostructure design and analysis. He was a cheerful, friendly, and enthusiastic teacher who brought a fresh approach to every year's teaching course. It was Professor Pandalai who opened up the secrets of structural engineering to us. Even today, I believe that everyone who has been taught by Professor Pandalai would agree that he was a man of great intellectual integrity and scholarship, but with no trace of arrogance. His students were free to disagree with him on several points in the classroom. Professor Narasimha Rao was a mathematician who taught us theoretical aerodynamics. I still remember his method of teaching fluid dynamics. After attending his classes, I began to prefer mathematical physics to any other subject. Often I have been told I carry a surgical knife to aeronautical design reviews. If it had not been for Professor Rao's kind and persistent advice on picking up proofs to equations of aerodynamic flow, I would not have acquired this metaphorical tool. Aeronautics is a fascinating subject, containing within it the promise of freedom. The great difference between freedom and escape, between motion and movement, between slide and flow, are the secrets of the science. My teachers revealed these truths to me. Through their meticulous teaching, they created within me an excitement about aeronautics. Their intellectual fervor, clarity of thought, and passion for perfection helped me to launch into a serious study of fluid dynamics, modes of compressible medium motion, development of shock waves and shock, induced flow separation at increasing speeds, shock stall, and shock wave drag. Slowly, a great amalgamation of information took place in my mind. The structural feature of aeroplanes began to gain new meanings. Biplanes, monoplanes, tailless planes, canard configured planes, delta wing planes, all these began to assume increasing significance for me. The three teachers, all of them authorities in their different fields, helped me to mold an composite knowledge. My third and last year at MIT was a year of transition and was had to have a great impact on my later life. In those days, a new climate of political enlightenment and industrial effort was sweeping across the country. I had to test my belief in God and see if it could fit into the matrix of scientific thinking. The accepted view was that the belief in scientific methods was the only valid approach to knowledge. If so, I wondered, was matter alone the ultimate reality and were spiritual phenomena but a manifestation of matter? Were all ethical values relative and was sensory perception the only source of knowledge and truth? I wondered about these issues, attempting to sort out the vexing question of scientific temper and my own spiritual interest. The value system in which I have been nurtured was profoundly religious. I have been taught that true reality lay behind the material world in the spiritual realm, and the knowledge could be obtained only through inner experience. Meanwhile, when I had finished my coursework, I was assigned a project to design a low level attack aircraft together with four other colleagues. I had taken up the responsibility of preparing and drawing the aerodynamic design. My teammates distributed among themselves the task of designing the propulsion, structure, control, and instrumentation of the aircraft. One day, my design teacher, Professor Srinivasan, then the director of MIT, reviewed my progress and declared it dismal and disappointing. I offered a dozen excuses for the delay, but none of them impressed Professor Srinivasan. I finally plead for a month's time to complete the task. The professor looked at me for some time and said, "Look, young man, today is Friday afternoon. I give you 3 days' time. If by Monday morning I don't get the configuration drawing, your scholarship will be stopped." I was dumbstruck. The scholarship was my lifeline, and I would be quite helpless if it was withdrawn. I could see no other way out but to finish the task as I had been instructed. That night, I remained at the drawing board, skipping dinner. Next morning, I took only an hour's break to freshen up and eat a little food. On Sunday morning, I was very near completion when suddenly I felt someone else's presence in the room. Professor Srinivasan was watching me from the distance, coming straight from the gymkhana. He was still in his tennis outfit and had dropped in to see my progress. After examining my work, Professor Srinivasan hugged me affectionately and patted my back in appreciation. He said, "I knew I was putting you under stress and asking you to meet an
Impossible deadline. I never expected you to perform so well. During the rest of the period of the project, I participated in an essay competition organized by MIT Tamil Sangam Literary Society. Tamil is my mother tongue, and I am proud of its origins, which have been traced back to Saga Agastya in the Ramayana period. Its literature dates back to the 5th century BC. It is said to be a language molded by lawyers and grammarians and is internationally acclaimed for its clear-cut logic. I was very enthusiastic about ensuring the science did not remain outside the purview of the wonderful language. I wrote an article entitled
Let us make our own aircraft in Tamil. The article evoked much interest and I won the competition, taking the first prize from Devan, the editor of popular Tamil weekly, Ananda Vigada. My most touching memory of MIT is related to Professor Sponder. We were posing for a group photograph as a part of a farewell ritual. All the graduating students had lined up in 3 rows with the professors seated in the front. Suddenly, Professor Sponder got up and looked for me. I was standing in the third row. Come and sit with me in the front, he said. I was taken aback by Professor Sponder's invitation. You are my best student, and hard work will help you bring a great name for your teachers in future. Embarrassed by the praise but honored by the recognition, I sat with Professor Sponder for the photograph. Let God be your hope, your stay, your guide, and provide the lantern for your feet in your journey into the future, said the introverted genius, bidding me adieu. From MIT, I went to Hindustan Aeronautics Limited HAL at Bangalore as a trainee. There, I worked on engine overhauling as a part of a team. Hands on work on aircraft engine overhauling was very educative. When a principle learned in the classroom is drawn out by practical experience, it creates a strange sense of excitement akin to unexpectedly running into an old friend among a crowd of strangers. At HAL, I worked on the overhauling of both piston and turbine engines. The hazy concepts of gas dynamics and diffusion process in the working principle of afterburning came into a sharper focus in my mind. I was also trained in radial engine drum operations. I learned how to check a crankshaft for wear and tear and a connecting rod and crankshaft for twist. I did calibrations of a fixed pitch fan fitted to a supercharged engine. I opened up pressure and acceleration cum speed control systems and air starter supply systems of turbo engines. Getting to understand feathering and unfeathering and reversing of propeller engines was very interesting. The demonstration of the delicate art of beta blade angle control by HAL technicians still lingers in my memory. They had neither studied in major universities nor were they merely implementing what their engineer in charge was suggesting. They had been working hands on for years, and this had given them something with an intuitive feel for the work. Two alternative opportunities for employment, both close to my long standing dream of flying, presented themselves before me when I came out of HAL as a graduate aeronautical engineer. One was a career in the Air Force, and another was a job at the Director of Technical Development and Production, DTD and P Air of the Ministry of Defense. I applied for both. The interview calls arrived from both the places almost simultaneously. I was asked to reach Dehradun by the Air Force recruitment authorities and Delhi by DTD and P Air. The boy from the Coromandel coast took a train to the north. The destination was more than 2,000 kilometers away. It was to be my first encounter with the vastness of my motherland. Through the window of the compartment, I watched the countryside slip past. From a distance, the man in the fields in their white dhotis and turbans, and the women folk in bright splashes of colors against the green background of paddy fields, seemed to inhibit some beautiful painting. I sat glued to the window. Almost everywhere, people were engaged in some activity which had a rhythm and tranquility about it. Men driving cattle, women fetching water from streams. Occasionally, a child would appear and wave at the train.
It is astonishing how the landscape changes as one moves northwards. The rich and fertile plains of the river Ganga and its numerous tributaries have invited invasion, turmoil, and change. Around 1500 BC, fair-skinned Aryans swept in through the mountain passes from the far northwest. The 10th century brought Muslims, who later mingled with the local people and became an integral part of this country. One emperor gave a way to another. Religious conquest continued. All this time, the part of India south of Tropic of Cancer remained largely untouched, safe.
India at Satpura mountain ranges. The Narmada, Tapti, Mahanadi, Godavari, and Krishna rivers had woven a net of almost unaccessible protection for the tampering Indian peninsula. To bring me to Delhi, my train had crossed all these geographical impediments through the power of scientific advancement. I halted for a week in Delhi, the city of the great Sufi Sayyid Azra Nizamuddin, and appeared for the interview at DTDP Air. I did well at the interview. The questions were of a routine nature and did not challenge my knowledge of the subject. Then I proceeded to Dehradun for my interview at the Air Force Selection Board. At the selection board, the emphasis was more on personality than on intelligence. Perhaps they were looking for physical fitness and an articulate manner. I was excited but nervous, determined but anxious, confident but tense. I could only finish ninth in the batch of 25 examined to select 8 officers for commissioning in the Air Force. I was deeply disappointed. It took me for some time to comprehend that the opportunity to join the Air Force had just slipped through my fingers. I dragged myself out of the selection board and stood at the edge of a cliff. There was a lake far below. I knew that the days ahead would be difficult. There were questions to be answered and a plan of action to be prepared. I trekked down to Rishikesh. I bathed in the Ganga and reveled in the purity of its water. Then I walked to the Sivananda ashram situated a little way up the hill. I could feel intense vibrations when I entered. I saw a large number of sadhus seated all around in a state of trance. I had read that sadhus were psychic people, people who know things intuitively, and in my dejected mood, I sought answers to the doubts that troubled me. I met Swami Vivekananda, a man who looked like a Buddha wearing a snow white dhoti and wooden slippers. He had an olive complexion and black, piercing eyes. I was struck by his irresistible, almost childlike smile and gracious manner. I introduced myself to the Swamiji. My Muslim name aroused no reaction in him. Before I could speak any further, he inquired about the source of my sorrow. He offered no explanation of how he knew that I was sad and I did not ask. I told him about my unsuccessful attempt to join the Indian Air Force and my long cherished desire to fly. He smiled, washing away all my anxiety almost instantly. Then he said in a feeble but very deep voice, desire when it stems from the heart and spirit, when it is pure and intense, possesses as some electromagnetic energy. This energy is released into the ether each night as the mind falls into the sleep state. Each morning it returns to the conscious state reinforced with the cosmic currents. That which has been imaged will surely and certainly be manifested. You can rely, young man, upon this ageless promise as surely as you can rely upon the eternally unbroken promise of sunrise and of spring. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear. How true! Here was the teacher to show the way to a student who had nearly gone astray. Accept your destiny and go ahead with your life. You are not destined to become an Air Force pilot. What you are destined to become is not revealed now, but it is predetermined. Forget this failure, as it was essential to lead you to your destined path. Search instead for the true purpose of your existence. Become one with yourself, my son. Surrender yourself to the wish of God. Swamiji said. I returned to Delhi and inquired at the DTDP Air about the outcome of my interview. In response, I was handed my appointment letter. I joined the next day as senior scientific assistant on a basic salary of rupees 250 per month. If this was to be my destiny, I thought let it be so. Finally, I was filled with mental peace. No more did I feel any bitterness or resentment at my failure to enter the Air Force. All this was in 1958. At the Directorate, I was posted at the Technical Center Civil Aviation. If I was not flying aeroplanes, I was at least helping to make them airworthy. During my first year in the Directorate, I carried out a design assignment on supersonic target aircraft with the help of the officer in charge, R. Vardarajan, and won a word of praise from the director, Dr. Neelakantan. To gain shop floor exposure to aircraft maintenance, I was sent to the Aircraft and Armament Testing Unit, ATU, at Kanpur. At that time, they were involved in a tropical evaluation of NAT Mk1 aircraft. I participated in the performance assessment of its operation systems. Even in those days, Kanpur was a very popular city. It was my first experience of living in an industrial town. The cold weather, crowds, noise, and smoke were in total contrast to what I was used to be in Rameshwaram. I was particularly troubled by the ubiquitous presence of potatoes on the dining table right from breakfast to dinner. To me, it seemed that a feeling of loneliness pervaded the city. The people on the streets had all come from their villages in search of jobs in factories, leaving behind the smell of their soil and the protection of their families. On my return to Delhi, I was informed that the design of the target had been taken up at the DTPI Air and that I had been included in the design team. I completed this task with the other team members. Then I undertook a preliminary design study on a human centrifuge. I later carried out the design and development of a vertical takeoff and landing platform. I was also associated with the development and construction of the hot cockpit. 3 years passed. Then the Aeronautical Development Establishment was born in Bangalore, and I was posted to the new establishment. Bangalore as a city was in direct contrast to Kanpur. In fact, I feel our country has an uncanny way of bringing out extremes in her people. I suppose it is because Indians have been both afflicted and enriched by centuries of migrations. Loyalty to different rulers has dulled our capacity for a single allegiance. Instead, we have developed an extraordinary ability to be compassionate and cruel, sensitive and class, deep and fickle, all at the same time. To the untrained eye, we may appear colorful and picturesque to the critical eye, but are but shoddy imitations of our various
masters. In Kanpur, I saw pan-chewing imitations of Wajid Al-Shah, and in Bangalore it was replaced by dog-walking shagips. Here too, I longed for the depth and calmness of Rameshwaram. The relationship between the heart and the head of an earthly Indian has been eroded by the divided sensibilities of our cities. I spent my evening exploring the gardens and shopping plazas of Bangalore. The workload at ADE during the first year of its inception was quite light. In fact, I had to generate work for myself at first, until the tempo gradually built up. Based on my preliminary studies on ground handling equipment, a project team was formed to design and develop an indigenous hovercraft prototype as a ground equipment machine, JUMP. The team was a small working group comprising 4 persons at the level of scientific assistants. Dr. O.P. Meditrata, director of the ADE, asked me to lead the team. We were given 3 years to launch the engineering model. The project was, by any standards, bigger than our collective capabilities. None of us had any experience in building a machine, let alone a flying machine. There was no designed or standard components available to begin with. All we knew was that we had to make a successful, heavier than air flying machine. We tried to read as much literature as we could find on poor crafts, but there was not much available. We tried to consult people knowledgeable in this area, but could find none. One day, I simply took the decision to proceed with the limited information and resources available. This endeavor to produce a wingless light shift machine opened the windows of my mind. I was quick to see at least a metaphorical connection between a hovercraft and an aircraft. After all, the Wright brothers made the first aeroplane after fixing bicycles for 7 years. I saw in the JUMP project great opportunities for ingenuity and growth. We went straight into hardware development after spending a few months on the drawing board. There is always the danger that a person with my kind of background, rural or small town, middle class, whose parents had limited education, will retreat into a corner and remain there struggling for bare existence, unless some great turn of circumstance propels him into a more favorable environment. I knew I had to create my own opportunities. Part by part, subsystem by subsystem, stage by stage, things started moving. Working on this project, I learned that once your mind stretches to a new level, it never goes back to its original dimension. At that time, B.K. Krishna Menon was the defense minister. He was keenly interested in the progress of our small project, which he envisioned as the beginning of the indigenous development of India's defense equipment. Whenever he was in Bangalore, he always found some time to review the progress of our project. His confidence in our ability ignited our enthusiasm. I would enter the assembly shop, leaving my other problems outside, just as my father used to enter the mosque for prayer, leaving his shoes outside. But not everyone accepted B.K. Krishnamenon's opinion about jump. Our experiments with available parts and components did not exactly delight my senior colleagues. Many even called us a group of eccentric inventors in pursuit of an impossible dream. I begin the leader of the navies was a particularly inviting target. I was regarded as at another country bumpkin who believed that riding the air was his domain. The weight of opinion against us, buttressed by ever optimistic minds. The comments of some of the senior scientists at ADE made me recall John Trowbridge's famous statical poem on the Wright brothers published in 1896. With a tumbling and a thread and a wax and a hammer and buckles and screws and all such things as genuine use. Two bats for patents, curious fellows, a charcoal pot and a fire of bellows. When the project was about a year old, Defense Minister V.K. Krishna Menon made one of his routine visits to ADE. I escorted him to our assembly shop. Inside on a table lay the JUMP model broken down into sub-assemblies. The model represented the culmination of 1 year's untiring efforts to develop a practical hovercraft for battlefield applications. The minister fired one question after another at me, determined to ensure that the prototype would go into test flight within the coming year. He told me, Dr. Meditera, the JUMP flight is possible with the gadget Kalam now possesses. The hovercraft was christened Nandi after the bull ridden by Lord Shiva. For a prototype, its form, fit, and finish was beyond our expectation, given the rudimentary infrastructure we possessed. I told my colleagues, here is a flying machine, not constructed by a bunch of cranks, but by engineering ability. Don't look at it. It is not made to look at, but to fly with. Defense Minister V.K. Krishna Menon flew into the Nandi, overruling the accompanying officials concerned for his safety. A group captain in the minister's troop, who had logged in many thousands of flying hours, even offered to fly the machine to save the minister from the potential danger of flying with an inexperienced civilian pilot like myself, and gestured to me to come out of the machine. I was sure about my competence in flying the machine I had made, and therefore shook my head in negation. Observing this wordless communication, Krishna Menon dismissed the insulting suggestions of the group captain with a laugh and signaled to me to start the machine. He was very happy. You have demonstrated that the basic problems of our craft development are solved. Go for a more powerful prime move and call me for a second ride. Krishna Menon told me the skeptical group captain, now called Air Marshal Gale, later became a good friend of mine. We completed the project ahead a schedule. We had a working hovercraft with us, moving on an air cushion of about 40 mm with a load of 550 kilogram, including the tar weight. Dr. Madiratta was visibly pleased with the achievement, but by this time, B.K. Krishnamenon was out of his office and could not take his promised second ride. In the new order, not many people shared his dream with regard to military applications of an indigenous hovercraft. In fact, even today, we improve hovercrafts. The project was mired in controversies and was finally shelved. It was a new experience for me. So far, I had believed that the sky was the limit, but now it appeared that the limits were much closer. There are boundaries.
I was unwilling to face reality. I had put my heart and soul into Nandi. That it would not be used was something beyond my comprehension. I was disappointed and disillusioned. In this period of confusion and uncertainty, memories from my childhood came back to me and I discovered new meanings in them. Pakshi Sastri used to say, "Seek the truth, and the truth shall set you free." As the Bible says, "Ask and you shall receive." It did not happen immediately, but it happened nevertheless. One day, Dr. Midoreta called me. He inquired about the state of our hovercraft. When told that it was in perfect condition to be flown, he asked me to organize a demonstration for an important visitor the next day. No VIP was scheduled to visit the laboratory during the next week as far as I knew. However, I communicated Dr. Mirata's instructions to my colleagues and we felt a new surge of hope. The next day, Dr. Mirata brought a visitor to our hovercraft, a tall, handsome, bearded man. He asked me several questions about the machine. I was struck by the objectivity and clarity of his thinking. "Can you give me a ride in the machine?" he inquired. His request filled me with joy. Finally, here was someone who was interested in my work. We took a 10-minute ride in the hovercraft, a few centimeters above the ground. We were not flying, but were definitely floating in the air. The visitor asked me a few questions about myself, thanked me for the ride, and departed. But not before introducing himself. He was Professor M.G.K. Menon, Director of the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research. After a week, I received a call from the Indian Committee for Space Research to, to attend an interview for the post of rocket engineer. All I knew about INCOSPER at that time was that it was formed out of the TIFR talent pool at Bombay, now Mumbai, to organize space research in India. I went to Bombay to attend the interview. I was unsure about the type of questions I would have to face at the interview. There was hardly any time to read up or talk to any experienced person. Lakshmana Sastri's voice, quoting from the Bhagavad Gita, echoed in my ears. All beings are born to delusion, overcome by the dualities which arise from wish and hate. But those men of virtuous deeds in whom sin has come to an end, freed from the delusion of dualities, worship me, steadfast in their vows. I reminded myself that the best way to win was not to need to win. The best performances are accomplished when you are relaxed and free of doubt. I decided to take things as they came. Since neither Professor M.G.K. Menon's visit nor the call for an interview had been of my making, I decided this was the best attitude to take. I was interviewed by Dr. Vikram Sarabhai along with Professor M.G.K. Menon and Mr. Saraf, then the Deputy Secretary of the Atomic Energy Commission. As I entered the room, I sensed their warmth and friendliness. I was almost immediately struck by Dr. Sarabhai's warmth. There was none of the arrogance of the patronizing attitudes which interviews usually display when talking to a young and vulnerable candidate. Dr. Sarabhai's question did not probe my existing knowledge or skills. Rather, they were an exploration of the possibilities I was filled with. He was looking at me as if in reference to a larger whole. The entire encounter seemed to me in a total moment of truth, in which my dream was enveloped by a larger dream of a bigger person. I was advised to stay back for a couple of days. However, the next evening I was told about my selection. I was to be observed as a rocket engineer in Incospar. This was a breakthrough a young man like myself dreamed of. My work in Incospar commenced with a familiarization course at the TIFR Computer Center. The atmosphere here was remarkably different from the TDP and PR. Labels mattered very little. There was no need for anyone to justify his position or to be at the receiving end of others' hostility. Sometime in the latter half of 1962, Incosper took the decision to set up the equatorial rocket launching station at Tumba, a sleepy fishing village near Trivandrum, now Thiruvananthapuram in Kerala. Dr. Chitans of the Physical Research Laboratory, Ahmedabad, had spotted it as a suitable location as it was very close to the Earth's magnetic equator. This was the quiet beginning of modern rocket-based research in India. The site selected at Tumba lay between the railway line and the seacoast, covering a distance of about 2.5 kilometers and measuring about 60 acres. Within this area stood a large church whose site had to be acquired. Land acquisition from private parties is always a difficult and time consuming process, especially in densely populated places like Kerala. In addition, there was a delicate matter of acquiring a site of religious significance. The collector of Trivandrum, then K. Madhavan Nair, executed this task in the most tactful, peaceful, and expeditious manner with the blessings and cooperative of Right Rev. Dr. Diera, who was Bishop of Trivandrum in 1962. Soon, R.D. John, the executive engineer of the Central Public Works Department, had transformed the entire area. The St. Mary Magdalene Church House of the first office of the Tumba Space Center. The prayer room was my first laboratory. The bishop's room was my design and drawing office. To this day, the church is maintained in its full glory and at present houses the Indian Space Museum. Very soon after this, I was asked to proceed to America for a 6-month training program on sounding rocket launching techniques at the National Aeronautics and Space Administration NASA Work Centers. I took some time off before going abroad and went to Rameshwaram. My father was very pleased to learn about the opportunity that had come my way. He took me to the mosque and organized a special namaz in thanksgiving. I could feel the power of God flowing in a circuit through my father to me and back to God. We were all under the spell of the prayer. One of the important functions of prayer, I believe, is to act as a stimulus to creative ideas. Within the mind are all the resources required for successful living. Ideas are present in the consciousness, which, when released and given scope to grow and take shape, can lead to successful events. God, our Creator, has stored within our minds and personalities great potential strength and ability. Prayer helps us to tap and develop these powers.
Ahmed Jalaluddin and Samsuddin came to see me off at Bombay Airport. It was their first exposure to a big city like Bombay, just as myself was about to have my first exposure to a mega city like New York. Jalaluddin and Samsuddin were self reliant, positive, optimistic men who undertook their work with the assurance of success. It is from these two persons that I drew the core creative power of my mind. My sentiments could not be contained, and I could feel the mist of tears in my eyes. Then Jalaluddin said, Azad, we have always loved you and we believe in you. We shall always be proud of you. The intensity and purity of their faith in my capabilities broke my last defenses, and tears welled up in my eyes. I started my work at NASA at the Langley Research Center in Hampton, Virginia. This is primarily an R&D center for advanced aerospace technology. One of my most vivid memories of LRC is a piece of sculpture depicting a charioteer driving two horses, one representing scientific research and the other technological development, metaphorically encapsulating the interconnection between research and development. From LRC, I went to the Goddard Space Flight Center at Greenbelt, Maryland. This center develops and manages most of NASA's Earth orbiting science and application satellites. It operates NASA's tracking networks for all space missions. Towards the end of my visit, I went to the Wallops Flight Facility at Wallops Island in East Coast, Virginia. This place was the base for NASA's sounding rocket program. Here, I saw a painting prominently displayed in the reception lobby. It depicted a battle scene with a few rockets flying in the background. A painting with this theme should be the most commonplace thing at a flight facility, but the painting caught my eyes because the soldiers on the side launching the rockets were not white but dark skinned, with the racial features of people found in South Asia. One day, my curiosity got the better of me, drawing me towards the painting. It turned out to be Tipu Sultan's army fighting the British. The painting depicted a fact forgotten in Tipu's own country, but commemorated here on the other side of the planet. I was happy to see an Indian glorified by NASA as a hero of warfare rocketry. My impression of the American people can be summarized by a quotation from Benjamin Franklin: those things that hurt instruct. I realize that people in this part of the world meet their problems head on. They attempt to get out of them rather than suffer them. My mother had once narrated an incident from the Holy Book. After God created man, he asked the angels to prostrate themselves before Adam. Everybody prostrated themselves except Iblis or Satan, who refused. Why did you not prostrate yourself? Allah asked. You created me of fire and him of clay. Does not that make me nobler than Adam? Satan contended God. Satan contended. God said, be gone from paradise. This is no place for your contemptuous pride. Satan obeyed, but not before cursing Adam with the same fate. Soon Adam followed suit by becoming a transgressor after eating the forbidden fruit. Allah said, go hence, and may your descendants live a life of doubt and mistrust. What makes life in Indian organizations difficult is the widespread prevalence of this very contemptuous pride. It stops us from listening to our juniors, subordinates, and people down the line. You cannot expect a person to deliver results if you humiliate him, nor can you expect him to be creative if you abuse him or despise him. The line between firmness and harshness, between strong leadership and bullying, between discipline and vindictiveness is very fine, but it has to be drawn. Unfortunately, the only line prominently drawn in our country today is between the heroes and the zeros. On one side are a few hundred heroes, keeping 950 million people down on the other side. This situation has to be changed. As the process of confronting and solving problems often requires hard work and is painful, we have endless procrastination.
Problems can be the cutting edge that actually distinguish between success and failure. They throw out innate courage and wisdom. As soon as I returned from NASA, India's first rocket launch took place on 21st November 1963. It was a sounding rocket called EK Apache made at NASA. The rocket was assembled in the church building I have referred to earlier. The only equipment available to transport the rocket was a truck and a manually operated hydraulic crane.
The assembled rocket was to be shifted from the church building to the launch pad by the truck. When the rocket was lifted by the crane and was about to be placed on the launcher, it started tilting, indicating a leak in the hydraulic system of the crane. As we were fast approaching the launch time 6 p.m., any repairs to the crane had to be ruled out. Fortunately, the leak was not large and we managed to lift the rocket manually, using our collective muscle power and finally placing it on the launcher. In the maiden Nitya Pashe launch, I was in charge of rocket integration and safety. Two of my colleagues who played a very active and crucial role in this launch were the Ishwardas and the Aravamuden. Ishwardas undertook the rocket assembly, arranged the launch. Aravamuden, whom he called Dan, was in charge of radar, telemetry, and ground support. The launch was smooth and problem-free. We obtained excellent flight data and returned with a sense of pride and accomplishment. When we were relaxing the next evening at the dinner table, we received news of the assassination of President John F. Kennedy in Dallas, Texas. We were appalled. The Kennedy years were a significant era in America. When young men were at the helm of affairs, I used to read with interest about Kennedy's moves in the missile crisis of late 1962. The Soviet Union built missile sites in Cuba from which it would have been possible to launch attacks on American cities. Kennedy imposed a blockade, a quarantine, barring the introduction of any offensive missiles to Cuba. America also threatened to respond to any Soviet nuclear attack from Cuba. On any country in the Western Hemisphere by retailing against the USSR. After 14 days of intense drama, the crisis was resolved by the Soviet Premier Khrushchev ordering the Cuban bases be dismantled and the missiles returned to Russia. The next day, Professor Sarabhai had a detailed discussion with us on future plans. He was creating a new frontier in the field of science and technology in India. A new generation, scientists and engineers in their 30s and early 40s, was being charged with an unprecedented dynamism. Our biggest qualifications as Inco Professor were not our degrees and training, but Professor Sarabhai's faith in our capabilities. After the successful launch of Nitya Pashe, he chose to share with us his dream of an Indian satellite launch vehicle. Professor Sarabhai's optimism was highly contagious. The very news of his coming of Tumba would electrify people and laboratories, workshops, and to define design officers would come with increasing activity. People would work virtually round the clock because of their India's enthusiasm to show Professor Sarabhai something new, something that had not been done before in our country. Be it a new design or a new method of fabrication or even an out of the way administrative procedure. Professor Sarabhai would often assign multiple tasks to a single person or a group, though some of those tasks were appeared totally unrelated in the beginning. They would at later stage emerge as deeply interconnected. When Professor Sarabhai was talking to us about the satellite launch vehicle SLV, he asked me, almost in the same breath, to take up studies on a rocket assisted takeoff system for military aircraft. The two things had no apparent connection except in the mind of this great visionary. I knew that all I had to do was to remain alert and focused on my purpose, and sooner or later, an opportunity to do a challenging job would enter my laboratory. Professor Sarabhai was ever willing to try our novel approaches and like to grow in young people. He has the wisdom and judgment which enabled him to realize not only if something was well done, but also when it was time to stop. In my opinion, he was an ideal experimenter and innovator. When there were alternative courses of action before us whose outcome was difficult to predict or to reconcile varying perspectives, Professor Sarabhai would resort to experimentation to resolve the issue. This was precisely the situation in Ingopasar in 1963. A bunch of young, inexperienced, but nevertheless energetic and enthusiastic persons were given the task of fleshing out the spirit of self-reliance
in the field of science and technology in general, and of space research in particular. It was a great example of leadership by trust. The rocket launch site later blossomed into Tumba Equatorial Rocket Launch Station. TERS was established through active collaboration with France, USA, and USSR. The leader of Indian space program, Professor Vikram Sarabhai, had comprehended the full implications of the challenge and had not backed off taking it on. Right from the day Infopasa was formed, he was aware of the need to recognize integrated national space program with the equipment of the manufacturer of rockets and launch facilities developed and produced intensely. With this in view, a wide-ranging program for scientific and technological development in rocket fuels, propulsion systems, aeronauts, aerospace materials, advanced fabrication techniques, rocket motor instrumentation, control and guidance system, telemetry, tracking systems, and scientific instruments. Both experimentation space were launched at the Space Science and Technology Center and the Physical Research Laboratory at Ahmedabad. Incidentally, this laboratory had produced a large number of Indian space scientists of extremely high caliber over the years. The real journey of the Indian aerospace program, however, had begun with Rohini sounding rocket RSR program. What is it distinguishes a sounding rocket from a satellite launch vehicle SLV and from a missile? In fact, there are three different kinds of rockets. Sounding rockets are normally used for probing the near Earth environment, including the upper regions of the atmosphere, while they can carry a variety of scientific payloads to a range of altitudes. They cannot impart the final velocity needed to orbit the payload. On the other hand, a launch vehicle
into orbit a technological payload or satellite. The final stage of a launch vehicle provides the necessary velocity for a satellite to enter an orbit. This is a complex operation requiring onboard guidance and control systems. A missile, though belonging to the same family, is a still more complex system. In addition to the large terminal velocity and onboard guidance and control, it must have the capability to home onto targets. When the target are fast moving and capable of maneuvering, a missile is also required to carry out target tracking functions. The RSR program was responsible for the development and fabrication of sounding rockets and their associated onboard system for scientific investigations in India. Under this program, a family of operational sounding rockets were developed. These rockets had wide-ranging capabilities, and to date, several hundreds of these rockets have been launched for various scientific and technological studies. I still remember that the first Rohini rocket consisted of a single solid propulsion motor weighing a mere 32 kg. It lifted a nominal 7-kilogram payload to an altitude of about 10 km. It was soon followed by another, to which one more solid propellant stage was added to dispatch multi-experiment payloads weighing nearly 100 kg to an altitude of over 350 km. The development of these rockets has resulted in a fully indigenous capability in the production of sounding rockets as well as their propellants. This program had brought into the country technology for the production of very high performance solid propellants, like those based on polyurethane and polybutane polymer. It later resulted in the setting up of a propellant fuel complex to manufacture strategic chemicals required for rocket engines and a rocket propellant plant to produce propellants. The development of Indian rockets in the 20th century can be seen as a revival of the 18th century dream of Tipu Sultan. When Tipu Sultan was killed, the British captured more than 700 rockets and subsystem of 900 rockets in the Battle of Tiruchenapalli in 1799. His army had 27 brigades called the Kushuns, and each brigade had a company of rocketmen called Jurds. These rockets had been taken to England by William Conway and were subjected by the British to what we call reverse engineering today. There were, of course, no GATT or IPR Act or patent regime. With the death of Tipu Sultan, Indian rocketry also met its demise at least for 150 years. Meanwhile, rocket technology made great strides abroad. Konstantin Tsiolkovsky in Russia, Robert Goddard in USA, 1914, and Hermann Oberth in Germany, 1923, gave rocketry new dimensions. In Nazi Germany, Werner von Braun's group produced V-2 short-range ballistic missiles and showered fire on the Allied forces. After the war, both the US and the USSR captured their share of German rocket technology and rocket engineers. With this booty, they started to run their deadly arms race with the missiles and warheads. Rocketry was reborn in India thanks to the technological vision of Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru. Professor Sarabhai took the challenge of giving physical dimensions to this dream. Very many individuals with my myopic vision questioned the relevance of space activities in a newly independent nation which was finding it difficult to feed its population. But neither Prime Minister Nehru nor Professor Sarabhai had any ambiguity of purpose. Their vision was very clear. If Indians were to play a meaningful role in the community of nations, they must be second to none in the application of advanced technologies to their real life problems. They had no intention of using it merely as a means to display our might. During his frequent visits to Tumba, Professor Sarabhai would openly review the progress of work with the entire team. He never gave directions. Rather, through a free exchange of views, he led us forward into a new terrain which often revealed an unforeseen solution. Perhaps he was aware that though a particular goal might be clear to himself and he could give adequate direction for its accomplishment, his team members might have resisted working towards a goal that made no sense to them. He considered the collective understanding of the problem the main attribute of effective leadership. He once told me, "Look, my job is to make decisions, but it is equally important to see to it that these decisions are accepted by my team members." In fact, Professor Sarabhai took a series of decisions that were to become the life mission of many. We would make our own rockets, our own satellite launch vehicles, and our own satellites. And this would not be done one by one, but concurrently in a multi-dimensional fashion. In the development of payloads for the sounding rockets, instead of getting a certain payloads and then
engineering it to fit into the rockets. We discussed the matter that were with the payload scientists working in different organizations and at the different locations. I may even say that the most significant achievement of the sounding rocket program was to establish and maintain nation-wide mutual trust. Perhaps realizing that I preferred to pursue people to do as they were told rather than use my legitimate authority. Professor Sarabhai were told assigned me the task of providing interface support to payload the scientists. Almost all physical laboratories in India were involved in the sounding rocket program, each having its own mission, its own objective, and its own payload. These payloads were required to be integrated to the rocket structure so as to ensure their proper functioning and endurance under flight conditions. We had X-ray payloads to look at stars, payloads fitted with radio frequency mass spectrometers to analyze the gas composition of upper atmosphere. Sodium payloads to find out wind conditions, its direction and velocity. We also had ionospheric payloads to explore different layers of the atmosphere. I not only had to interact with scientists from DIFR, National Physical Laboratory, NPL, and Physical Research Laboratory, PRL, but also with payload scientists with USA, USSR, France, Germany, and Japan. I often read Khalil Gibran and always find his words full of wisdom. Bread baked without love is a bitter bread that feeds but half of a man's hunger. Those who cannot work with their hearts achieve but follow. Half-hearted success that breeds bitterness all around. If you are a bitter who would secretly prefer to be a lawyer or a doctor, your written words will feed but half a hunger of your readers. If you are a teacher who would rather be a businessman, Your instructions will meet but have need for knowledge of your students. If you are a scientist, would be exposed to space for collecting the required information about the emissions from stars. Together, Professor Oda and Professor Rao were a unique blend of intellect and dedication, which one rarely sees. One day, when I was working on the integration, Professor Oda played out with my timid devices. He insisted on using the timers he had brought from Japan. To me, they looked flimsy, but Professor Oda stuck his stand. The Indian timers we replaced by the Japanese ones. I yielded to his suggestion and replaced the timers. The rocket took off elegantly and attained the Indian altitude. But the telemetry signal reported mission failure and account of timer malfunction. Professor Oda was upset that tears welled up in his eyes. I was stunned by the emotional intensity Professor Oda's response. He had clearly put his heart and soul into his work. Sudhakar was my colleague in the payload preparation laboratory. As part of the pre-launch schedule, we were filling and remotely pressing the hazardous sodium and termite mix. As usual, it was hot and humid day at Tumba. After the sixth such operation, Sudhakar and I went into the payload room to confirm the proper filling the mix. Suddenly, a drop of speed from his forehead fell onto the sodium, and before we knew what was happening, there was a violent explosion which shook the room. For a few playlist seconds, I did not know what to do. The fire was spreading and water would not extinguish the sodium fire trapped in this inferno. Sudhakar, however, did not lose his presence of mind. He broke the glass window with the bare hands and literally threw me out to safety before jumping out himself. I touched Sudhakar's bleeding hands in gratitude. He was smiling through his pain. Sudhakar spent many weeks into the hospital recuperating from severe burns he had received. I tells I was involved with rocket preparation activities, payload assembly, testing and evaluation besides building systems like payload housing and jets on working with the nose cones led me as a natural consequence into the field of composite materials. It is interesting to know that the bows found during archaeological excavations at different sites in the country reveal that Indians used composite bows made of wood, new and born as early as 11th century, at least 500 years before such bows were made in medieval Europe. The versatility of composite in the sense that they possess very desirable structural, thermal, electrical, chemical, and mechanical properties fascinated me. I was so enthused with these man-made materials that was in a hurry to know everything about them almost overnight. I used to read up everything available for related topics. I was particularly interested in the glass and carbon fiber reinforced plastic FRP composites. An FRP composite is composed of an inorganic fiber woven into the matrix that encloses it and gives the component its bulk from in February 1969. Prime Minister Indira Gandhi visited Tumba to dedicate hills to the international space science community. On this occasion, she commissioned the country's first filament vending machine in our laboratory. This event brought my team, which included C.R. Satya, P.N. Subramanian, and M.N. Satyanayana, great satisfaction. We made high-strength glass block laminates to build non-magnetic payload housing and flew them.
Two-stage sounding rockets. We also wound and test few rocket motor casings of up to 360 millimeter diameter. Slowly but surely, two Indian rockets were born at Tumba. They were christened Rohini and Menaka after the two mythological dancers in the court of Indra, the king of the sky. The Indian payloads no longer needed to be launched by French rockets. Could this have been done but for the atmosphere of trust and commitment which Professor Sarabhai had created at INCOSPA? He brought into use each person's knowledge and skills. He made every man feel directly involved in problem solving. By the very fact of the team members' participation, the solutions became genuine and earned the trust of the entire team, resulting in total commitment towards implementation. Professor Sarabhai was matter of fact and never tried to hide his disappointment. He used to talk with us in an honest and objective manner. Sometimes I found him making things look more positive than they actually were, and then charming us by his almost magical powers of persuasion. When we were at the drawing board, he would bring someone from the developed world for a technical collaboration. That was his subtle way of challenging each one of us to stretch our capabilities. At the same time, even if we fail to meet certain objectives, he would praise whatever we had accomplished. Whenever he found any one of us going over his head and attempting a task for which he did not have the capability or skill, Professor Sarabhai would reassign activity in such a way so as to lower pressure and permit better quality work to be performed. By the time the first Rohini 75 rocket was launched from TRLS on 20 November 1967, almost each one of us was in his own groove. Early next year, Professor Sarabhai wanted to see me urgently in Delhi. By now, I was accustomed to Professor Sarabhai's working methods. He was always full of enthusiasm and optimism. In such a state of mind, sudden flashes of inspiration were almost natural. On reaching Delhi, I contacted Professor Sarabhai's secretary for an appointment and was asked to meet him at 3:30 a.m. at Hotel Ashoka. Delhi being a slightly unfamiliar place with an unfriendly climate for someone like me, conditioned to the warm and humid climate of South India, I decided to wait in the hotel lounge after finishing my dinner. I have always been a religious person in the sense that I maintain a working partnership with God. I was aware that the best work required more ability than I possessed, and therefore I needed help that only God could give me. I made a true estimate of my own ability, then raised it up by 50% and put myself in God's hands. In this partnership, I have always received all the power I needed, and in fact, have actually felt it flowing through me. Today, I can affirm that kingdom of God is within you in the form of this power to help achieve your goals and realize your dreams. There are many different types of levels of experience that turn this internal power reaction critical. Sometimes, when we are ready, the gentlest of contacts with Him fills us with insight and wisdom. This could come from an encounter with another person, from a word, a question, a gesture, or even a look. Many a time, it could come even through a book, a conversation, some phrase, even a line from a poem, or the mere sight of a picture. Without the slightest warning, something new breaks into your life and a secret decision is taken, a decision that you may be completely unconscious of to start with. I looked around the elegant lodge. Somebody had left a book on a nearby sofa, as if to fill the small house of that whole night with some warm thoughts. I picked up the book and started browsing. I must have turned only few pages of the book, about which I do not remember a thing today. It was some popular book related to business management. I was not really reading it, only skimming over paragraphs and turning pages. Suddenly, my eyes fell on a page in the book. It was a quotation from George Bernard Shaw. The gist of the quote was that all reasonable men adapt themselves to the world. Only a few ones persist in trying to adapt the world to themselves. All progress in the world depends on these unreasonable men and their innovative and often non-conformist actions. I started reading the book from the Bernard Shaw passage onwards. The author was describing certain myths woven around the concept and the process of innovation in industry and business. I read about the myth of strategic planning. It is generally believed that substantial strategic and technological planning greatly increases the odds of a no surprises outcome. The author of the opinion that it is essential for a project manager to learn to live with the uncertainty and ambiguity. He felt that it was a myth to hold that the key to economic success is computability. The, comput- the quotation from General George Patton was given as a counterpoint to this myth that a good plan violently executed right now is far better than a perfect plan executed next week. It is a myth that to win big one must try to optimize, the author felt. Optimization organization wins only on paper, but would invariably lose later in the real world, the book said. Waiting in the hotel lobby at 1 a.m. for an appointment 2 hours later was certainly not a reasonable proposition, neither for me nor for Professor Sarabhai. But then Professor Sarabhai had always exhibited a strong component of unorthodoxy in his character. He was running the show of space research in the country, understaffed, overworked, nevertheless, in a successful manner. Suddenly, I became aware of another man who came and sat down on the sofa opposite mine. He was a well built person with an intelligent look and refined postures. Unlike me, always disorderly in my dress, this man was wearing elegant clothes. Notwithstanding the odd hours, he was alert and vivacious. There was a strange magnetism about him which derailed the train of my thoughts and innovation. And before I could get back to the book, I was informed that Professor Sarabhai was ready to receive me. I left the book on the nearby sofa from where I had picked it up. I was surprised when the man sitting on the opposite sofa was also asked to come inside. Who was he? It was not long before my question was answered. Even before we sat down, Professor Sarabhai introduced us to each other. He was Group Captain V.S. Narayanan from Air Headquarters.
I ordered coffee for both of us and unfolded his plan of developing a rocket assistant takeoff RATO for military aircraft. This would help our airplanes to take off from short runways in the Himalayas. Hot coffee was served over small talk. It was totally uncharacteristic of Professor Sarabhai. But as soon as he finished the coffee, Professor Sarabhai rose and asked us to accompany him to Tilpat range on the outskirts of Delhi. As we were passing through the lobby, I threw a curious glance at the sofa where I had left the books. It was not there. It was about an hour's drive to the range. Professor Sarabhai showed us the Russian RATO. If I get you the motors of the system from Russia, could you do it in the 18th month time? Professor Sarabhai asked us. Yes, we can. Both GP Captain V.S. Narayanan and I spoke up almost simultaneously. Professor Sarabhai's face gleamed, reflecting our fascination. I recalled what I had read. He will bestow on you a light of walking. After dropping us back at the Hotel Ashoka, Professor Sarabhai went to Prime Minister's house for a breakfast meeting. By that evening, the news of India taking up the indigenous development of the device to help short run-off takeoff by high-performance military aircraft, with myself heading the project, was made public. I was filled with my many emotions, happiness, gratitude, a sense of fulfillment, and these lines from a little known poet of the 19th century crossed my mind. For all your days prepare and meet them ever alike. When you are an anvil there, when you are the hammer strike. Rato motors were mounted on the aircraft to provide the additional thrust required during the takeoff under certain adverse operational conditions, like partially bombed out runways, high altitude aircrafts, more than the prescribed load, or very high ambient temperature. The Air Force was in drive need of large number of RATO motors for their S-22 and HF-24 aircraft. The Russian RATO motors shows that the Tilpat range was capable of generating a 3000 kg thrust with a total impulse of 24,500 kilos pound. It weighed 220 kilograms and had a double base propellant encased in steel. The development work was to be carried out by the Space Science and Technology Center with the assistance of Defense Research Development Organization, Hall, and Air Headquarters. After a detailed analysis of the available options, I chose a fiberglass motor casing. We decided in favor of a composite propellant which gives a higher specific impulse and aimed at a longer burning time to utilize it completely. I also decided to take additional safety measures by incorporating a diaphragm which would rupture if the chamber pressure for some reason exceeded twice the operating pressure. Two significant developments occurred during the work on RATO. The first was the release of 10-year profile for space research in the country, prepared by Professor Sarabhai. This profile was not merely an activity plan laid down by the top man for his team to comply with. It was a theme paper meant for open discussion to be later transformed into the program. In fact, I found it was a romantic manifesto of the person deeply in love with the space research program in his country. The plan mainly centered around the early ideas which had been born it included utilization of satellites for television and development education, meteorological observations, and remote sensing for management of natural resources. To this had been added the development and launch of satellite launch vehicles. The active international cooperation dominant in the early years was which virtually easy out in this plan, and emphasis was on self-reliance and indigenous technologies. The plan talked about the realization of SLV for injecting lightweight satellites into low Earth orbits, upgrading of Indian satellite from laboratory models to space entities, and development of a wide range of spacecraft subsystem like the apogee and the booster motors movement wheel. The solar panel development mechanism. It also promised a wide range of technological spin-offs like the GRAOS, various type of telemetry, adhesive, and polymers for the non-space application. Over and above, there was a dream of an adequate infrastructure that would be capable of supporting R&D in the variety of engineering and science disciplines. The second development was the formation of missile panel in the Ministry of Defense. Both Narayan and I were inducted as members. The idea of making missiles in our own country was existing, and we spent hours in studying the missiles of various advanced countries. The distinctions between the tactical missile and the strategic missile is often a fine one. Generally, it was understood that the missile will fly thousands of kilometers. However, a warfare, this term is used to denote the kind of target rather than its distance from the missile launch. Strategic missiles are those that strike at the enemy's heartland, either in counterforce attacks on the strategic force or in the counter value attacks of the society, which is essence means of his city. Tactical weapons are also those influence a battle. A battle may be by land, sea, or air, or all three together. This categorization now appears nonsensical, and US Air Force ground launched is used in the tactical role, notwithstanding its range from about 3,000 kilometers. In those days, however, static missiles were synonymous with the intermediate range missiles, which range in order of 1,500 nautical miles and 2,780 kilometers, and an interconditional ballistic missiles with the capability of going even further. G.P. Narayan had an ineffectual enthusiasm for indigenous guided missiles. He was a great admirer of strong arm approach of the Russian missile development program. When it could be done there, why not here? Where space research was already prepared the soil of bonanza of missile technology. Narayan used to needle me.
The bitter lessons of the two wars in 1962 and 1965 had left the Indian leadership with little choice in the matter of achieving self-reliance in military hardware and weapon systems. A large number of surface-to-air missiles were obtained from the USSR to guard strategic locations. GP Captain Narayan passionately advocated the development of these missiles in the country. While working together on Prato motors and on missile panel, Narayanan and I played the roles of student and teacher interchangeably wherever required. He was very eager to learn about rocketry, and I was very curious to know about airborne weapon systems. The depth of Narayan's conviction and his force of application were inspiring. Right from the day of our pre-dawn visit to the Hilpath range with Professor Sarabhai, Narayan was always busy with his Prato motor. He had arranged everything that was required before being asked. He obtained funding of rupees 75 lakhs with a further commitment towards any unforeseen costs. You name the thing and I will get it for you, but do not ask for time, he said. At times, I often laughed at his impatience and read for him these lines from T.S. Eliot's Holloman. Between the conception and the creation, between the emotion and the response, falls the shadow. Defense research and development at that time was heavily dependent on imported equipment. Virtually nothing indigenous was available. Together, we made a long shopping list and drew up an important plan. But this made me unhappy. Was there no remedy or alternative? Was this nation doomed to live with screwdriver technology? Could a poor country like India afford this kind of development? One day, while working late in the office, which was quite routine after I took up for RATO projects, I saw a young colleague, Jaya Chandra Babu, going home. Babu had joined us a few months ago, and the only thing I knew about him was that he had a very positive attitude and was articulate. I called him into my office and did a bit of loud thinking. Do you have any suggestions? I then asked him. Babu remained silent for a while and then asked for time until next evening to do some homework before answering my question. The next evening, Babu came to me before the appointment time. His face was beaming with promise. We can do it, sir. The RATO system can be made without imports. The only hurdle is the inherent inelasticity in the approach of the organization towards procurement and subcontracting, which would be the two major thrust areas to avoid imports. He gave me 7 points, or rather, asked for liberties: financial approval by a single person instead of an entire hierarchy, air travel for all on board irrespective of their entitlement, accountability to only one person, lifting of goods by air cargo, subcontracting to the private sector, placement of orders on the basis of technical comparison, the expeditious accounting procedures. These demands were unheard of in government establishments, which tend to be conservative, yet I could see the soundness of his proposition. The Rato project was a new game, and there was nothing wrong if it was to be played with a new set of rules. I weighed all the pros and cons of Babu's suggestions for a whole night and finally decided to present them to Professor Sarabhai. Hearing my plea for administrative liberalizations and seeing the merits behind it, Professor Sarabhai approved the proposals without a second thought. Through his suggestions, Babu had highlighted the importance of business acumen in developmental work with high stakes. To make things move faster within existing work parameters, you have to pump in more people, more materials, and more money. If you can't do that, change your parameters. Instinctive businessman that he was, Babu did not remain long with us and left ISRO for greener pastures in Nigeria. I could never forget the common sense of Babu in financial dealings. We had opted for a composite structure for the Rato motor, causing using filament fiber glass epoxy. We had also gone in for a high energy composite propellant and uneven based ignition and jetty zoning system in real time. A canted nozzle was designed to deflect the jet away from the aircraft. We conducted the first static test of Rato in 12th month of project initiation. Within the next 4 months, we conducted 64 static tests. We had been just about 20 engineers working on the project.
The future SLV had also been conceived by this time, recognizing the immense socioeconomic benefits of space technology. Professor Sarabhai decided in 1969 to go full stream ahead with the task of establishing indigenous capability in building and launching our own satellites. He personally participated in aerial survey of the East Coast for a possible site for launching satellite vehicles and large rockets. Professor Sarabhai was concentrating on the East Coast in order to set a launch vehicle, take full advantage of the Earth's west-east rotation. He finally selected the Sriharikota Island, 100 km north of Madras, New Chennai, and thus Rocket Launch Station was born. The crescent-shaped island has a maximum width of 8 kilometers and lies along the coastline. The island is as big as Madras city, the Buckingham Canal, and the Pulket Lake from the western boundary. In 1968, we had formed the Indian Rocket Society. Soon after, the INCOSPAR was reconstituted and advisory body under ISRO was created under the Department of Atomic Energy to conduct space research in the country.
By this time, Professor Sarabhai had already handpicked a team to give form to his dream of an Indian SLV. I consider myself fortunate to have been chosen to be a project leader. Professor Sarabhai gave me the additional responsibility for designing the fourth stage of SLV. Dr. V.R. Gaurikar, Mr. Kurup, and A.E. Muttunayagam were given the task of designing the other three stages. What made Professor Sarabhai pick a few of us for this great mission? One reason seemed to be our professional background. Dr. Gaurikar was doing outstanding work in the field of composite propellants. Mr. Kurup had established an excellent laboratory for the propellants, propulsion, and pyrotechnics. Muttunagam had proved himself in the field of high energy propellants. The fourth stage was to be composite structure and called for a large number of innovations in fabrication technology. Perhaps that was why I brought him. I laid the foundation of stage 4 on two rocks, sensibly approximation and onward support. I have always considered the price of perfection, prohibitive and allowed mistakes as part of my learning process. I prefer a dash of daring and persistence to perfection. I have always supported learning on the part of my team members by paying vigilant attention to each other's attempts, why they successful or unsuccessful. In my group, progress was recognized and reinforced at a very tiny step. Although I provided access to all the information that my co-workers in stage 4, I found I could not spend enough time to be useful facilitator and a source of support. I wondered if there was something wrong with my way in the phase 1 managed in my time. At this stage, Professor Sarabhai brought a French visitor to work with him in the center to point out problem to me. This gentleman was Professor Kurian, president of Centre National de Defense Spécialiste, our counterpart in France. They were then developing a demount launch vehicle. Professor Kurian was a thorough professional. Together, Professor Sarabhai, Professor Kurian helped me set a target. While they discussed the means by which I could reach it, they also cautioned me about the possibilities of failures. While I had arrived at a better awareness of stage 4 problems through the supportive counseling of Professor Kurian and Professor Sarabhai's catalytic intervention led to reinterpret his own progress in the Diamond program. Professor Kurian advised Professor Sarabhai to relieve me of all the minor jobs which posed little challenge and to give me more opportunities for achievements. He was so impressed by our well-planned efforts that he inquired if we could make the Diamond's first stage. I recall how this brought a subtle smile to Professor Sarabhai's face. As a matter of fact, the Diamond and SLV airframes were incompatible. The diameters were quite different, and to attain interchangeability, some radical innovations were required. I wondered why I should start. I decided to take around for solutions among my own colleagues. I used to carefully observe my colleagues to see if their daily routine reflected their desire to constantly experiment. I also started asking them and listening anyone who showed the slightest promise. Some of my friends cautioned me about what they termed as my nivet. I made it an unfailing routine to make notes on individual suggestions and gave handwritten notes to colleagues in the engineering and design sections. This method worked wonderfully well. Mr. Kurian testified while reviewing our progress that we had achieved in a year time what our counterparts in Europe could barely manage in 3 years. Our plus point, he noted, what was each work with those below and above hierarchy. I made it a point to have a team meet at least once in a week. Though it took up and energy, I considered it is essential. How good is a leader? No better than his people and their commitment and participation in the project as a full partners. The fact that I got them all together to share whatever little development has been achieved, results, experiences, small successes, and the like seem to worth putting all my energy and time
into. It was a very small price to pay for that commitment and sense of teamwork, which could in fact be called trust. Within my own small group of people, I found leaders and learned that leaders exist at every level. This was another important aspect of management that I learned. We had modified the existing SLV-4 stage design to suit the Diamond airframe. It was reconfigured and upgraded from a 250 kg 400 diameter stage to a 600 kg 650 diameter stage. After 2 years' effort, when we were about to deliver it to CNES, the French suddenly canceled their Diamond BC program. They told us they did not need our stage 4 anymore. It was a great shock, making me relive the early disappointments at Dehradun when I failed to get into the Air Force, and at Bangalore when the Nandi project was aborted at ADE. I had invested great hope and effort in the fourth stage so that it could be flown with a Diamond rocket. The other three stages of SLV involving enormous work in the area of rocket propulsion were at least 5 years away. However, it did not take me long to shelve the disappointment of Diamond BC Stage 4. After all, I had thoroughly enjoyed working on this project. In time, Rato filled the vacuum created in me by the Diamond BC stage. When the Rato project was underway, the SLV project slowly started taking shape. Competence for all major systems of a launch vehicle had been established in Tumba by now. Through their outstanding efforts, Vasan Gavarkar, Mr. Kurup, and Muthu prepared TRLS for a big leap in rocketry. Professor Sarabhai was an exemplar in the art of team building. On one occasion, he had to identify a person who could be given the responsibility for developing a telecommand system for the SLV. Two men were competent to carry out this task. One was a seasoned and sophisticated U.R. Rao, and the other was a relatively unknown experimenter, G. Madhavan Nair. Although I was deeply impressed by Madhav Nair's dedication and abilities, I did not rate his chances as very good. During one of Professor Sarabhai's routine visits, Madhavan Nair boldly demonstrated his improvised but highly reliable telecommand system. Professor Sarabhai did not take much time to back the young experimenter in preference to an established expert. Madhavan Nair not only lived up to the expectations of his leader, but even went beyond them. He was to later become the project director of the Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle PSLV. SLVs and missiles can be called first cousins. They are different in concept and purpose, but come from the same bloodline of rocketry. A massive missile development project had been taken up by DRDO at the Defense Research and Development Laboratory, Hyderabad. As the pace of this surface-to-air missile development project increased, the frequency of the missile panel meetings and my interaction with the group captain Narayanan also increased. In 1968, Professor Sarabhai came to Tumba on one of his routine visits. He was shown the operation of the nose cone jettisoning mechanism. As always, we were all anxious to share the results of our work with Professor Sarabhai. We requested Professor Sarabhai to formally activate the pyro system through a timer circuit. Professor Sarabhai smiled and pressed the button. To our horror, nothing happened. We were dumbstruck. I looked at Pramod Kale, who had designed and integrated the timer circuit. In a flash, each of us mentally went through an analysis of the failure. We requested Professor Sarabhai to wait for a few minutes. Then we detached the timer device, giving direct connection to the pyros. Professor Sarabhai pressed the button again. The pyros were fired and the nose cone was jettisoned. Professor Sarabhai congratulated Kale and me, but his expression suggested that his thoughts were elsewhere. We could not guess what was on his mind. The suspense did not last for long, and I got a call from Professor Sarabhai's secretary to meet him after dinner for an important discussion. Professor Sarabhai was staying at the Kovalam Palace Hotel, his usual home, whenever he was in Trivandrum. I was slightly perplexed by the summons. Professor Sarabhai greeted me with his customary warmth. He talked of the rocket launching station, envisaging facilities like launch pads, blockhouses, radar, telemetry, and so on. Things which are taken for granted in Indian space research today. Then he brought up the incident that had occurred that morning. This was exactly what I had feared. My apprehension of a reproach from my leader, however, was unfounded. Professor Sarabhai did not conclude that the failure of the pyrotimer circuit was the outcome of insufficient knowledge and lack of skill on the part of his people or of faulty understanding at the direction stage. He asked me instead if we were unenthused by a job that did not pose sufficient challenge. He also asked me to consider if my work was possibly being affected by any problem of which I was hitherto unaware. He finally put his finger on the key issue. We lacked a single roof to carry out system integration of all our rocket stages and rocket systems. Electrical and mechanical integration work was going on with a significant phase difference, both in time and in space. There was little effort to bring together the disparate work on electrical and mechanical integration. Professor Sarabhai spent the next hour in redefining our task, and in the small hours in the morning, the decision to set up a rocket engineering section was taken. Mistakes can delay or prevent the proper achievement of the objectives of individuals and organizations, but a visionary like Professor Sarabhai can use errors as opportunities to promote innovation and the development of new ideas. He was not especially concerned with the mistake in the timer circuit, least of all with the pinning the blame for it. Professor Sarabhai's approach to mistakes rested on the assumption that they were inevitable but generally manageable. It was in the handling of the crisis that arose as a consequence that talent could often be revealed. I later realized by experience that the best way to prevent errors was to anticipate them. But this time, by a strange twist of fate, the failure of the timer circuit led to the birth of a rocket engineering laboratory. It was my usual practice to brief Professor Sarabhai after every missile panel meeting. After attending one such meeting in Delhi on 30th December 1971, I was returning to Trivandrum. Professor Sarabhai was visiting Tumba that very day to review the SLV design. I spoke to him on the telephone from the airport lounge about the salient points that had emerged at the panel meeting. He instructed me
to wait at Trivandrum airport after his departure from the Delhi flights and to meet him there before his departure of Bombay the same night. When I reached Trivandrum, a ball of globe hung in the air. The aircraft ladder operator quickly told me in a choked voice that Professor Sarabhai was no more. He had passed away a few hours ago, following a cardiac arrest. I was shocked to the core. It had happened within an hour of our conversation. It was a great blow to me and a huge loss of Indian science. That night, passed in preparation for airlift Professor Sarabhai Podi for the cremation in Ahmedabad. For 5 years, between 1966 to 1971, about 22 scientists and engineers had worked closely with Professor Sarabhai. All of them were later to take charge of important scientific projects. Not only was Professor Sarabhai a great scientist, but also a great leader. I still remember him reviewing the bi-monthly progress of the design project of SLV-3 in June 1970. Presentation on stage 1 to 4 were arranged. The first 3 presentations were through smoothly. Mine was the last presentation. I introduced 5 of my team members who had contributed in various ways to the design. To everybody's surprise, each of them presented his portions of the work with authority and confidence. The presentations were disclosed in length and conclusion was that satisfactory progress had been made. Suddenly, a senior scientist who worked closely with Professor Sarabhai turned to me and inquired, "Well, the presentation for your project were made by our team members based on their work. But what did you do for the project?" That was the first time I saw Professor Sarabhai really annoyed. He told his colleagues, "You ought to know what project management is all about." We just witnessed an excellent example
It was an outstanding demonstration of teamwork. I had always seen a project leader as an integrator of people and is precisely what Kalam is. I consider Professor Sarabhai as the Mahatma Gandhi of Indian science, generating leadership qualities in his team and inspiring through both ideas and example. After an Indian arrangements with Professor M.G.K. Menon at the helm, Professor Sadish Johan was given the responsibility of heading ISRO. The whole example at Tumba, which included TRS, the Space Science and Technology Center, the RPP, the rocket fabrication facility, and the propellant fuel complex were merged together to form an integrated space center and descended the Vikram Sarabhai Space Center as a tribute to the man to whom it owed to its existence. The renowned Delegate Dr. Ram Prakash took over as the first director of VSSE. The Racho system was successfully tested on 8th October 1972 at the Fairley Air Force Station in Uttar Pradesh. When a high performance Sukhoi 16 jet aircraft became airborne after a short run of 1,200 meters as against its unusual run of 2 kilometers. We used the 66th Racho motor in the rest. The demonstration was watched by Air Marshal Sudev Singh and Dr. B.D. Nag Chowdhury, then the scientific advisor to the Defense Minister. This effort was said to have saved approximately rupees 4 crores in foreign exchange. The vision of the industrialist scientist had finally borne fruits. Before taking up the responsibility of organizing space research in India and become the chairman of INCOSPR, Professor Sarabhai had established a number of successful industrial enterprises. He was aware the scientific research could not survive in isolation away from industry. Professor Sarabhai founded Sarabhai Chemical, Sarabhai Glass, Sarabhai Gail Limited, Sarabhai Mop Limited, and the Sarabhai Engineering Group. This swastik oil mills did pioneering works in the extractions of the oil from oil seeds, manufacture of synthetic detergents, and of cosmetics. He generates standard pharmaceutical limited to enable large-scale manufacture of penicillin, which was imported from abroad to astronomical costs at that time. Now with the indigestion of the ratio, this mission had acquired a new dimension, independence in the manufacture of military hardware and the potential saving of crores of rupees in foreign exchange. I call this on the day of the successful trial of the ratio system, including trial expert. We spent less than rupees 25 lakhs on the entire project. The Indian ratio would be produced at rupees 17,000 apiece and it's replaced the imported RTO which cost rupees 33,000. At the Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, work on the SLV Bedon are full speed. All the subs had been designed, technologies identified, process established, work endless selected, manpower, earmarks, and schedule done. The only fix was the lack of a management structure of effectively handle this mega project and coordinate activities which were spread over a large number of works centers with their own ways of works and management. Professor Dwanwan is consulted with Dr. Brahm Prakash picked me for this job. I was appointed this project manager SLV and reported directly to the director VSS. My first task was to work out a project management plan. I wondered why I saw selected for this task when there were skills like Gavidikar, Itu, Nayagam, and Kurupu around with organized like this what does. Arav Kundan and S.C. Gupta available, how would I do better? I agriculture my doubts to Dr. Brahma Prakash. He told me not to focus on what I saw as other people's strengths compared to my own, but insisted a attempt to advance their abilities. Dr. Brahma Prakash advised me to take care of the performance, the grades, and cautions me against outrightly seeking optional performance from the participating work centers. Everyone will work to create their bit of SLV. Your problems is going to be our dependency on other in the accomplishing the total SLV. The SLV mission will be accomplished with and through a large number of people, you will require a tremendous amount of tolerance and patience. He said, it reminded me of what my father used to read to me from the Holy Quran on the destination between right and wrong. We have sent no apostle before you who did not eat or walk about the markets first. We test you by means of one another. Will you not have patience? I was aware of the contradictions that often occurred in such situations. People heading terms of often have one of the following two orientations. For some, work is the most important motivation. For others, their works are the all-consuming interest. There are
many others who fall either between these two positions or outside them. My job was going to be avoid those who were invested neither in the work nor in the workers. I was determined to prevent people from taking either extreme and to promote conditions where work and workers went together. I visualized my team as a group in which each member worked to enrich the others in the team and experience the enjoyment of working together. The primary objectives of the SLB project were design, development, and operation of a standard SLB system, SLB-3, capable of reliably and expeditiously fulfilling the specified mission of launching a 40 kg satellite into a 400-kilometer circular orbit around the Earth. As a first step, I translated the primary project objectives into some major tasks. One such task was the development of a rocket motor system for the four stages of the vehicle. The critical problems in the completion of this task were making an 8.6-ton propellant train and a high mass ratio of OG rocket motor system, which would use high energy propellants. Another task was vehicle control and guidance. Three types of control systems were involved in this task: aerodynamic surface control, thrust vector control, and reaction control for the first, second, and third stages, and the spin-up mechanism for the fourth stage. Inertial reference for control systems and guidance through inertial measurement was also imperative. Yet another major task was the augmentation of launch facilities at SHAR with systems interrogation and checkout facilities and development of launch support systems such as launchers and vehicle assembly fixtures. A target of all-line flight test within 64 months was set in March 1973. I took up the executive responsibility of implementing the project within the framework of policy decisions taken, the approved management plan, and the project report. and also within the budget and through the powers delegated to me by the Director BSSC. Dr. Brahmprakash formed 4 project advisory committees to advise me on specialized areas like rocket motors, materials and fabrication, control and guidance, electronics and mission and launching. I was assured of the guidance of outstanding scientists like T.S. Rane, Muthanayagam, T.S. Prahlad, A.R. Acharya, S.C. Gupta, and C.L. Ambaravu, to name a few. The Holy Quran says, "We have sent down to you revelations showing you an account of those who have gone before you and admonition to righteous men." I sought to share the wisdom of these extremely brilliant people. Light upon light, Allah guides to His light whom He will. He has knowledge of all things. We made 3 groups to carry out the project activities: a program management group, an integration and flight testing group, and a subsystems development group. The first group was made responsible for looking after the overall executive aspects of SLV3 project management, including administration, planning and evaluation, subsystem specifications, materials, fabrications, quality assurance and control. The integration and flight testing group was assigned the tasks of generation of facilities required for integration and flight testing of SLV3. They were also asked to carry out the analysis of the vehicle, including mechanical and aerodynamic interface problems. The subsystems development group was given the job of interacting with various divisions of VSSC and was made responsible for ensuring that all technological problems in the development of various subsystems were overcome by creating a synergy among the available talent in these divisions. I projected a requirement of 275 engineers and scientists for SLV3, but could get only about 50. If it had not been synergetic efforts, the whole project would have remained a non-starter. Some young engineers like MSR Dev, G. Madhavan Nair, S. Srinivasan, U.S. Singh, Sundararajan, Abdul Majid, Ved Prakash Sandlas, Nambudiri, Shashikumar, and Shivadanu Pillai developed their own ground rules designed to help them work efficiently as a project team and produced outstanding individual and team results. These men were in the habit of celebrating their successes together in a sort of mutual appreciation club. This boosted morale and helped them a great deal to accept setbacks and to revitalize themselves after periods of intense work. Each member of the SLV3 project team was a specialist in his own field. It was natural, therefore, that each one of them valued his independence. To manage the performance of such specialists, the team leader has to adopt a delicate balance between the hands-on and the hands-off approach. The hands-on approach takes an active interest on a very regular basis in the members' work. The hands-off approach trusts team members and recognizes their need for autonomy to carry out their roles as they see fit. It hinges on their self-motivation. When the leader goes too far with the hands-on approach, he is seen as an anxious and interfering type. If he goes too far hands-off, he is seen as abdicating his responsibility or not being interested. Today, the members of the SLV3 team have grown to lead some of the country's most prestigious programs. MSR Dev heads the Augmented Satellite Launch Vehicle ASLV project. Madhavan Nair is the chief of the Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle PSLV project, and Sandlas and Shivadanu Pillai are chief controllers in DRDO headquarters. Each one of these men rose to his present position through consistent hard work and will rock like willpower. It was indeed an exceptionally talented team.
Having taken up the leadership of executing the SLV3 project, I faced urgent and conflicting demands on my time for committee work, material procurement, correspondence, reviews, briefings, and for the need to be informed on a wide range of subjects. My day would start with a stroll of about 2 kilometers around the lodge I was living in. I used to prepare a general schedule during my morning walk and emphasize 2 or 3 things I would definitely like to accomplish during the day, including at least one thing that would help achieve long-term goals. Once in the office, I would clean the table first. Within the next 10 minutes, I would scan all the papers and quickly divide them into different categories. Those that required immediate action, low priority ones, ones that could be kept pending. and reading material. Then I would put the high priority papers in front of me and everything else out of sight. Coming back to SLV3, about 250 sub-assemblies and 44 major subsystems were conceived during the design. The list of materials went up to over 1 million components. A project implementation strategy had become essential to achieve sustained viability of these complex programs of 7 or 10 years duration. From his side, Professor Dhawan came up with a clear statement that all the manpower and funds at VSSC and SHAR would have to be directed to us. From our side, we evolved a matrix type of management to achieve productive interfacing with more than 300 industries. The target was that our interaction with them must lead to their technology empowerment. Three things I stressed before my colleagues: importance of design capability, goal setting, and realization, and the strength to withstand setbacks. Now, before I dwell on the finer aspects of the management of the SLV project, let me talk about the SLV3 itself. It is interesting to describe a launch vehicle. The main mechanical structure may be visualized as the body of a human being. The control and guidance systems with their associated electronics constitute the brain. The musculature comes from propellants. How are they made? What are the materials and techniques involved? A large variety of materials go into the making of a launch vehicle, both metallic and non-metallic, which include composites and ceramics. In metals, different type of stainless steel, alloys of aluminium, magnesium, copper, tungsten are used. Composite materials are composed of a mixture or combination of two or three constituents, which differ in form and material composition, and which are essential insoluble in one another. The materials which combine may be metallic, organic, or inorganic, while other materials combination possibly are virtually unlimited. The most typical composites in launch vehicles are made of structural constituents embedded in a matrix. We used a large variety of glass fiber, reinforced plastic composites, and open avenues for the entry of Kevlar, polymers, and carbon-carbon composites. Ceramics are special types of baked clay used for microwave transparent enclosures. We considered using ceramics but had to reject the idea then due to technological limitations. Through mechanical engineering, these materials are transformed into hardware. In fact, of all the engineering disciplines which feed directly into the development of rocketry, mechanical engineering is perhaps the most interesting one. Be it a sophisticated system like a liquid engine or piece of hardware as simple as a fastener. Its ultimate fabrication calls for expert mechanical engineer for precision mechanical tools. We decide to develop important technologies like welding techniques for low alloy stainless steel, electroforming techniques, and ultra precision process tooling. We also decided to make some important machine in-house like the 254 liters vertical mixture and the groove mechanical facility for our third and fourth stages. Many of our subsystems were so massive and complex that they implied sizable financial outlays. Without any hesitation, we approached industries in the private sector and developed contract management plans, which later became blueprints for many government-run science and technology business organizations. Coming to the life part of PSLV, there is the complex electrical circuitry, which sets the mechanical structure in motion. This vast spectrum of activities, encompassing simple electrical power, supplies to sophisticated instrumentation, as well as guidance and control systems in collectively referred to in aerospace research as avionics. Development efforts in avionics systems had already been initiated at VSSC in the field of digital electronics. Microwave radars and radar transponders and inertial components and systems. It is very important to know the state of the SLV when it is in flight. SLV brought a new surge of activity in the development of a variety of
transducers for measurement of physical parameters like pressure, thrust, vibration, etc. The transducers convert the physical parameters of the vehicle into electrical signals. An on-board telemetry system processes these signals suitably and transmits them into the form of radio signals to the ground stations, where they are received and deciphered back to the original information collected by them. If the systems work according to design, there is little cause for concern. But in case something goes wrong, the vehicle must be destroyed to stop it from making any unexpected moves. To ensure safety, a special telecommand system was made to destroy the rocket in case of malfunctions. An interferometer system was developed to determine the range and position of SLV as added means to the radar system. The SLV project also initiated the indigenous production of sequences which time the various events such as ignition, state separation, vehicle altitude programmers which store the information for rocket maneuvers and autopilot electronics which take appropriate decisions to steer the rocket along its predetermined path. Without the energy to propel the whole system, a launch vehicle remains grounded. A propellant is usually a combustible substance that produces heat and supplies ejection particles in a rocket engine. It is both the source of energy and a working substance for expanding energy. Because the distinction is more decisive in rocket engines, the term propellant is used primarily to describe chemicals carried by rockets for propulsive purposes. It is customary to classify propellants as either solids or liquids. We concentrated on solid propellants. A solid propellant consists essentially of three components: the oxidizer, the fuel, the additives. Solid propellants are further classified into two: composite and double case. The former consists of an oxidizer or inorganic material like ammonium perchlorate in a matrix of organic fuel like synthetic rubber. Double-based propellants were distant dreams those days, but nevertheless we dared to dream about them. All this self-sufficiency and indigenous manufacture came gradually and not always without pain. We were a team of almost self-trained engineers. In retrospect, I feel the unique blend of our untutored talent, character, and dedication suited SLV development the most. Problems surfaced regularly and almost consistently, but my team members never exhausted my patience. I recall writing after winding up a late night shift. Beautiful hands are those that do work that is earnest and brave and true, moment by moment, the long day through. Almost parallel to our work on SLV, the DRDO was preparing itself for developing an indigenous surface-to-air missile. The RATO project was abandoned because the aircraft for which it was designed became obsolete. The new aircraft did not need RATO. With the project called off, Narayanan was DRDO's logical choice to lead the team for making the missile. Unlike us at ISRO, they preferred the philosophy of one-to-one substitution rather than technology development and performance upgrading. The system-to-air missile SA-2 of Russian origin was chosen to acquire detailed knowledge of all design parameters of a proven missile and to establish thereby the necessary infrastructure required in the organization. It was the thought that once one-to-one indigenization was established, further advances in the sophisticated field of guided missiles would be a natural fallout. The project was sanctioned in February 1972 with the code name DEVIL, and funding of about rupees 5 crore was made available for the first 3 years. Almost half of it was to go in foreign exchange. By now promoted to Air Comrade,
Narayanan took over his director, DRDL. He mobilized his young laboratory located in southeastern suburbs of Hyderabad to take up this enormous task. The landscape dotted with tombs and old buildings started reverberating with new life. Narayanan was a man of tremendous energy, a man always in the bull's face. He gathered around a strong group of enthusiastic people, drawing many service officers into the predominantly civilian laboratory, totally preoccupied with the SLV affairs. My participation in the missile panel meetings gradually dwindled and then stopped altogether. However, stories about Narayanan and his devil were beginning to reach Trivandrum. A transformation of unprecedented scale was taking place there. During my association with Narayanan in the Ratto project, I had discovered that he was a hard taskmaster, one who went all out of control, mastery, and domination. I used to wonder if managers like him, who aim at getting results no matter what the price, would face a rebellion of silence and non cooperation in the long run. New Year's Day 1975 brought within an opportunity to have a first person assessment of the work going on under Narayanan's leadership. Professor N.G.K. Menon, who was working then as a scientific advisor to the defense minister, was the head of the DRDO, appointed with a review committee under the chairmanship of Dr. Brahm Prakash to evaluate the work carried out in the Devil project. I was taken into the team as a rocket specialist to evaluate the progress made in the areas of aerodynamics, structure, and propulsion of the missile. On the propulsion aspects, I was associated by Dr. Somashekar and by WGCDR P. Kamaraju. The committee members included Dr. R.P. Shenoy and Professor I.G. Sharma, who were with the review the work done on electronic systems. We met at DRDL on 1st and 2nd January 1975, followed by a second session after about 6 weeks. We visited the various department work centers and held discussions with the scientists there. I was greatly impressed by the vision of A.V. Rangarao, the dynamism of WGCDR R. Gopalaswamy, and the thoroughness of Dr. I. Achitarao, and the enterprise of G. Ganeshan, of S. Krishnan's charity of thought, and R. Balakrishna's critical eye for detail. The calm of J.C. Bhattacharya, the Lieutenant Colonel R. Swaminathan, in the face of immense complexities, was striking. The zeal and appreciation of Lieutenant Colonel V.G. Sundaram was conspicuous. They were brilliant and committed group of people, a mix of civil officers and civilian scientists who had trained themselves in the areas of their own interest and out of their driving urge to fly an Indian missile. We had a concluding meeting towards the end of March 1975 at Trivandrum. We felt that the progress in the execution of the project was adequate in respect of hardware fabrication to carry
out the philosophy of one-to-one substitution of missiles, subsystems expect in the liquid rocket area, where some more time was required to succeed. The committee was of the unanimous opinion that DRDL had achieved the twin goals of hardware, fabrications and system analysis, critically in the design and development of the ground electronics complex assigned to them. We observed that one-to-one substitution philosophy had taken precedence over the generation of design data. Consequently, many design engineers had not been able to pay adequate attention to the necessity analysis, which was the practice followed by us at VSSC. The system analysis studies carried out up to term had also been only of a preliminary nature. In all, the result accomplished were outstanding, but we still had a long way to go.
I recall a school poem. Don't worry, unfair, unfair happen. The chances are just bigger, but the best jobs haven't been started. The worst work hasn't been done. The committee made a strong recommendations to the government to give table a further go ahead. Our recommendation was accepted and the project proceeded. Back home at VSSC, SLV was taking shape. In contrast to a DRDL, which was sprint ahead, we were moving slowly. Instead of following the leader, my team was tracking towards success on several individual paths. The essence of a method of work was an emphasis of communication, particularly in the lateral direction. Among the teams, in a way, communication was my mirror for managing the gigantic project. To get the best from the team members, I spoke to them frequently on the goals and objectives of the organization, emphasizing the importance of each member's specific contributions towards the realization of these goals. At the same time, I try to be receptive to every constructive idea emanating from my subordinates and to allow it in an appropriate form for critical examination and implementation. I had written somewhere in my diary of that period. If you want to leave your footprints on the sands of time, do not drag your feet. Most of the time, communication gets confused with conversation. In fact, the two are distinctly different. I was and am a terrible conversationalist, but consider myself a good communicator. A conversation fully of precise is most often devoid of any useful information, whereas communication is meant only for the exchange of information. It's very important to realize that communication is a two-party affair which aims at passing on or receiving a specific piece of information. While working on the SLV, I used communication to promote outstanding and to come to an agreement with colleagues in defining the problems that existed and in identifying the action necessary to be taken to solve them. Authentic communication was one of the tools skillfully used in managing the project. How did I do that? To begin with, I tried to be factual and never suggested the bitter full facts. At one of the Space Science Council SSC review meetings, frustrated by the procurement delays, I erupted into an agitated complaint against the interference and red attacks of the controller of accounts and financial advisor of VSSC. I insisted that the system of work followed by the accounts staff had to change and demanded the delegation of their functions to be project done. Dr. Van Prakas was taken back by the flanks of my submission. He separated of his cigarette and walked out of the meeting. I spent the whole night regretting the pain my harsh words had caused Dr. Van Prakas. However, I was determined to fight the inferior built in the system before I find myself being dragged down with it. I asked myself a practical question. Could one live with this? Insistive bureaucratics? The answer was a big no. Then I asked myself a private question. What do I call Dr. Ramprakash more? My seemingly harsh words now, or the bushel of the SLB at large speech. Finding my heart and heart agree, I pray to God for help. Fortunately for me, Dr. Bangprakash delegated financial parts to the project the next morning. Anyone who has taken up the responsibility to lead a team can be successful only if he is sufficiently independent, powerful, and influential in his own right to become a person reckoned with this. This is perhaps also the path to individual satisfaction in life. For freedom, with responsibility is the only sound basis for personal happiness. What can one to do to strengthen personal freedom? I would like to share with you two techniques I adopt in this regard. First, by building your own education and skill, knowledge is a child success. Quite often, the most important tool in your work, the more up to date the knowledge you possess, the freer you are. Knowledge cannot be taken away from anyone except by oneself. A leader can only be free to lead his team if he keeps abreast of all that is happening around. In real time, to lead in a way is to engage in continuing education. In many countries, it is normal for professionals to go to college several nights every week. To be a successful team leader, one has to stay back after the day and 20 hours working day to emerge better equipped and ready to face a new day. The second way is to develop a passion for personal responsibility. The sovereign way to personal freedom is to help determine the forces that remain you. Be active, take on responsibility, work for the things you believe in. If you do not, you are surrendering your fate to others. The historian Eric Hamilton wrote the ancient Greece when the freedom they wished for most was freedom from responsibility. The Nathan ceased to be free and was never free again. The truth is that there is a great deal that most of us can individually do to increase our freedom. We can combat the forces that threaten to oppress us. We can fortify ourselves with the qualities and conditions that promote individual freedom. In doing so, we help to create a strong organization capable of achieving unprecedented goals.
As work on the SLV8 momentum, Professor Dhawan introduced the system of reviewing progress with the entire team involved in the project. Professor Dhawan was a man with a mission. He would effortlessly put together all the loose ends to make move smoothly. At VSSC, the review meetings presided over by Professor Devan used to be considered major events. He was a true captain of the ISRO ship, a commander, navigator, housekeeper, all rolled into one. Yet, he never pretended to know more than he did. Instead, when something appeared ambiguous, he would ask questions and discuss his doubts frankly. I remember him as a leader for whom to lead with a firm but fair hand was a moral compulsion. His mind used to be very firm once it had been decided on any issue. But before taking a decision, it used to be like clay, open to impressions until the final molding. Then the decision would be popped into potter's oven for glazing, never failing to emerge hard and tough, resistant and enduring. I had the privilege of spending a great deal of time with Professor Dava. He could hold the listener enthralled because of the logical, intellectual acumen he could bring to bear on his analysis of any subject. He had an unusual combination of degrees, a BSc in mathematics and physics, an MA in English literature, BE in mechanical engineering, MS in aeronautical engineering, followed by a PhD in aeronautics and mathematics from the California Institute of Technology, Caltech in USA. Intellectual debates with him very stimulating and could always mentally energize me and my team members. I found him full of optimism and compassion, although he often judged himself harshly. With no allowances or excuses, he was generous to a fault when it came to others. Professor Dhawan used to sternly pronounce his judgment and then pardon the contrite guilty parties. In 1975, ISRO became a government body. An ISRO council was formed consisting of directors of different work centers and senior officers in the Department of Space, DOS. This provided a symbolic link as well as a forum for participative management between the DOS, which had governmental powers, and centers which would execute the jobs. In the traditional parlance of government departments, ISRO center would have been subordinate units or attached offices, but such words were never spoken either at ISRO or DOS. Participative management, which calls for active interaction between those who wield administrative powers and the executing agencies, was a novel feature of ISRO management that would go a long way in Indian R&D organizations. The new setup brought me in contact with the TN Sheshan, the Joint Secretary in the DOS. Till then, I had a little reservation about bureaucrats, so I was not very comfortable when I first saw Sheshan participating in the SLV3 Management Board meeting. But soon it changed to admiration for Sheshan, who would meticulously go through an agenda and always come for the meetings prepared. He used to kindle the minds of scientists with his tremendous analytical capability. The first 3 years of the SLV project was the period for the revelation of many fascinating mysteries of science. Being human, ignorance has always been with us and always will be. What was new was my awareness of it, my awakening to its fathomless dimensions. I used to erroneously suppose that the function of science was to explain everything and that unexplained phenomena were the province of people like my father and Lakshmana Shastri. However, I always refrained from discussing these matters with any of my scientist colleagues, fearing that it would threaten the hegemony of their meticulously formed views. Gradually, I became aware of the difference between science and technology, between research and development. Science is inherently open ended and exploratory. Development is a closed loop. Mistakes are imperative in development and are made every day, but each mistake is used for modification, upgradation, or betterment. Probably the creator created engineers to make scientists achieve more. For each time scientists come up with a thoroughly researched and fully comprehended solution, engineers show them yet another new, yet one more possibility. I caution my team against becoming scientists. Science is a passion, a never ending voyage into promises and possibilities. We had only limited time and limited funds. Our making the SLV depended upon our awareness of our own limits. I preferred existing workable solutions, which would be the best options.
Nothing that is new comes into time-bound projects without its own problems. In my opinion, project leaders should always work with proven technologies in most of the system as far as possible and experiment only from multiple resources.
The SLV3 project had been formulated in such a way that the major technology work centers, both at VSSSC and at SHAR, could handle propellant production, rocket motor testing, and launch of any large diameter rocket. As participants in the SLV3 project, we set three milestones for ourselves: development and flight qualification of all subsystems through sounding rockets by 1975, suborbital flights by 1976, and the final orbital flight in 1978. The work tempo had picked up now, and the atmosphere was charged with excitement. Wherever I went, our teams had something interesting to show me. A large number of things were being done for the first time in the country, and the ground level technicians had no prior exposure to this kind of work. I saw new performance dimension growing among my team members. Performance dimensions are factors that lead to creation. They go beyond competencies such as the skills and knowledge of the individual. Performance dimensions are broader and deeper than what a person must know and be able to do in order to function well in his or her job. They include attitudes, values, and character traits. They exist at various levels of the human personality. At the behavioral level, at the outermost ring of the tree, we can observe skills and measure knowledge. Social roles and self-image dimensions are found at the intermediate level. Motives and traits exist at the innermost or core level. If we can identify those performance dimensions which are mostly highly correlated with the job success, we can put them together to form a blueprint for outstanding performance in both thought and action. Although
Fuji
SLV3
rocket motor
was still in
system,
the
which
future,
would use
its
high energy
subsystems were being
propellants.
completed.
Another task was
In June 1974, we used the Centaur sounding rocket launch to test some of our critical systems. A scaled down heat shield of SLV, rate gyro unit, and vehicle attitude programmer were integrated into the Centaur rocket. The three systems involved wide ranging expertise, composite materials, control engineering, and software, none of them ever having been tried before in the country. The test was a complete success. Until then, the Indian space program had not gone beyond sounding rockets, and even knowledgeable people were not ready to see and acknowledge its efforts as anything more serious than fiddling around with meteorological instruments. For the first time, we inspired the confidence of the nation. Prime Minister Indira Gandhi told Parliament on 24 July 1974, the development and fabrication of relevant technologies, subsystems, and hardware to make India's first satellite launch vehicle are progressing satisfactorily. A number of industries are engaged in the fabrication of components. The first orbital flight by India is scheduled to take place in 1978. Like any other act of creation, the creation of the SLV3 also had its painful moments. One day, when my team and I were totally engrossed in the preparation of the static test of the first stage motor, the news of a death in the family reached me. My brother-in-law and mentor, Janab Ahmad Jalaluddin, was no more. For a couple of minutes, I was immobilized. I could not think, could not feel anything. When I could focus on my surroundings once more and attempted to participate in the work, I found myself talking incoherently, and then I realized that with Jalaluddin, a part of me had passed away too. A vision of my childhood reappeared before me. Evening walks around the Rameshwaram temple, shining sand and dancing tides in the moonlight, stars looking down from an unlit sky on a new moonlight, Jalaluddin showing me the horizon sinking into the sea, arranging money for my books, and seeing me off at Santa Cruz Airport. I felt I had been thrown into a whirlpool of time and space. My father,
By now, more than 100 years old, pallbearer for his son-in-law who had been half his age, the bereft soul of my sister Zohara, her wounds from the loss of her 4-year-old son still raw, these images came before my eyes in a blur, too terrible for me to comprehend. I leaned on the assembly's jig, composed myself, and left a few instructions with Dr. S. Srinivasan, Deputy Project Director, to carry on with the work in my absence. Traveling overnight in a combination of district buses, I reached Rameshwaram only the next day. During this time, I did my best to free myself from the very past which appeared to have come to an end with Jalaluddin. But the moment I reached my house, grief assailed me afresh. I had no words for Zahra or for my niece Mehboob, both of whom were crying uncontrollably. I had no tears to shed. We sorrowfully put Jalaluddin's body to rest. My father held my hands for a long time. There were no tears in his eyes either. Do you not see, Abul, how the Lord lengthens the shadows? Had it been his will, he could have made them constant. But he makes the sun their guide. Little by little, he shortens them. It is he who has made the night a mantle for you and sleep a rest. Jalaluddin has gone into a long sleep, a dreamless sleep, a complete rest of all his being within simple unconsciousness. Nothing will befall us except what Allah has ordained. He is our guardian. In Allah, my son, put your trust. He slowly closed his wrinkled eyelids and went into a trance-like state. Death has never frightened me. After all, everyone has to go one day. But perhaps Jalaluddin went a little too early, a little too soon. I could not bring myself to stay for long at home. I felt the whole of my inner self drowning in a sort of anxious agitation.
Inner conflicts between my personal and my professional life. For many days back in Tumba, I felt a sense of futility I had never known before about everything I was doing. I had long talks with Professor Thawar. He told me that my progress on the SLB project would bring me solace. The confusion would first lessen and would later pass away altogether. He drew my attention to the wonders of technology and its achievements. Gradually, the hardware began emerging from the drawing boards. Shashi Kumar built a very effective network of fabrication work centers. Within days of getting a component drawing, he would embark on the fabrication with what was available. Nambudiri and Pillai were spending their days and nights at the propulsion laboratory developing 4 rocket motors simultaneously. MSR Dev and Sandlas drew up meticulous plans for mechanical and electrical integration of the vehicle. Madhavan Nair and Murthy examined the systems developed by the VSSC Electronics Laboratories and engineered them into flight subsystems wherever it was possible. US Singh brought up the first launch ground system comprising of telemetry, telecommand and radar. He also chalked out a detailed work plan with Shah for the flight trials. Dr. Sundar Rajan closely monitored mission objectives and concurrently updated the systems. Dr. Srinivasan, a competent launch vehicle designer, discharged all my complementary and supplementary functions as the SLV Deputy Project Director. He noticed what I had overlooked, heard the points I failed to listen to, and suggested possibilities that I had not so much as visualized. We learned the hard way that the biggest problem of the project management is to achieve a regular and efficient interfacing between the different individuals and work centers. Hard work can be set at naught in the absence of proper coordination. I had the fortune of having Y.S. Rajan from the ISRO headquarters as my friend in those times. Rajan was a universal friend. His friendship embraced with equal warmth turners, fitters, and electricians and drivers, as well as scientists,
engineers, contractors, and bureaucrats. Today, when the press calls me a welder of people, I attribute this to Rajat. His close interaction with different work centers created such a harmony in SLV affairs that the fine threads of individual efforts were woven into a mighty fabric of great strength. In 1976, my father passed away. He had been in poor health for quite some time due to his advanced age. The death of Jalaluddin had also taken a toll on his health and spirit. He had lost his desire to live. As though after seeing Jalaluddin returns to his divine source, he too had become eager to return to his. Whenever I learned about my father's indifferent health, I would visit Rameshwaram with a good city doctor. Every time I did so, he would chide me for my unnecessary concern and lecture me on the expenses incurred on the doctor. You have visitors enough for me to get well. Why bring a doctor and spend money on his fees? He would ask. This time he had gone beyond the capabilities of any doctor, care, or money. My father, Jainulabdin, who had lived on Rameshwaram Island for 102 years, had passed away, leaving behind 15 grandchildren and one great grandson. He had led an exemplary life. Sitting alone on the night after the burial, I remembered a poem written on the death of Yeats by his friend Oden and felt as if it was written for my father. Earth, receive an honored guest. William is laid to rest. In the prison of his days, teach the free man how to praise. In worldly terms, it was the death of just another old man. No public mourning was organized. No flags were lowered to half mast. No newspaper carried an obituary for him. He was not a politician, a scholar, or a businessman. He was a plain and a transparent man. My father pursued the supreme value, the good. His life inspired the growth of all that was benign and angelic, wise and noble. It became the first missile to exceed the speed of sound. My father had always reminded me of the legendary Abu Ben Adam, who, waking one night from a deep dream of peace, saw an angel writing in a book of gold the names of those who loved the Lord. Abu asked the angel if his own name was on the list. The angel replied in the negative. Disappointed but still cheerful, Abu said, write my name down as one that loves his fellow men. The angel wrote and vanished. The next night, it came again with a great awakening light and showed the names of those whom the love of God had blessed. And Abu's name was the first on the list. I sat for a long time with my mother, but could not speak. She blessed me in a chalk voice when I took leave of her to return to Tumba. She knew that she was not to leave the house of her husband, of which she was the custodian, and was not to live with her there. Both of us had to live out our own destinies. Was I too stubborn, or was I excessively preoccupied with the SLB? Should I not have forgotten for a while my own affairs in order to listen to her? I regretfully realized this only when she passed away soon afterwards. The SLV 3 Apogee rocket developed as a common upper stage with diamond scheduled to be flight tested in France was mired in a series of knotty problems. I had to rush to France to sort them out. Before I could depart, late in the afternoon, I was informed that my mother had passed away. I took the first available bus to Nagarkoil. From there, I traveled to Rameshwaram, spending a whole night in the train and performed the last rites the next morning. Both the people who had formed me had left for their heavenly abode. The departed had reached the end of their journey. The rest of us had to continue walking the weary road, and life had to go on. I prayed in the mosque my father had once taken me to every evening. I told him that my mother could not have lived longer in the world without the care and love of her husband, and therefore had preferred to join him. I begged his forgiveness. They carried out the task I designed for them with great care, dedication, and honesty, and came back to me. Why are you mourning their day of accomplishment? Concentrate on the assignments that
and proclaim my glory through your deeds. Nobody had said these words, but I heard them loud and clear. An inspiring aphorism in the Quran on the passing away of soul filled my mind. Your wealth and children are only temptation, whereas Allah with him is an eternal award. I came out of the mosque with my mind at peace and proceeded to the railway station. I always remember that when the call for namaz sounded, our home would transform into a small mosque. My father and my mother leading, and the children and grandchildren following. The next morning, I was back at Tumba, physically exhausted, emotionally shattered, but determined to fulfill our ambition of flying an Indian rocket motor on foreign soil. On my return from France, after successfully testing the SLV-3 apogee motor, Dr. Brahm Prakash informed me one day about the arrival of Werner von Braun. Everybody working in rocketry known of von Braun, who made the lethal V-2 missile that devastated London in the Second World War. In the final stages of the war, von Braun was captured by the Allied forces. As a tribute to his genius, von Braun was given a top position in the rocketry program at NASA. Working for the US Army, von Braun produced the landmark Jupiter missile, which was the first IRBM with a 3,000-kilometer range. When I was asked by Dr. Brahm Prakash to receive von Braun at Madras and escort him to Tumba, I was naturally excited. The V-2 missile The V-2 missile was by far the greatest single achievement in the history of rockets and missiles. It was a culmination of the efforts made by von Braun and his team in the VFR in the 1920s. What had begun as a civilian effort soon became an official army one, and von Braun became the technical director of the German missile laboratory at Kammersdorf. The first V-2 missile was first tested unsuccessfully in June 1942. It toppled over onto its side and exploded. But on 16 August 1942, it became the first missile to exceed the speed of sound. Under the supervision of von Braun, more than 10,000 V-2 missiles were produced between April and October 1944 at the gigantic underground production unit near Northersum in Germany. That I would be traveling with this man, a scientist, a designer, a production engineer, an administrator, a technology manager, all rolled into one. What more could I have asked for? We flew in an Avro aircraft, which took around 90 minutes from Madras to Trivandrum. Von Braun asked me about our work and listened as if he was just another student of rocketry. I never expected the father of modern rocketry to be so humble, receptive, and encouraging. He made me feel comfortable right through the flight. It was hard to imagine that I was talking to a giant of missile systems, as he was so self-effacing. He observed that the length to diameter LD ratio of the SLV-3, which was designed to be 22, was on the higher side and cautioned me about the aeroelastic problems which must be avoided during flights. Having spent the major part of his working life in Germany, how did he feel in America? I asked this von Braun, who had become a cult figure in the States after creating the Saturn rocket in the Apollo mission, which put a man on the moon. America is a country of greatest possibilities, but they look upon everything un-American with suspicion and contempt. They suffer from a deep-rooted NIH not invented here, complex and look down on aligned technology. If you want to do anything in rocketry, do it yourself. Von Braun advised me. He commended SLV3 is a genuine Indian design and you may be having your own troubles. But you should always remember that we don't just build on success, we also build on failures. On the topic of inevitable hard work that goes with rocket development and the degree of commitment involved, he smiled and said with glint of mischief in his eyes, hard work is not enough in rocketry. It is not a sport where mere hard work can fetch your honors. Here, not only do you have to have a goal, but you have to have strategies to achieve it as fast as possible. Total commitments is not just hard work, it is total involvement. Building a rock wall is back-breaking work. There are some people who build rock walls all their lives, and when they die, there are miles of walls, new testimonials to how hard those people hard work. He continued, but there are other men who, while placing one rock on top of another, have a vision in their minds, a goal. It may be a terrace with roses climbing over the rock walls and chairs set out for lazy summer days. Or the rock wall may enclose an apple orchard or mark a boundary. When they finish, they have more than a wall. It is a goal that makes the difference. Do not make rocketry your profession, your livelihood. Make it your religion, your mission. Did I see something of Professor Vikram Sarabhai in Von Braun? It made me happy to think so. With 3 deaths in the family in as many successive years, I needed total commitment to my work in order to keep performing. I want to throw all my beings into creation of the SLV. I felt as if I had discovered the path I was meant to follow, God's mission for me and my purpose on this earth. During this period, it was as though I had pushed a whole button. No badminton in the evening, no more weekends or holidays, no family, no relations, not even any friends outside the SLV circle. To succeed in your mission, you must have single-minded devotion to your goal. Individuals like myself are often called workaholics. I question this term because that implies a pathological condition or an illness. If I do that, which I desire more than anything else in the world and which makes me happy, such work can never be an aberration. Words from the 26th Psalm come to mind while I work. Examine me, O Lord, and prove me. Total commitment is crucial quality for those who want to reach the very top of their profession. The desire to work at optimum capacity leaves hardly any room for anything else. I have had people with me who would scoff at the 40 hours a week job they were being paid for. I have known others who used to work
15, 18, and even 100 hours a week because they found their work exciting and rewarding. Total commitment is the common denominator among all successful men and women. Are you able to manage the stresses you encounter in your life? The differences between an energetic and a confused person is the difference in the way their minds handle their experiences. Man needs his difficulties because they are necessary to enjoy success. All of us carry some sort of super intelligence within us. Let it be stimulated to enable us to examine our deepest thoughts, desires, and beliefs. Once you have done this, charge yourself, as it were, with your commitment to your work. You also need good health and boundless energy. Climbing to the top demands strength, whether to the top of Mount Everest or to the top of your career. People are born with different energy reserves, and the one who tires first and burns out easily will do well to recognize his or her life at the earliest. In 1979, a 6 member team was preparing the flight version of a complex second stage control system for its static test and evaluation. The team was in countdown mode at T15 minutes. One of the 12 valves did not respond during checkout.
Anxiety drove the members of the team to the test site to look into the problem. Suddenly, the oxidizer tank filled with red fuming nitric acid burst, causing severe acid burns to the team members. And it was very traumatic experience to see the suffering of the injured. Kurup and I rushed to the Trivandrum Medical College Hospital and begged to have one colleague admitted as 6 beds were not available in the hospital at that point of time. Shivaramakrishnan Nair was one among the 6 persons injured. The acid had burned his body at a number of places. By the time we got a bed in the hospital, he was in a severe pain. I kept vigil at his bedside. Around 3 o'clock in the morning, Shivaramakrishnan regained consciousness. His first words expressed regret over the mishap and assured me that he would make up the slippage in schedules caused by the accident. His sincerity and optimism, even in the midst of such severe pain, impressed me deeply. Men like Shivaramakrishnan are a breed apart. They are the strivers, always reaching higher than the last time. And with their social and family life welding to their dream, they find the rewards of their drive overwhelming, the inherent joy of being in flow. And this event greatly enhanced my confidence in my team, a team that would stand like a rock in success and failure. I have used the word flow at many places without really elaborating its meaning. What is this flow? And what are these joys? I could call them moments of magic. I see an analogy between these moments and the high that you experience when you play a badminton or go jogging. Flow is a sensation we experience when we act with a total involvement. During flow, action follows action according to an internal logic that seems to need no conscious intervention on the part of the worker. There is no hurry, there are no distracting demands on one's attention. The past and the future disappear. So does the distinction between self and the activity. We had all come under the current of the SLV flow. Although we were working very hard, we were very relaxed, energetic, and fresh. How did it happen? Who had created this flow? Perhaps it was the meaningful organization of the purposes we sought to achieve. We would identify the broadest possible purpose level and then work towards developing a feasible target solution from a variety of alternatives. It was this working backwards to develop a creative change in the problem solution that used to put us in flow. When the SLB3 hardware started emerging, our ability to concentrate increased. I felt a tremendous surge of confidence in complete control over myself and over the SLB3 project. Flow is a byproduct of controlled creativity. The first requirement is to work as hard as you can at something that presents a challenge and is approved by your heart. It may not be an overwhelming challenge, but one that stretches you a little, something that makes you realize that you are performing a task better today than you did it yesterday, or the last time you tried to do it. Another prerequisite for being in flow is the availability of a significant span of uninterrupted time. In my experience, it is difficult to switch into the flow state in less than half an hour. And it is almost impossible if you are bedeviled by interruptions. Is it possible to switch yourself into flow by using some sort of a conditioning device in much the same way that we condition ourselves to learn effectively? The answer is yes. And the secret is to analyze previous occasions when you have been in flow, because each person has his or her unique natural frequency which responds to a particular stimulus. You alone can identify the common denominator in your case. Once you have isolated this common denominator, you can set the stage for flow. I have experienced this state many times, almost every day of the SLV mission. There have been days in the laboratory when I have looked up to find the laboratory empty and realized that it was way past the quitting time. On other days, my team members and I have been so caught up in our work that the lunch hour slipped by without our even being conscious that we were hungry. Analyzing such occasions in retrospect, I find them similar in the sense that this flow was experienced when the project was nearing completion or when the project had reached the phase when all the necessary data had been gathered and we were ready to start summing up the problem, outlining the demands made by conflicting criteria and the various positions presented by opposing interests and making our recommendations for action. I also realized that this tended to happen on days that were relatively quiet in the office with no crisis or meetings. Such spells increased steadily in frequency, and the SLV-3 dream was finally realized in the middle of 1979. We had scheduled the first experimental flight trial of SLV-3 for 10th August 1979. The primary goals of the mission were to realize a fully integrated launch vehicle to evaluate onboard systems like stage motors, guidance and control systems, and electronic subsystems, and to evaluate ground systems like
checkout, tracking, telemetry, and in launch operations built at the Sriharikota Launch Complex. The 23-meter long, four-stage SLV rocket weighing 17 tons finally took off elegantly at 758 hours and immediately started following its program trajectory. Stage 1 performed to perfection. There was a smooth transition from this stage to the second stage. We were spellbound to see our hopes flying in the form of the SLV-3. Suddenly, the spell was broken. The second stage went out of control. The flight was terminated after 317 seconds, and the vehicle's remains, including my favorite fourth stage with a payload splashed into the sea 560 kilometers off Sriharikota. The incident caused us profound disappointment. I felt a strange mix of anger and frustration. Suddenly, I felt my legs become so stiff that they ached. The problem was not with my body. Something was happening in my mind. The premature death of my hovercraft Nandi, the abandoning of the RETO, the abortion of the SLV Diamond fourth stage, all came alive in a flash like a long buried phoenix rising from its ashes. Over the years, I had somehow learned to absorb these aborted endeavors, had come to terms with them, and pursued fresh dreams. That day, I relived each of those setbacks in my deep despondency. What do you suppose could be the cause of it? Somebody asked me in the blockhouse. I tried to find an answer, but I was too tired to try and think it out, and gave up the effort as futile. The launch was conducted in the early morning, preceded by a full night's countdown. Moreover, I had hardly had any sleep in the past week, completely drained, mentally as well as physically. I went straight to my room and slumped onto the bed. A gentle touch on my shoulder woke me up. It was late in the afternoon, almost approaching evening. I saw Dr. Brahmata Prakash sitting by my bedside. What about going for lunch? He asked. I was deeply touched by his affection and concern. I found out later that Dr. Brahm Prakash had come to my room twice before that but had gone away on finding me asleep. He had waited all that time for me to get up and have lunch with him. I was sad, but not alone. The company of Dr. Brahm Prakash filled me with a new confidence. He made light conversation during the meal, carefully avoiding the SLV-3, but gently providing me solace. Dr. Brahm Prakash helped me enter this difficult period. In practice, Dr. Brahm Prakash employed the frontline damage control principle. Just get the fellow home alive. He will recover. He drew the entire SLV team close and demonstrated to me that I was not alone in my sorrow at the SLV-3's failure. All your comrades are standing by you, he said. This gave me vital emotional support, encouragement, and guidance. A post-flight review conducted on 11th August 1979 was attended by more than 70 scientists. A detailed technical appraisal of the failure was completed. Later, the post-flight analysis committee, headed by S.K. Adithan, pinpointed the reasons for the malfunction of the vehicle. It was established that the mission occurred because of the failure of the second stage control system. No control force was available during the second stage flight, due to which the vehicle became aerodynamically unstable, resulting in altitude and velocity loss. This caused the vehicle to fall into the sea even before the other stages could ignite. Further in-depth
Analysis of the second stage failure identified the reason as the draining of a good amount of red fuming nitric acid, used as the oxidizer for the fuel power at that stage. Consequently, when the control force was demanded, only fuel was injected, resulting in zero force. A solenoid valve in the oxidizer tank remaining open due to contamination after the first command at T8 minutes was identified as the reason for the draining of RFNA. The findings were presented to Professor Dhawan at a meeting of top ISRO scientists and were accepted. Everybody was convinced by the technical cause and effect sequence presented, and there was a general feeling of satisfaction about the whole exercise of failure management measures taken. I was still unconvinced, though, and felt restless. To me, the level of responsibility is measured by one's ability to confront the decision-making process without any delay or distraction. On the spur of the moment, I stood up and addressed Professor Dhawan. Sir, even though my friends have technically justified the failure, I take the responsibility for judging the RFNA leak detected during the final phase of countdown as insignificant. As a mission director, I should have put the launch on hold and saved the flight if possible. In a similar situation abroad, the mission director would have lost his job. I therefore take responsibility for the SLV-3 failure. For quite some time, there was a pin drop silence in the hall. Then Professor Dhawan got up and said, I am going to put Kalam in orbit, and left the place, signaling that the meeting was over. The pursuit of science is a combination of great elation and great despair. I went over many such episodes in my mind. Johannes Kepler, whose three orbital laws form a basis of space research, took nearly 17 years after formulating the two laws about planetary motion around the sun to enunciate his third law, which gives the relation between the size of the elliptical orbit and the length of time it takes for the planet to go around the sun. How many failures and frustrations must he have gone through? The idea that man could land on the moon, developed by Russian mathematician Konstantin Tsiolsky, was realized after nearly 4 decades, and by the United States at that Professor Chandrasekhar had to wait nearly 50 years before receiving the Nobel Prize for his discovery of the Chandrasekhar limit, a discovery made while he was a graduate student at Cambridge in the 1930s. If his work has been recognized then, it would have led to the discovery of the black hole decades earlier. How many failures must Von Braun have gone through before the Saturn launch vehicle put man on the moon? These thoughts help to give me the ability to withstand apparently irreversible setbacks. Early in November 1979, Dr. Brahm Prakash retired. He had always been my sheet anchor in the turbulent waters of VSSC. His belief in team spirit had inspired the management pattern for the SLV project, which later became a blueprint for all scientific projects in the country. Dr. Brahm Prakash was a very wise counselor who gave me valuable guidance whenever I deviated from my mission objectives. Dr. Brahm Prakash not only reinforced the traits which I had acquired from Professor Sarabhai, but also helped me give them new dimensions. He always cautioned me against haste. Big scientific projects are like mountains, which should be climbed with a little effort as possible and without urgency. The reality of your own nature should determine your speed. If you become restless, speed up. If you become tense and high strung, slow down. You should climb the mountain in a state of equilibrium. When each task of your project is not just a means to an end, but a unique event in itself.
then you are doing it well. He would tell me the echo of Dr. Brahmpragash's advice could be heard in Emerson's poem on Brahma. If the red slayer think he slays, or if the slain think he is slain, they not well the subtle ways I keep and pass and turn again. To live only for some unknown future is superficial. It is like climbing a mountain to reach the peak without experiencing its sides. The sides of the mountain sustain life, not the peak. This is where things grow, experience is gained, and technologies are mastered. The importance of the peak lies only in the fact that it defines the sides. So I went on towards the top, but always experiencing the sides. I had a long way to go, but I was in no hurry. I went in little steps, just one step after another, but each step towards the top. At every stage, the SLV3 team was blessed with some extraordinarily courageous people. Along with Sudhakar and Shivakami Krishnan, there was also Shivakami Nathan. He was entrusted with bringing the C-band transponder from Trivandrum to Shah from integration from the SLV3. The transponder is a device fitted with the rocket system to give the radar signals which are powerful enough to help it track the vehicle from the takeoff site to the final impact point. The SLV3 launch schedule was dependent on the arrival and integration of this equipment. On landing at the Madras airport, the aircraft which Shivakami was traveling in skidded and overshot the runway. Dense smoke engulfed the aircraft. Everyone jumped out of the aircraft through emergency exits and desperately fought to save themselves, all except Shivakami, who stayed in the aircraft till he removed the transponder from his baggage. He was among the last few persons, the others being mostly aircraft crew, to emerge from the smoke, and he was hugging the transponder close to his chest. Another incident from those days that I recall clearly relates to Professor Dhawan's visit to the SLV3 assembly building. Professor Dhawan, Madhavan Nair, and I were discussing some finer aspects of the SLV3 integration. The vehicle was kept on the launcher in a horizontal position. When we were moving around and examining the readiness of the integrated hardware, I noticed the presence of big water pots for extinguishing fire in case of an accident. For some reason, I felt uncomfortable at the sight of pots facing the SLV on the launcher. I suggested to Madhavan Nair
that we could rotate both so that they were apart by a full 180 degree. This would prevent the freak possibility of water gushing out and damaging the rocket. To our surprise, within minutes out of Madhavan Nair getting the ports reversed, powerful water jets gushed out of the ports. The vehicle safety officer had ensured the functioning of the fighting system without realizing that it could have wrecked the entire rocket. This was a lesson in foresight, or did we have divine protection? On 17 July 1980, 30 hours before the launch of the second SLV3, the newspapers were filled with all kinds of predictions. One of the newspapers reported the project director is missing and could not be contacted. Many reports preferred to trace the history of the first SLV3 flight and was recalled how the third stage has failed to ignite because of lack of fuel and the rocket had nosedived into the ocean. Some highlighted SLV3's possible military implications in terms of acquiring the capability of building IRBMS. Some were a general prognosis of all that allied our country and related it to SLV3. I knew that the next day's launch was going to decide the future of Indian space program. In fact, to put it simply, the eyes of the whole nation were on us. In the early hours of the next day, 18 July 1980, at 0803 hours, to be precise, India's first satellite launch vehicle, SLV-3, lifted off from SHAR. At 600 seconds before takeoff, I saw the computer displaying data about stage 4 giving the required velocity to the Roshni satellite to enter its orbit. Within next 2 minutes, Roshni was set into motion in a low Earth orbit. I spoke in the midst of screeching decibels, the most important words I had ever uttered in my life. Mission director calling all stations, stand by an important announcement. All stages perform to mission requirements. The fourth stage, approach motor, has given the required velocity to put Roshni satellite into orbit. There were happy cries everywhere. When I came out of the blockhouse, I was lifted onto the shoulders of my jubilant colleagues and carried in a procession. The whole nation was excited. India had made its entry into the small group of nations which possessed satellite launch capability. Newspapers carried news of the event in their headlines. Radios and television stations aired special programs. Parliament greeted the achievement with a thumping of desks. It was both the culmination of a national dream and the beginning of a very important phase in our nation's history. Professor Satish Dhawan, Chairman ISRO, threw his customary godliness to the winds and announced that it was now well within our ability to explore space. Prime Minister Indira Gandhi cabled her congratulations, but the most important reaction was that of the Indian scientific community. Everybody was proud of this 100% indigenous effort. I experienced mixed feelings. I was happy to achieve the success which had been evading me for the past 2 decades. But I was sad because the people who had inspired me were no longer to share my joy, my father, my brother-in-law Jalaluddin, and Professor Sarabhai. The credit for the successful SLV-3 flight goes first to the giants of the Indian space program, Professor Sarabhai in particular, who had preceded this effort, next to the hundreds of VSSC personnel who had so sure willpower through the mettle of our countrymen, and also not least to Professor Dhawan and Mr. Brahm Prakash, who had led the project. We had a late dinner that evening. Gradually, the din and clatter of the celebrations calmed down. I retired to my bed with almost no energy left. Through the open window, I could see the moon. Among the clouds, the sea breeze seems to reflect the buoyancy of the mood on Sriharikota Island that day. Within a month of SLV-3 success, I visited the Nehru Science Center in Bombay for a day in response to an invitation to share my experience with SLV-3. There I received a telephone call from Professor Dhawan in Delhi asking me to join him the next morning. We were to meet Prime Minister Mrs. Indira Gandhi. My hosts at Nehru Center were kind enough to arrange my tickets to Delhi, but I had a small problem. It had to do with my clothes. I was dressed casually as in my wont and wearing slippers, not by any standards of etiquette. Suitable attire in which to meet Prime Minister. When I told Professor Dhawan about this problem, he told me not to worry about my dress. You are beautifully clothed in your success, he echoed. Professor Dhawan and I arrived at Parliament House Annex the next morning. A meeting of the parliamentary panel on science and technology chaired by Prime Minister was scheduled. There were about 30 members of the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha in the room, which was lit by the majestic chandelier Professor M.G.K. Menon and Dr. Nag Chaudhary were also present. Srimati Gandhi spoke to the members about the success of SLV-3 and lauded our achievement. Professor Dhawan thanked the gathering for the encouragement given by them to space research in the country and expressed the gratitude of the ISRO scientists and engineers. Suddenly, I saw Srimati Gandhi smiling at me and she said, "Kalam, we would like to hear speak." I was surprised by the request of Professor Dhawan and had already addressed the gathering. Hesitantly, I rose and responded, "I'm indeed honored to be in this great gathering of nation builders. I only know how to build a rocket system in our country, which would inject a satellite built in our country by imparting it to the velocity of 25,000 kilometers per hour." There were thunderous applause. I thanked the members for giving me an opportunity to work on the project like SLV-3 and prove the scientific strength of our country. The entire room was irradiated with happiness. Now that project SLV3 had been successfully completed, VSSC had to reorganize its resources and redefine its goals. I wanted to be relieved of the project activities and consequently, Ved Prakash Candles from my team was made the project director for SLV3 continuation project, which aimed at making operational satellite launch vehicles of a similar class. With a view to upgrade SLV3 by means of certain technological innovations, the development of augmented satellite launch vehicles had been on.
Cards for the some time. The aim was to enhance the SLV plane load capabilities from the 40 kgs to 150 kg. MSR Dev from my team was appointed project director. ASLV then to reach the sun scientific orbit. A PSLV was to be made. The geosatellite launch vehicle was also if safe, though as the distant dream. I took up the position of directors, aerospace dynamic and design group, so that I could configure the forthcoming launch vehicle and technology development. The exciting BSSC infrastructure was in advocate in handle the size and the weight of the future launch vehicle systems and the implementation of all these projects was going to require highly specialized facilities. Now sites were identified for the expanded activities of BSSC and with your Guru and Belibala. Dr. Srinivasan were drew up to the detailed plan of the facilities. Meanwhile, I carried out an analysis of the application of SLV3 and it worked with the Sivatharu Pillai and compared the exciting launch vehicle of the world for missile application. We established that the SLV3 solid world of missiles application rocket system would meet the national requirement of the payload delivery vehicle. So for the short and intermediate ranges, we contended that the development of an additional solid booster of 1.8 meter diameter with the 36 tons of parallel along with the SLV3 subsystems would meet the ICBM requirement. This proposal was, however, never considered. It nevertheless proved that the way for the formulations of the re-entry experiment, which is much later become a entity. The next SLV3 flights, SLV3DI, took off on 31st May 1981. I witnessed this flight from the visitors gallery. This was the first time I witnessed a launch from the outside of the control center. The unpredictable truth I had to face was by becoming the focus of the media attention. I had posed envy among some of my senior colleagues, all of whom had equally contributed to the success of SLV3. Was I heard at the coldness of the new environment? Perhaps yes, but I was willing to accept what I couldn't change. I have never lived off the profit of others. My life in keeping with my nature has never been that of the restless achiever. Then SLV3 was made not by the force and multiplication, but through considered collective efforts. Then why this sense of a bitterness? Was I peculiar to the VSSC top level of universal reality? As the scientist, I was trained to reason out reality. In science, reality is that which exists as and because this bitterness was real, I had to reason it out. But can these things be resound out? Were my post SLB experiences leading me into the critical situation? Yes or no? Yes, because the glory of SLB3 had not gone to anywhere. Who deserved it? But hardly anything could have been done about that. No, because a situation can be considered critical for a person only when realizations of the internal necessity becomes impossible. And the certainty was not the case. In fact, the concept of the conflict is built upon the basic idea. It is retrospect. I can only say that I was fully aware of the great need of actualizations and renewal. In January 1981, I was invited by the Dr. Bhagiratha Rao of a high altitude laboratory. Now, the Defense Electronic Application Laboratory, Dehradun, to give a lecture on the SLV-3. The renowned nuclear scientist, Professor Raja Ramana, who had always admired and who was the scientific advisor to the Defense Ministry, insist over the gathering. He spoke on India's effort of a generating nuclear energy and the challenger is conducting the first nuclear test for the peaceful purpose. As I had been so closely involved with the SLV-3, it was a natural that I was soon in full spec about the letter. Professor Raja Ramana invited me for the private meeting over tea. The first things that struck me when I was Professor Ramanan was his genuine pleasure at meeting me. There was an eagerness in his talk. He immediate sympathetic friendliness accompanied by the quick, graceful movement. This really brought back memories of my first meeting with Professor Sarabhai. As if it was yesterday, the world of Professor Sarabhai was internally simply and externally easy. Each of us working with him was driven by the single-minded need to create and live under the condition which made the objects of the need directly accessible. Sarabhai's world was tailor-made to our dream. It had neither too much nor too little of anything needed by any one of us. We could divide it in by our requirement without a reminder. My world by now had no simplicity left in it. It had become an internally complex and externally difficult world. My efforts in the rocketry and in achieving the goal of making indigenous rocket were impeded by external obstacle and complicated by internal wavering. I was aware that it required a special effort of the will of sustains my trajectory. The conditions of my presence with my past had already been jeopardized. The coordinations of my present with my future was uppermost in my mind when I went to have tea with Professor Ramana. It did not take long to come to the point. The Devil missile programs had been severed with the speed of a tremendous achievement made by the Narayan and his team at the DRLDL. The entire program of a military rocket was reeling under the precedent apathy. The DRDO needed somebody to take command of their missile programs, which had been stuck at the drawing board and statics test bad stages for the point of while. Professor Ramana asked me if I would like to join the DRDL and shoulder the responsibility of the shaping their guided missile development program. Professor Ramana proposal of a mixture of emotion in me. Well, again, would I have such an opportunity to consider all our knowledge of rocketry and apply it? I felt honored by the stream in which Professor Ramana had me. He had been guiding straight behind the Pokhran nuclear test, and I was thrilled by the impact he had helped create on the and outside world about the India's technical competence. I knew I would not be able to refuse him. Professor Ramana advised me to talk to Professor Dhawan on this issue so that he could work out the release of the by transfer from the SRO to TRLDL. I met Professor Dhawan on 14 January 1981. He gave me the patient's hearing with his typing puncture for the weighing everything carefully to make sure he didn't miss a point. A markedly pleasant expressions came to his face. He said, I am pleased with their appraisal of my man's work. He then smiled. I have never met.
Anyone with a smile quite like Professor Dhawan's, a soft white cloud. You could picture it in any shape you wanted to. I wondered how I should proceed. Should I formally apply for the post so that DRDL could send the appointment order? I inquired of Professor Dhawan. No, don't pressurize them. Let me talk to the top level management during the next visit to New Delhi. Professor Devan said, I don't. You have always had one foot in DRDO. Now your whole center of gravity seems to have shifted towards them. Perhaps what Professor Devan was telling me had an element of truth in it, but my heart had always been at ISRO. Was he really unaware of that? Republic Day, 1981, brought with it a pleasant surprise. On the evening of 25th January, Mahadevan, secretary to Professor U.R. Rao, rang up from Delhi to inform me about the Home Ministry announcement about the conferment of the Padma Bhushan Award on me. The next important call was from Professor Dhawan to congratulate me. I felt blissfully elated as it was from my guru. I rejoiced with Professor Dhawan at his receiving the Padma Vibhushan and I congratulated him wholeheartedly. I then rang up Dr. Brahm Prakash and thanked him. Dr. Brahm Prakash chided me for the formality and said, I feel as if my son has got the award. I was so deeply touched by Dr. Brahm Prakash's affection that I could no longer keep my emotions in check. I filled my room with the music of Bismillah Khan's Shehnai. The music took me to another time, another place. I visited Rameshwaram and hugged my mother. My father ran his caring fingers through my hair. My mentor, Jalaluddin, announced the news to the crowd gathered on Mosque Street. My sister Sohra prepared special sweets for me. Pakshi Lakshmana Shastri put a tilak on my forehead. Father Solomon blessed me holding the Holy Cross. I saw Professor Sarabhai smiling with a sense of achievement. The sapling which he had planted 20 years ago had finally grown into a tree whose fruits were being appreciated by the people of India. My Padma Bhushan evoked mixed reaction at VSSC. While there were some who shared my happiness, there were others who felt I was being unduly singled out of out for recognition. Some of my close associates turned envious. Why do some people fail to see the great values of life because of sadly twisted thought processes? Happiness, satisfaction, and success in life depend on making the right choices, the winning choices. There are forces in life working for you and against you. One must distinguish the beneficial forces from the malevolent ones and choose correctly between them. An inner voice told me that the time had come for a long felt but ignored need for renewal. Let me clean my slate and write new sums. Were the earlier sums done correctly? Evaluating one's own progress in life is not an easy task. Here, the student has to set his questions, seek his own answers, and evaluate them to his own satisfaction. Judgment aside, 18 years at ISRO was too long a stay to live without pain. As for my affiliated friends, the lines by Lewis Carroll seemed very appropriate. You may charge me with murder or want of sense. We are all of us weak at times, but the slightest approach to a false pretense was never among my crimes. A minor tussle over my services occurred at this time between ISRO, which was a little hesitant to relieve me, and DRDO, which wanted to take me in. Many months went by, and many letters were exchanged between ISRO and DRDO, and meetings were held in the secretariats of the Defense R&D establishment and the Department of Space to precipitate a mutually convenient course of action. Meanwhile, Professor Ramanna retired from the office of the scientific advisor to Defense Minister. Dr. V.S. Arunachalam, till then Director of the Defense Metallurgical Research Laboratory, DMRL, in Hyderabad, succeeded Professor Ramanna. Dr. Arunachalam was known for his confidence and he cared little for the intricacies and nuances of the scientific bureaucracy. Meanwhile, I understand that the defense minister at that time, R. Venkataraman, discussed the matter of my taking over the missile laboratory with Professor Dhawan.
Professor Dhawan also seemed to be waiting for the decisive step at the highest level in the Defense Ministry. Overcoming the niggling doubts that had caused delays over the past years, the decision to appoint me Director DRDL was finally taken in February 1982.
Professor Dhawan used to visit my room in ISRO headquarters and spend many hours involving space launch vehicle projects. It was a great privilege to work with such a great scientist. Before I left ISRO, Professor Dhawan asked me to give a talk on the space program profile in India by the year 2000. Almost a year, almost the entire ISRO management and staff attended my talk, which was, by the way, of a farewell meeting. I had met Dr. V.S. Arunachalam in 1976 when I visited DMRL in connection with the aluminum alloy investment casting for the SLV inertial guidance platform. Taking it as a personal challenge, Dr. Arunachalam had the investment casting, the first of its kind in the country, made in the incredibly short time of 2 months. His youthful energy and enthusiasm never failed to amaze me. This young metallurgist has, within a short span of the time, lifted the science of metal making to the technology of metal forming and then to the art of alloy development. With a tall and elegant figure, Dr. Arunachalam was like an electrically charged dynamo himself. I found him an unusually friendly person with a forceful manner, as well as an excellent working partner. I visited DRDL in April 1982 to acquaint myself with my potential work site. The director of DRDL, then S.L. Bansal, took me around and introduced me to the senior scientists in the laboratory. DRDL was working on 5 staff projects and 16 competence builder projects. They were also involved in severe technology oriented activities with a view to gain lead time for the development of indigenous missile systems in future. I was particularly impressed by their efforts on the twin 30-ton liquid propellant rocket engine. Meanwhile, Anna University Madras conferred the honorary degree of Doctor of Science on me. It had been nearly 20 years since I had acquired my degree in aeronautical engineering. I was happy that Anna University has recognized my efforts in the field of rocketry, but what pleased me most was a recognition of value of my work in academic circles. To my delight, the honorary doctorate degree was awarded at a convocation presided over by Professor Raja Ramanna. I joined DRDL on 1st June 1982. Very soon, I realized that this laboratory was still haunted by the winding up of the Devil Missile project. Many excellent professionals had not yet recognized from the disappointment. People outside the scientific world may find it difficult to comprehend how a scientist feels when the umbilical cord to his work is suddenly snapped for reasons totally alien to his understanding and interests. The general mood and work tempo at DRDL reminded me of Samuel Taylor Coleridge's poem, The Rime of the Ancient Mariner. Day after day, day after day, we stuck nor breathe nor motion, as ideal as a painted ship upon a painted ocean. I found almost all my senior colleagues living with the pain of dashed hopes. There was a widespread feeling that the scientists of this laboratory has been cheated by the senior officials in the Ministry of Defense. It was clear to me that the burial of Devil was essential for the rise of hope and vision. When about a month later, Admiral O.S. Dawson, then the Chief of Naval Staff, visited DRDO, I used it as an opportunity to make a point with my team. The Tactical Core Vehicle, TCV project, had been hanging fire for quite some time. It was conceived as a single core vehicle with certain common subsystems to meet the requirements of the services for a quick reaction surface to air missile, an anti radiation air to surface missile which could be launched from helicopters or fixed wing aircraft. I emphasized the sea skimming role of core vehicle to Admiral Dawson. I focused not on its technical intricacies but on its battlefield compatibilities. I highlighted the production plans. The message was loud and clear to my new associates. Do not make anything which you cannot sell later, and do not spend your life on making one thing only. Missile development is a multi-dimensional business. If you remain in any one dimension for a long time, you will get stuck. My initial few months at DRDL
were largely interactive. I had read at St. Joseph's that an electron may appear as a particle or a wave, depending on how you look at it. If you ask a particle question, it will give you a particle answer. If you ask a wave question, it will give you a wave answer. I not only described and explained our goals, but also made them an interplay between our work and ourselves. I still recall quoting Ronald Fisher at one of its meetings. The sweetness we taste in a piece of sugar is neither a property of sugar nor a property of ourselves. We are producing the experience of sweetness in the process of interacting with the sugar. Very good work on a surface-to-surface missile with a vertical rise-turn straight line climb ballistic path had been done by that time. I was astonished to see the determination of DRDL workforce, who in spite of the premature winding up of their earlier projects were eager to go ahead. I arranged reviews for its various subsystems to arrive at precise specifications. To the horror of many old timers in DRDO, I started inviting people from the Indian Institute of Science, Indian Institute of Technology, Council for Scientists and Industrial Research, Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, and many other educational institutions where related experts could be found. I felt that the stuffy work centers at DRDL needed a breath of fresh air. Once we opened the windows wide, the light of scientist talent began to pour in. Once more, Coleridge's ancient mariner came to mind. Swiftly, swiftly flew the ship, riding gently the oncoming tide. Sometime in beginning of 1983, Professor Dhawan visited DRDL. I reminded him of his own advice to me almost a decade ago. You have to dream before your dreams can come true. Some people strive towards whatever it is that they want in life. Others shuffle their feet and never get started because they do not know what they want and do not know how to find it either. ISRO was lucky to have had Professor Sarabhai and Professor Dhawan at the helm. Leaders who elucidated their goals, made their missions larger than their lives, and could then inspire the entire workforce. DRDL had not been so lucky. This excellent laboratory placed a truncated role that did not reflect its existing or potential capabilities or even
fulfill the expectations in South Block. I told Professor Dhawan about the highly professional but slightly bewildered team I had. Professor Dhawan responded with his characteristic broad smile, which could be interpreted in any way of one choose. In order to accelerate the pace of R&D activities at DRDL, it was imperative that decisions on vital scientific, technical, and technological problems be taken quickly. Throughout my career, I had zealously pursued openness in scientific matters. I had seen from very close quarters the decay and disintegration that go with management through closed door consultations and secret manipulations. I always despised and resisted such efforts. So the first major decision which we took was to create a forum of senior scientists where important matters could be discussed and debated as a collective endeavor. Thus, a high-level body called the Missile Technology Committee was formed within DRDO. The concept of management by participation was evoked, and earnest efforts were made to involve middle-level scientists and engineers in the management activities of the laboratory. Days of debate and weeks of thinking finally culminated in the long-term guided missile development program. I had read somewhere, know where you are going. The great thing in the world is not knowing so much where we stand, as in what direction we are moving. What if we did not have the technological might of the Western countries? We knew we had to attain the might, and this determination was our driving force. To draw up a clear and well-defined missile development program for the production of indigenous missiles, a committee was constituted under my chairmanship. The members were S.P. Marshall, then the chief of Bharat Dynamics Limited, Hyderabad, N.R. Iyer, A.K. Kapoor, and K.S. Venkataraman. We drafted a paper for the perusal of the Cabinet Committee for the Political Affairs, CCPA. The paper was given its final stage after consulting the representatives of the three defense services. We estimated an expenditure of about rupees 390 crores spread over a period of 12 years. Development programs often get stuck by the time they reach the production stage.
mainly because of lack of funding. We wanted to get funds to develop and produce two missiles, a low-level quick reaction tactical core vehicle and a medium-range surface-to-surface weapon system. We plan to make surface-to-air medium-range weapon system with multi-target handling capability during the second phase. DRDL had been known for its pioneering work in the field of anti-tank missiles. We proposed to develop a third-generation anti-tank guided missile having fire and forget capabilities. All my colleagues were pleased with this proposal. They saw an opportunity to pursue a fresh activities initiated long ago, but I was not entirely satisfied. I longed to revive my buried dream of re-entry experiment launch vehicle. I persuaded my colleagues to take up a technology development project to generate a data for use in the design of each shield. These shields were required for building up capability to make long-range missiles in the future. I made a presentation in the South Block. The presentation was presided over by Defense Minister of the time, R. Venkataraman, and attended by the three service chiefs, General Krishna Rao, Air Chief Marshal Dilba Singh, and Admiral Dawson. The Cabinet Secretary Krishna Rao Sahib, Defense Secretary S.M. Ghosh, and Secretary Expenditure R. Ganapati were present. Everyone seemed to have all sorts of doubts about our capabilities, about the feasibility and availability of required technological infrastructure, about the viability, the schedule, and cost. Dr. Arunachalam stood by me like a rock throughout the entire question and answer session. Members were skeptical and apprehensive of drift, which they felt was common among scientists. Although some questioned our ambitious proposal, everyone, even the doubting Toms, were very excited about the idea of India having her own missile systems. In the end, we were asked by Defense Minister Venkataraman to meet him in the evening, about 3 hours later. We spent the intervening time working on permutations and combinations. If they sanctioned only rupees 100 crores, how would we allocate it? Suppose they gave us rupees 200 crores, then what would we do? When we met the defense minister in the evening, I had a hunch we were going to make some funds at any rate. But when he suggested that we launch an integrated guided missile development program instead of making missiles in phases, we could not believe our ears. We were quite dumbfounded by the defense minister's suggestion. After a long pause, Dr. Anurajalam replied, "We beg for time to rethink and return, sir. You come back tomorrow morning, please." The defense minister replied. It was reminiscent of Professor Sarabhai seal and mission. That night, Dr. Arunachalam and I labored together on reworking our plan. We worked out some very important extensions and improvements in our proposal, taking all the variables such as design, fabrication, system integration, qualification, experimental flights, evaluation, updating, user trials, productivity, quality, reliability, and financial viability into account. We then integrated them into a single function of total accountability. In order to meet the needs of the country's armed forces with an indigenous endeavor, we worked out the concept of design, development, production, concurrency, and proposed the participation of user and inspection agencies right from the drawing board stage. We also suggested a methodology to achieve state-of-the-art systems after all the years of developmental activities. We wanted to deliver contemporary missiles to our services and not some outdated inventory of weapons. It was a very exciting challenge that had been thrown to us. By the time we finished our work, it was already morning. Suddenly, at the breakfast table, I remembered that I was to attend my niece Samila's wedding at Rameshwaram that evening. I thought it was already too late to do anything. Even I could catch the Madras flight later in the day. How would I reach Rameshwaram from there? There was no airlink between Madras and Madurai from where I could board the evening train to Rameshwaram. A pang of guilt dampened my spirits. Was it fair? I asked myself. To forget my family commitments and obligations. Camilla was more like a doctor to me. The thought of missing her wedding because of professional
at Delhi was very distressing. I finished breakfast and left for the meeting. When we met Defense Minister Venkataraman and showed him our revised proposal, he was visibly pleased. The proposal of the missile development project had been turned overnight into the blueprint of an integrated program with far-reaching consequences. It would have wide-ranging technological spin-offs and was exactly what the defense minister had had in mind previous evening. Notwithstanding the great respect I had for the defense minister, I was not really sure if he would clear out our entire proposal. But he did. I was absolutely delighted. The defense minister stood up, signaling that the meeting was over. Turning to me, he said, "Since I brought you here, I was expecting you to come up with something like this. I'm happy to see your work." In a split second, mystery surrounding the clearance of my appointment as director DRDL in 1982 was cleared. So it was Defense Minister Venkataraman who had brought me in. Bowing in thanks, I turned towards the door when I heard Dr. Arunachalam telling the minister about Zemila's wedding being scheduled for that evening at Rameswaram. It amazed me that Dr. Arunachalam should bring up this matter before the minister. Why would a person of his status, sitting in the all powerful South Bloc, be concerned about a wedding which was to take place on a far flung island in a small house on Most Street? I had always had a high regard for Dr. Arunachalam. He has, together with a command over language, as he displayed on this occasion, an uncanny presence of mind. I was overwhelmed when the defense minister located an Air Force helicopter during sorties between Madras and Madurai later in the day to take me to Madurai as soon as I embarked at Madras from the regular Indian Airlines flight, which was leaving Delhi in an hour's time. Dr. Arunachalam told me, "You have earned this for your hard work of the last 6 months." Flying towards Madras, I scribbled on the back of my boarding pass, "Who never climbed the weary league can such a foot explore the purple territories on Rameswaram's shore." The Air Force helicopter landed close to the Indian Airlines aircraft as soon as it arrived from Delhi. Within the next few minutes, I was on my way to Madurai. The Air Force commandant there was kind enough to take me to the railway station where the train to Rameshwaram was just about to roll out of the platform. I was in Rameshwaram well in time for Zamila's wedding. I blessed my brother's daughter with a father's love. The defense minister put up a proposal before the cabinet and saw it through. His commendations on our proposal were accepted and an unprecedented amount of rupees 388 crores was sanctioned for this proposal. Thus was born India's prestigious Integrated Guided Missile Development Program, later abbreviated to IGMDP. When I presented the government sanction letter before the Missile Technology Committee at DRDL, they were enthused with fire and action. The proposed projects were christened in accordance with the spirit of India's self-reliance. Thus, the surface-to-surface weapon system became Prithvi, the earth, and the tactical core vehicle was called Trishul, the trident of Lord Shiva. The surface-to-air area defense system was named Agash, Sky, and the anti-tank missile project Nag, Cobra. I gave the name Agni, fire, to my long-cherished dream of RAX. Dr. Arunachalam came to DRDL and formally launched the IGMDP on 27 July 1983. It was a great event in which every single employee of DRDL participated. Everybody who has somebody in Indian aerospace research was invited. A large number of scientists from other laboratories and organizations, professors from academic institutions, representatives of the armed forces, production centers, and inspection authorities who were our business partners now were present On this occasion, a closed-circuit TV network had to be pressed into operation to ensure proper communication between the participants, for we had no single place to accommodate all the invitees. This was the second most significant day in my career. Next, only to 18 July 1980, when the SLV-3 had launched Rohini into the Earth's orbit.
The launch of IGMDT was like a bright flash on the Indian scientific firmament. Missile technology had been considered the domain of a few selected nations in the world. People were curious to see how, with what India had at that time of point, we were going to achieve all that was promised. The magnitude of IGMDT was really unprecedented in the country, and the schedules projected were quite caustic by the norms and standards prevailing in the Indian R&D establishments. I was fully aware that obtaining sanction for the program could be best seeing only 10% of the work done. To get it going would be quite a different matter altogether. The more you have, the more there is to maintain. Now that we had been given all the necessary money and freedom to proceed, I had to take my team forward and fulfill the promises I had made. What would be needed to realize this missile program? From the design of the deployment stages, excellent manpower was available, money had been sanctioned, and some infrastructure also existed. What was lacking then? What else has a project need to succeed apart from these three vital inputs? From my SLV-3 experience, I thought I knew the answer. The crux was going to be out mastery over missile technology. I expected nothing from abroad. Technology is a group activity, and we would need leaders who could not only put their heart and soul into the missile program, but also carry along with them hundreds of other engineers and scientists. We knew we had to be prepared to encounter numerous contradictions and procedural absurdities that were prevalent in the participating laboratories. We would have to counteract the existing altitudes of our public sector units, which believed that their performance would never be tested. The whole system, its people, procedures, infrastructure, would have to learn to extend itself. We decided to achieve something that was way beyond our collective national capability, and I, for one, had no illusions about the fact that unless our teams worked on the basis of proportion or probability, nothing would be achieved. The most remarkable thing that DRDL was its large pool of highly talented people, many of whom were unfortunately full of egotism and rebelliousness. Unfortunately, that had not even accumulated enough experience to make them confident about their own judgment. On the whole, they would discuss matters very enthusiastically, but would finally accept what a select few said. They would unquestioningly believe an outside specialist. A particularly interesting person I met in DRDL was A.V. Rangarao. He was very articulate and had an impressive personality. His usual crap consisted of a red necktie with a checked coat and loose trousers. He would wear this in the hot climate of Hyderabad, where even a long sleeved shirt and shoes are considered an avoidable inconvenience. With this thick white beard and a pipe clamped between his teeth, there was a certain aura around his extremely gifted but rather egocentric individual. I consulted Ranga Rao on a revamping the existing management system to achieve an optimum utilization of human resources. Ranga Rao had a series of meetings with the scientists sharing our vision of developing indigenous missile technology and explaining the different aspects of IGMDT. After prolonged discussions, we decided to reorganize the laboratory into a technology-oriented structure. We needed to accommodate a matrix type of structure for the execution of various activities needed for the projects. In less than 4 months, 400 scientists began to work on the missile program. During this period, the most important task before me was the selection of the project directors to lead individual missile projects. We had a very large pool of talent. In fact, it was a market of plenty. The question was whom to pick: a go-getter, a planner, a mayor, a dictator, or a team man. I had to get the right type of leader who could clearly visualize the goal and channelize the energies of his team members who would be working at different work centers in pursuit of their individual goals. It was a difficult game, some rules of which I had learned while working at ISRO's high priority projects for 2 decades. The wrong choice would jeopardize the entire future of the program. I had a detailed discussion with a large number of prospective scientists and engineers. I wanted these 5 project directors to train another 25 project directors and team members of tomorrow. Many of my senior colleagues, naming them would be unfair because it could be only my imagination tried to befriend me during this period. I respected their concern for a lonely man, but avoided any close contacts. Through loyalty to a friend, one can be easily led into doing something that is not in the best interest of the organization. Perhaps the main motive behind my isolation was my desire to escape from the demands of relationships, which I consider very difficult in comparison to making rockets. All I desired was to be true to my way of life, to uphold the science of rocketry in my country, and to retire with a clean conscience. I took quite some time and did a lot of hard thinking to decide who should lead the 5 projects. I examined the working style of my scientists before making my decision. I think some of my observations may interest you.
A basic aspect of the first.
At one extreme is the cautious planner who carefully spells out each step before making any move. With a sharp eye for what can possibly go wrong, he tries to cover all contingencies. At the other end is the fast mover who moves and dodges without a plan. Inspired by an idea, the fast mover is always ready for action. Another aspect of a person's working style is control, the energy and attention devoted to ensuring that things happen in a certain way. At one extreme is the tight controller, a strict administrator with frequent checkpoints. Rules and policies are to be followed with the religious fervor. At the opposite end are those who move with freedom and flexibility. They have little patience for bureaucracy. They delegate easily and give their subordinates wide latitude for movement. I wanted leaders who treat the middle path, those who could control without stifling dissent or being rigid. I wanted men who had the capability to grow with possibilities, with the patience to explore all possible alternatives, with the wisdom to apply old principles to new situations, people with the skill to negotiate their way forward. I wanted them to be accommodating, to be willing to share their power with others and work in teams, delegating good works, assimilating fresh opinions, respecting intelligent people, and listening to wise counsel. They would have to be able to sort out things amicably and take responsibility for slip ups. Above all, they should be able to take failure in their stride and share in both success and failure. My search for someone to lead the Prithvi project ended with Colonel Vijay Sundaram, who belonged to the EME Corps of the Indian Army. With a postgraduate degree in aeronautical engineering and expertise in mechanical vibrations, Sundaram was head of the structure group at DRDL. I found in him a readiness to experiment with new ways of resolving conflicting points of view. He was an experimenter and innovator in teamwork. He had an extraordinary capability for evaluating alternative ways of operating. He would suggest moving forward into new terrains that could lead to a solution which he had not perceived earlier. Though a particular goal might be clear to a project leader and he may be capable of giving adequate directions for accomplishing it, there can be resistance from subordinates if the goal makes no sense to them. Therein lies the importance of a leader who provides effective work directions. I thought the project director of Prithvi would be the first to make decisions with production agencies and the armed forces. And Sundaram would be the ideal choice to see that sound decisions were taken. For Trishul, I was looking for a man who not only had a sound knowledge of electronics and missile warfare, but who could also communicate the complexities to his team in order to promote understanding and to earn his team's support. I found in Commander S.R. Mohan, who sailed into defense R&D from Indian Army, a talent for detail and an almost magical power of persuasion. For Agni, my dream project, I needed somebody who would tolerate my occasional meddling in the running of this project. In R.N. Agarwal, I found the right person. He was an alumnus of MIT with a brilliant academic record and had been managing aeronautical test facilities at DRDL with keen professional acumen. Due to technological complexities, Akash and Nag were then considered missiles of the future. Their activities were expected to peak about half a decade later. Therefore, I selected the relatively young Prahlada and NRIA for Akash and Nag. Two other young men, B.K. Saraswati and A.K. Kapoor, were made deputies to Sundaram and Mohan respectively. In those days, there was no forum in DRDL where issues of general importance could be openly discussed and decisions debated. Scientists, it must be remembered, are basically emotional people. Once they stumble, it is difficult for them to pull themselves together. Setbacks and disappointments have always been and always will be an inherent part of any career, even one in science. However, I did not want any of my scientists to face disappointments alone. I also wanted to ensure that none of them set their goals when they were at a low ebb. To avoid such eventualities, a science council was created, a sort of panchayat, where the community could sit together and take common decisions. Every 3 months, all scientists, juniors and seniors, veterans and fresheners, would sit together and let off steam. The very first meeting of the council was eventful. After a spell of half-hearted inquiries and expressions of doubt, one senior scientist, Mr. M.N. Rao, shot a straight question. On what basis did you select these 5 Pandavas? He meant project directors. I was in fact expecting this question. I wanted to tell him that I found all these 5 Pandavas married to the Draupadi of positive thinking. Instead, I told Rao to wait and see. I had chosen them to take charge of a long-term program where new storms would arise every day. Every tomorrow, I told Rao, will give opportunity to these enthusiastic people, the Agarwals, the Prahladas, Ayers, and Saraswat, to gain a fresh perspective on their goals and a strong hold on their commitments. What makes a productive leader? In my opinion, a productive leader must be very competent in staffing. He should continuously introduce new blood into the organization. He must be adept at dealing with the problems and new concepts. The problems encountered by an R&D organization typically involve trade-offs among a wide variety of known and unknown parameters. Skill in handling these complex entities is important in achieving high productivity. The leader must be capable of instilling enthusiasm in his team. He should give appropriate credit where it is due, praise publicly, but criticize privately. One of the most difficult questions came from a young scientist. How are you going to stop this project from going to devil way? I explained to him the philosophy behind IGMDF. It begins with the design and ends in deployment. The participation of production centers and user agencies right from the design stage had been ensured, and there was no question of going back till the missile system has been successfully deployed in the battlefield. While the process of forming teams and organizing work was going on, I found that the space available at DRDL was grossly inadequate to meet the enhanced requirements of IGMTP. Some of the facilities would have to be located at a nearby site. The missile integration and checkpoint facility built during the double phase consisted only of 120 square meter shed thickly populated with pigeons. Where was the space and facility to integrate the 5 missiles which would arrive here shortly? The environmental test facility and the avionics laboratory were equally cramped and ill equipped. I visited the nearby Emirat Khanja area. It used to be the test range of anti-tank missiles developed by DRDL decades ago. The terrain was barren, there were hardly any trees, and dotted with large boulders typical of the Deccan Plateau. I felt as if there was some tremendous energy trapped in these stones. I decided to locate the integration and check out facilities needed for the missile projects here. For the next 3 years, this became my mission. We drew up a proposal to establish a model high technology research center with very advanced technical facilities like an inertial instrumentation laboratory, full-scale environmental and electronic warfare test facilities, and composite production center, high enthalpy facility, and a state-of-the-art missile integration and checkout center. By any standards, this was a gigantic task, an altogether different brand of expertise, grit, and determination were required to realize this project. Goals and objectives had already been decided upon. Now they had to be shared with a large number of people from various agencies. Shared with the various agencies through the problem solving and communication process that the leader of the team must build and maintain. Who would be the most suitable person to do so? I saw almost all the required leadership qualities in Mr. M.V. Suryakanta Rao. Then, as a large number of agencies would participate in the creation of research center in Marath, someone had to protect hierarchical sensibilities. I selected Krishna Mohan, who was in his mid-30s, to complement Suryakanta Rao, who was in his late 50s at that time. Krishna Menon would encourage involvement rather than relying on obedience and monitoring people at their workplace. According to the established procedure, we approached the military engineering services for the RCA construction work. They said it would take 5 years to complete the task. The matter was discussed in depth at the highest level in the Ministry of Defense, and a landmark decision to entrust the responsibility of building defense structures to an outside construction company was taken. We liaised with the Survey of India and the National Remote Sensing Agency for the inspection of the contour maps and for obtaining aerial photographs of the Imarat Khanja to prepare a layout for the approach roads and the location of the facilities. The Central Ground Water Board identified 20 locations amid the rocks to tap water. Infrastructure to provide 40 MVA power and 5 million liters of water per day was planned. It was also at this time that Colonel S.K. Salwan, a mechanical engineer with boundless energy, joined us. In the final phase of construction, Salwan discovered an ancient place of worship among the boulders. It seemed to me that this place was blessed. Now that we had started working on the design of the missile system and development had already commenced for the integration and checkout, the next logical step was to look for a suitable site for the missile flight trials. With SHAR also in Andhra Pradesh, the search for a suitable site spread towards the eastern coastline and finally ended in Balaso in Orissa. A site along the northeastern coast was identified for a national test range. Unfortunately, the entire project ran into rough weather because of the political issues raised around the evacuation of the people living in that area. We decided, therefore, to create an interim infrastructure adjacent to the proof experimental establishment at Chandipur in Balsawar district of Orissa. A funding of rupees 30 crores had been given to construct the range called the interim test range. Dr. H.S. Ramarao and his team did an excellent job of working out innovative and cost-effective specification for electro-optical tracking instruments, a tracking telescopic system, and an instrumentation tracking radar. Lieutenant General R.S. Deshwal and Major General K.M. Singh took charge of creating the launch pad and range infrastructure. There was a beautiful bird sanctuary in Chandipur. I asked engineers to design the test range without disturbing it. Creating the RCA was perhaps the most satisfying experience of my life. Developing this center of excellence of missile technology was akin to the joy of a potter shaping artifacts of lasting beauty from the mundane clay. Defense Minister R. Venkataraman visited DRDL in September 1983 to appraise himself of the activities of IGDMP. He advised us to list all the resources we needed to achieve our goals, overlooking nothing, and then include in the list our own positive imagination and faith. What you imagine is what will transpire. What you believe is what you will achieve, he said. Both Dr. Arunachalam and I saw in the horizon endless possibilities stretching out before IGDMP, and our enthusiasm proved infectious. We were excited and encouraged to see the best professionals in the country gravitating towards IGMTP. Who would not want to associate with a winner? The word had evidently got around that the IGMTP was a born winner.
We were at a meeting laying down the targets for 1984. The news came of Dr. Brahma Prakash's death on the evening of 3rd January at Bombay. It was a great emotional loss for me, for I had the privilege of working under him during the last challenging period of my career. His compassion and humility were exemplary. His healing touch on the day of the failed SLV E1 flight surfaced in my memory, serving to deepen my sorrow. If Professor Sarabhai was a creator of VSSC, Dr. Brahma Prakash was the executor. He had nurtured the institution when it most needed nourishment. Dr. Brahma Prakash played a very important role in shaping my leadership skills. In fact, my association with him was a turning point in my life. His humility mellowed me and helped me discard my aggressive approach. His humility didn't consist merely in being modest about his talents or virtues, but in respecting the dignity of all those who worked under him and in recognizing the fact that no one is infallible, not even the leader. He was an intellectual pen with a frail constitution. He had a childlike innocence, and I always considered him a saint among scientists. During this period of renaissance at DRDL, an altitude control system and an onboard computer developed by P. Banerjee, K.V. Ramanna Sai, and their team was most ready. The success of this effort was very vital for any indigenous missile development program. All the same, we had to have a missile to test this important system. After many brainstorming sessions, we decided to improvise a devil missile to test the system. A devil missile was disassembled, many modifications made, extensive subsystem testing was done, and the missile checkout system was reconfigured. After installing a makeshift launcher, the modified and extended range Devil missile was fired on 26 June 1984 to test the first indigenous strap-down inertial guidance system.
The system met all the requirements. This was a first and very significant step in the history of Indian missile development, which had so far been restricted to reverse engineering towards designing our own systems. A long denied opportunity was at last utilized by the missile scientists at DRDO. The message was loud and clear. We could do it. It did not take long for the message to reach Delhi. Prime Minister Indira Gandhi expressed her desire to personally apprise herself of the progress of IGMDP. The entire organization was filled with an aura of excitement. On 19 July 1984, Srimati Gandhi visited DRDO. Prime Minister Indira Gandhi was a person with a tremendous sense of pride in herself, in her work, and in her country. I deemed it an honor to receive her at DRDO, as she had instilled some of her own pride into mine, otherwise modest frame of mind. She was immensely conscious that she was a leader of 800 million people. Every step, every gesture, every movement of her hands was optimized. The esteem in which she held our work in field of guided missiles boosted our morale immensely. During the 1 hour that she spent at DRDO, she covered wide-ranging aspects of IGMDP, from flight system plans to multiple development laboratories. In the end, she addressed 2,000 strong DRDL community. She asked for the schedules of the flight system that we were working on. When are you going to fight Test Prithvi? Srimati Gandhi asked. I said, June 1987. She immediately responded, let me know what is needed to accelerate the flight schedule. She wanted scientific and technological results fast. Your fast pace of work is the hope of the entire nation, she said. She also told that the emphasis of IGMDP should not be on schedule, but also on the pursuance of excellence. No matter what you achieve, you should never be completely satisfied and should always be searching for ways to prove yourself. She added, within a month, she demonstrated her interest and support by sending the newly appointed Defense Minister, S.B. Chavan, to review our projects. Srimati Gandhi's follow-up approach was not only impressive, it was effective too. Today, everyone associated with an aerospace research in our country knows that excellence is synonymous with the IGMDP. We had our homegrown but effective management techniques. One such technique was considered with the follow-up of project activities. It basically consisted of analyzing the technical as well as the procedural applicability of a possible solution, testing it with the work centers, discussing it with the general body of associates, and implementing it after enlisting everybody's support. A large number of original ideas sprung up from the grassroots level of participating work centers. If you were to ask me to indicate the single most important managerial tactic in this successful program, I would point to the proactive follow-up. Through follow-up on the work done at different laboratories, on design, planning, supporting services, and by the inspection agencies and academic institutions. Rapid progress has been achieved in the most harmonious manner. In fact, the word code in the guided missile program office was, if you need to write a letter to a work center, send a fax. If you need to send a telex or fax, telephone, and if you need
visit the place personally. The power of this approach came to light when Dr. Arunachalam conducted a comprehensive status review of IGMDP on 27 September 1984. Experts from DRDO laboratories, ISRO, academic institutions, and production agencies gathered to critically review the progress made and problems faced in the first year of implementation. Major decisions like the creation of facilities at Imarat Khana and the establishment of a test facility were crystallized during the review. The future infrastructure at the Imarat Khanja was given the name Research Center Imarat, retaining the original identity of the place. It was a pleasure to find an old acquaintance, T.N. Sheshan, on the review board. Between SLV3 and now, we had developed a mutual affection. However, this time, as the Defense Secretary, Sheshan's queries about the schedules and viability of financial propositions presented were much more pointed. Sheshan is a person who enjoys verbally bringing adversaries to their knees. Using his sharp-edged humor, Sheshan would make his opponents look ridiculous. Although he is prone to be loud and can turn argumentative on occasions, in the end he would always ensure maximization of all available resources towards a solution that was within implementation. At a personal level, Sheshan is a very kind-hearted and considerate person. My team was particularly pleased to answer his questions about the advanced technology employed in the IGMPD. I still remember his uncanny curiosity about the indigenous development of carbon-carbon composites. And to let you into a small secret, Sheshan is perhaps the only person in the world who enjoys calling me by my full name, which contains 31 letters and 5 words. Abul Pakir Jainuluddin Abdul Kalam. The missile program had been persuaded concurrently and had partners in design, development, and production from 12 academic institutions and 30 laboratories from DRDO, the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, ISRO, and Industry. In fact, more than 50 professors and 100 research scholars worked on missile-related problems in the laboratories of the respective institutes. The quality of work achieved through this partnership in that 1 year had given me tremendous confidence that any development task could be undertaken within the country, so long as we have our focused schedules. 4 months before this review, I think it was during April to June 1984, 6 of us in the missile program visited academic campuses and enlisted programming young graduates. We presented an outline of the missile program before the professors and the aspiring students, about 350 of them, and requested them to participate. I informed the reviewers that we were expecting around 300 young engineers to join our laboratories. Rodam Narasimha, then director of the National Aeronautical Laboratory, used the occasion of this review to put up a strong case of technology initiative. He cited the experiences of the green case of technology, which had demonstrated beyond doubt that if the goals were clear, there was enough talent available in the country to tackle major technological challenges. When India carried out its first nuclear explosion for peaceful purposes, we declared ourselves the sixth country in the world to explode a nuclear device. When we launched SLV-3, we were the fifth country to achieve satellite launch capability. When were we going to be the first or second country in the world to achieve a technological feat? I listened carefully to the review members as they aired their opinions and doubts, and I learned from their collective wisdom. It was indeed a great education for me. Ironically, all through school, we were taught to read, write, and speak, but never to listen. And the situation remains much the same today. Traditionally, Indian scientists have been very good speakers, but have inadequately developed listening skills. We made a resolution to be attentive listeners. Are engineering structures not built on the foundation of functional utility? Does technical know how not form its bricks? And are these bricks not put together with the mortar or constructive criticism? The foundation had been laid, the bricks baked, and now the mortar to cement our act together was being mixed. We were working on the action plan that had emerged from the earlier month's review when the news of Srimati Gandhi's assassination broke. This was followed by the news of widespread violence and riots. A curfew had been imposed in Hyderabad city. We rolled up the port charts and a city map was spread out over the table to organize transport and safe passage for all employees. In less than an hour, the laboratory wore a deserted look. I was left sitting alone in my office. The circumstances of Srimati Gandhi's death were very ominous. The memories of her visit barely 3 months ago further deepened my pain. Why should great people meet with such horrific ends? I recollected my father telling someone in a similar context, good and bad people live together under the sun, and the black thread and the white are woven together in a cloth. When either one of the black or white thread breaks, the weaver shall look into the whole cloth, and he shall examine the loom also. When I drove out of the laboratory, there was not a single soul on the road. I kept thinking about the loom of the broken thread. Srimati Gandhi's death was a tremendous loss to the scientific community. She had given impetus to scientific research in the country. But India is a very resilient nation. It gradually absorbed the shock of Srimati Gandhi's assassination, although at the cost of thousands of lives and a colossal loss of property. Her son Rajiv Gandhi took over as a new Prime Minister of India. He went to the polls and obtained a mandate from the people to carry forward the policies of Mrs. Gandhi, the Integrated Guided Missile Development Program being a part of them. By the summer of 1985, all the groundwork had been completed for building the Missile Technology Research Center at Imrat Kanja. Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi laid the foundation stone of the research center Imrat on 3rd August 1985. He appeared very pleased with the progress made. There was a childlike curiosity in him which was very engaging. The grit and determination
displayed by his mother, visited as a year ago, was also present in him, although with a small difference. Madam Gandhi was a taskmaster, whereas Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi used his charisma to achieve his ends. He told the DRDL family that he realized the hardships faced by Indian scientists and expressed his gratitude towards those who preferred to stay back and work in their motherland rather than go abroad for comfortable careers. He said that nobody could concentrate on work of this type unless he was free from the trivialities of daily life and assured us that whatever necessary would be done to make scientists' lives more comfortable. Within a week of his visit, I left for the US with Dr. Arunachalam on an invitation from the United States Air Force. Rodam Narasimha of National Aeronautical Laboratory and KK Ganapati of HAL accompanied us. After finishing our work at the Pentagon in Washington, we landed in San Francisco on our way to Los Angeles to visit Northrop Corporation. I utilized this opportunity to visit the Crystal Cathedral built by my favorite author, Robert Schuller. I was amazed by the sheer beauty of his all glass four-pointed star-shaped structure that is more than 400 feet from one point to another. The glass roof, which is 100 feet longer than a football field, seemed to float in space. This cathedral has been built at the cost of several $1 million through donations organized by Schuller. God can do tremendous things through the person who doesn't care about who gets the credit. The ego involvement must go, writes Schuller. Before God trusts you with success, you have to prove yourself humble enough to handle the big prize. I prayed to God in Schuller's church to help me build a research center at the Emirat Kanja that would be my crystal cathedral. The young engineers, 280 to be precise, changed the dynamics of DRDL. It was a valuable experience for all of us. We were now in a position to develop, through these young teams, a re-entry technology and structure, a millimetric wave radar, a phased array radar, rocket systems, and other such equipment. When we first assigned these tasks to the young scientists, they did not fully grasp the importance of their work. Once they did, they felt uneasy under the burden of the tremendous faith placed in them. I still remember one young man telling me, "There is no big shot in our team. How will we be able to break through?" I told him, "A big shot is a little shot who keeps on shooting, so keep trying." It was astonishing to see how, in the young scientist environment, negative attitudes changed to positive and things that were previously thought impractical began happening. Many older scientists were rejuvenated simply by being part of a young team. It has been my personal experience that the true flavor, the real fun, the continuous excitement of work lie in the process of doing it rather than having it over and done with.
To return to the four basic factors that I am convinced are involved in successful outcomes: goal setting, positive thinking, visualizing, and believing. By now, we had gone through an elaborate exercise of goal setting and enthused the young scientists about these goals. At the review meetings, I would insist that the young scientists present their team's work. That would help them in visualizing the whole system. Gradually, an atmosphere of confidence grew. Young scientists started questioning senior colleagues on solid technical issues. Nothing daunted them because they feared nothing. If there were doubts, they rose above them. They soon became persons of power. A person with belief never grovels before anyone, whining and whimpering that it's all too much, that he lacks support, that he is being treated unfairly. Instead, such a person tackles problems head on and then affirms as a child of God, I am greater than anything that can happen to me. I tried to keep the work environment lively with a good blend of the experience of the older scientists mixed with the skills of their younger colleagues. This positive dependence between youth and experience had created a very productive work culture at DRDL. The first launch of the missile program was conducted on 16 September 1985 when Trishul took off the test range at Sriharikota. It was a ballistic flight meant for testing in-flight performance of the salt propellant rocket motor. Two C-band radars and Calidio theodolite were used to track the missile from the ground. The test was successful. The launcher, rocket motor, and telemetry systems functioned as planned. The aerodynamic drag, however, was higher than the estimates predicted on the basis of wind tunnel testing. In terms of technology, breakthrough, or experience enrichment, this test was of little value, but the real achievement of this test was to remind my DRDL friends that they could fly missiles without being driven by the brute demands of compliance or reverse engineering. In a swift stroke, the psyche of the DRDL scientists experienced a multi-dimensional expansion. This was followed by
for the PTA designed by the Bangalore-based Aeronautical Development Establishment, ADE. The motor had been type approved by DTT and P, Air. This was a small but significant step towards developing missile hardware that is not only functional but also acceptable to the user agencies. A private sector firm was engaged to produce a reliable, airworthy, high thrust to weight ratio rocket motor with technology input from DRDA. We were slowly graduating from the single laboratory projects to multi-laboratory programs to laboratory industry exercises. The development of PTA symbolized a great confluence of different organizations. I felt as if I was standing at a meeting point and looking at the roads coming from ADE, DTD, MP, and ISRO. The fourth road was a DRDL, a highway to national savings in the missile technology. Taking a partnership with the academic institutions of a country a step further. Joint advanced technology programs were started at the Indian Institute of Science and Jadavpur University. I have always had a deep regard for academic institutions and reverence for excellent academicians. I value the input the academicians can make to development. Formal requests have been placed with these institutions and arrangements arrived at under which expertise from their faculties would be extended to DRDL in pursuance of its projects. Let me highlight a few contributions of academic institutions to the various missile systems. Prithvi had been designed in an inertially guided missile. To reach the target accurately, the trajectory parameters have to be loaded into its brain, an onboard computer. A team of young engineers graduates at Jadavpur University under the guidance of Professor Ghoshal developed the required robust guidance algorithm. At the IISc, postgraduate students under the leadership of Professional I.G. Sharma developed air defense software for multi-target acquisitions by Akash. The re-entry vehicle system, designed methodologically for Agni, was developed by a young team at IIT Madras and DRDO scientists. Osmania University's Navigational Electronics Research and Training Unit has developed state-of-the-art signal processing algorithms for NAG. I have only given a few examples of collaborative endeavor. In fact,
It would have been very difficult to achieve our advanced technological goals without the active partnership of our academic institutions. Let us consider the example of Agni payload breakthrough. Agni is a two-stage rocket system and employs re-entry technology developed in the country for the first time. It is boosted by a first-stage solid rocket motor derived from SLV-3 and further accelerated at the second stage with the liquid rocket engines of Prithvi. For the Agni, the payload gets delivered at hypersonic speeds, which calls for the design and development of a re-entry vehicle structure. The payload with guidance electronics is housed in the re-entry vehicle structure, which is meant to protect the payload by keeping the inside temperature within the limit of 40 degrees Celsius. When the outside skin temperature is greater than 2500 degrees Celsius, an inertial guidance system with an onboard computer guides the payload to the required target. For any re-entry missile system, three-dimensional performs are core material for making the carbon-to-carbon nose tip that will remain strong even at such high temperatures. Four laboratories of DRDO and CSIR achieved this in a short span of 18 months, something other countries could do only after a decade of research and development. Another challenge involved in Agni payload design was related to the tremendous speed with which it would re-enter the atmosphere. In fact, Agni would re-enter the atmosphere at 12 times the speed of sound, 12 Mach as we call it in science. In this tremendous speed, we had no experience of how to keep the vehicle under control. To carry out a test, we have no wind tunnel to generate that kind of speed. If we sought American help, we would have been seen as aspiring to something they considered their exclusive privilege. Even if they consented to cooperate, they would be certain to quote a price for their wind tunnel greater than our entire project budget. Now, the question was how to beat the system. Professor S.M. Deshpande of IISc found four young bright scientists working in the field of fluid dynamics and within 6 months developed the software for computational fluid dynamics for hypersonic regimes, which is one of its kind in the world. Another achievement was the development of a missile trajectory simulation software, Anukalpana, by Professor I.G. Sharma of IISc to evaluate multi-target acquisition capabilities of an Akash-type weapon system. No country would have given us this kind of software, but we developed it indigenously. In yet another example of creating a synergy of scientific talent, Professor Bharati Bhatt of IIT Delhi, working with the Sound Physics Laboratory SPL and Central Electronics Limited CEL, broke the monopoly of Western countries by developing ferrite phase shifters for use in multifunction, multitasking, 3D phased army radar for surveillance, tracking, and guidance of Akash. Professor Saraf of IIT Kharagpur, working with B.K. Mukhopadhyay, my colleague at RCI, made a millimetric wave (mmW) antenna for Nag Seeker head in 2 years, a record even by the international standards. The Central Electrical and Electronics Research Institute, CEERI, Pilani, developed an impact diode in consortium with SPL and RCI to overcome technological foreign dependence in creating these components, which are the heart of any MMW device. As work on the project spread horizontally, performance appraisal became more and more difficult. DRDO has an assessment linked policy. Linking nearly 500 scientists, I had to finalize their performance appraisals in the form of annual confidential reports. These reports would be forwarded to an assessment board comprised of outside specialists for recommendations. Many people viewed this part of my job uncharitably. Missing a promotion was conveniently translated as a dislike I had towards them. Promotions of other colleagues were seen as subjective favors granted by me. Entrusted with the task of performance evaluation, I had to be a fair judge.
To understand a judge, you must understand the riddle of the scales. One side heaped high with the hope, the other side holding apprehension. When the scales dip, bright optimism turns into silent panic. When a person looks at himself, he is likely to misjudge what he finds. He sees only his intentions. Most people have good intentions and hence conclude that whatever they are doing is good. It is difficult for an individual to objectively judge his actions, which may be and often are contradictory to his good intentions. Most people come to work with the intention of doing it. Many of them do their work in a manner they find convenient and leave for home in the evening with a sense of satisfaction. They do not evaluate their performance, only their intentions. It is assumed that because an individual has worked with an intention of finishing his work in time, if delays occurred, they were due to reasons beyond his control. He had no intention of causing the delay, but if his action or inaction caused that delay, was it not intentional? Looking back on my days as a young scientist, I am aware that one of the most constant and powerful urges I experienced was my desire to be more than what I was at that moment. I desired to feel more, learn more, express more. I desired to grow, improve, purify, expand. I never used any outside influence to advance my career. All I had was the inner urge to seek more within myself. The key to my motivation has always been to look at how far I had still to go rather than how far I had come. After all, what is life but a mixture of unsolved problems, ambiguous victories, and amorphous defeats? The trouble is that we often merely analyze life instead of dealing with it. People dissect their failure for causes and effects, but seldom deal with them and gain experience to master them and thereby avoid their recurrence. This is my belief that through difficulties and problems, God gives us the opportunity to grow. So, when your hopes and dreams and goals are dashed, search among the wreckage. You may find a golden opportunity hidden in the ruins. To motivate people to enhance their performance and deal with depression is always a challenge for a leader. I have observed an analogy between a force field equilibrium and resistance to change in organizations. Let us imagine change to be a coiled spring in a field of opposing forces, such that some forces support change and field of and others resist it. By increasing the supporting forces such as supervisory pressure, prospects of career growth, and monetary benefits, or decreasing the resist forces such as group norms, social rewards, and work avoidance. The situation can be directed towards the desired result, but for a short time only, and that too only to a certain extent. After a while, the resisting force push back with greater force as they are compressed even more tightly. Therefore, a better approach would be decrease the resisting force in such a manner that there is no concomitant increase in the supporting forces. In this way, less energy will be needed to bring about the maintained change. The result of forces I mentioned above is motive. It is a force which is internal to the individual and forms the basis of his behavior in the work environment. In my experience, most people possess a strong inner drive for growth, competency, and self actualization. The problem, however, has been a lack of work environment that stimulates and permits them to give full expressions to this drive. Leaders can create a high productivity level by providing the appropriate organizational structure and job design, and by acknowledging and appreciating hard work. I first attempted to build up such a supportive environment in 1983 while on IGMDP. The project were in design phase at that time. The reorganization resulted in at least 40% to 50% increase in the level of activity. Now that the multiple projects were entering into the development and flight testing stage, the major and minor milestones reached gave the program visibility and continuous commitment. With the absorption of a young team of scientists, the average age had been brought down from 42 to 33 years. I felt it was a time for a second reorganization, but how should I go about it? I took stock of the motivational inventory available at that time. Let me explain to you what I mean by this term. The motivational inventory of a leader is made up of three types of understanding: an understanding of the needs that people expect to satisfy in their jobs, an understanding of the effect that job design has on motivation, and an understanding of the power of positive reinforcement in the influencing people's behavior. The 1983 reorganization was done with the objective of renewal. It was indeed a very complex exercise handled deftly by A.V. Rangarao and Colonel R. Swaminathan. We created a team of newly joined young scientists with just one experienced person and gave them the challenge of building the strap-down inertial guidance system. On an on-board computer and a RAM rocket in propulsion system. These exercises were being attempted for the first time in the country, and the technology involved was comparable with world-class systems. The guidance technology is centered around the gyro and accelerometer package, the electronics to process the sensor output. The onboard computer carries the mission computations and flight sequencing. A RAM rocket system breathes air to sustain the high velocity for a long duration after it is put through a booster rocket. The young team not only designed these systems but also developed them into operational equipment. Later, Prithvi and then Agni used similar guidance systems with excellent results. The effort of these young teams made the country self-reliant in the area of protected technologies. It was a good demonstration of the renewal factor. Our intellectual capacity was renewed through contact with enthusiastic young minds and had achieved these outstanding results. Now, besides the renewal of manpower, emphasis had to be laid on augment the strength of project groups. Often people seek to satisfy their social, egoistic, and self-actualization needs at their workplaces. A good leader must identify two different sets of environmental features. One, which satisfies a person's need, and the other, which creates dissatisfaction with his work. We have already observed that people look for those characteristics in their work that relate to the values and goals which they
meaning to their lives. If a job meets the employee's need for achievement, recognition, responsibility, growth, and advancement, they will work hard to achieve goals. Once the work is satisfying, a person then looks at the environment and circumstances in the workplace. He observes the policies of the administration, qualities of his leader, security, status, and working conditions. Then he correlates these factors to the interpersonal relations he has with his peers and examines his personal life in the light of these factors. It is the agglomerate of all these aspects that decides the degree and quality of a person's effort and performance. The Matrix organization evolved in 1983 proved excellent in meeting all these requirements. So, while retaining the structure of the laboratory, we undertook a task design exercise. The scientists working in technology directorates were made system managers to interact exclusively with one project. An external fabrication wing was formed under P.K. Vishwas, a developmental fabrication technologist of long standing, to deal with the public sector undertakings and private sector firms associated with the development of the missile hardware. This reduced pressure on the in-house fabrication facilities and enabled them to concentrate on jobs which could not be undertaken outside, which in fact occupied all the three shifts. Work on Prithvi was nearing completion when we entered 1988. For the first time in the country, clustered liquid propellant, LP, rocket engines with programmable total impulse was going to be used in a missile system to attain flexibility in payload range combination. Now, beside the scope and quality of the policy decisions Sundaram and I were providing to the Prithvi team, the project's success depended on creative ideas being converted into workable products and the quality and thoroughness of the team members' contribution. Saraswat with J. Janesho and P. Venugopal did a commendable job in this regard. They instilled in their team a sense of pride and achievement. The importance of these rocket engines was not restricted to Prithvi project, it was a national achievement. Under their collective leadership, a large number of engineers and technicians understood and committed themselves to the team goals as well as the specific goals, which each one of them was committed to accomplish personally. The entire team worked under a self-evident sort of direction. Working together with the ordnance factory Kirki, they also completely eliminated the import content in the propellant for these engines. Leaving the vehicle development in the safe and efficient hands of Sundaram and Saraswat, I started looking at the mission's vulnerable areas. Meticulous planning had gone into the development of the launch release mechanism for the smooth lift of the joint development of explosive bolts to hold the prior to the launch by DRDL and explosive research and development laboratory was an excellent example of multi-work center coordination. While flying, drifting into the spells of contemplation and looking down at the landscape below has always been my favorite preoccupation. It is so beautiful, so harmonious, so peaceful from a distance that I wonder where all those boundaries are which separate district from district, state from state, and country from country. Maybe such a sense of distance and detachment is required in dealing with all the activities of our life. Since the interim test range in Balsar was still at least a year away from completion, we had set up special facilities as SHAR for the launch of Prithvi. These included a launch pad, a blockhouse, control consoles, and mobile telemetry stations. I had a happy reunion with my old friend Mr. Kurup, who was the director SHAR Center by then. Working with Kurup on the Prithvi launch campaign gave me great satisfaction. Kurup worked for Prithvi as a team member, ignoring the boundary lines that divide DRDO and ISRO, DRDL, and SHAR. Kurup used to spend a lot of time with us at the launch pad. He complimented us with his experience in range testing and range safety and worked with great enthusiasm in propellant filling, making the maiden Prithvi launch campaign a memorable experience. Prithvi was launched at 11:23 hours on 25th February 1988. It was an epoch-making event in the history of rocketry in the country. Prithvi was not merely a surface-to-surface missile with capability of delivering 1000 kg conventional rocket to distance of 150 kilometers with an accuracy of 50 meters CET. It was in fact the basic module for all future guided missiles in the country. It already had the provision for modification from a long-range surface to an air missile system and could also be deployed on a ship. The accuracy of missile is expressed in terms of its circular error probable. This measures the radius of a circle within which 50% of the missiles fired will impact. In other words, if a missile has a CEP of 1 kilometer, such as the Iraqi Scud missiles fired in the Gulf War, this means that half of them should impact within 1 kilometer of their target. A missile with a conventional high explosive workhead at a CEP of 1 kilometer would not normally be expected to destroy or disable fixed military targets such as command and control facility or an airbase. It would, however, be effective against an undefined targets such as the city. The German V-2 missiles fired at London between September 1944 and March 1945 had a conventional high explosive warhead and a very large CEP of some 17 kilometers. Yet the 500 V2s, which hit London, succeeded in causing more than 21,000 casualties and destroying about 200,000 homes. When the West were crying themselves hoarse over the NPT, we stressed upon building competence in co-guidance and control technology to achieve CEP as precise as 50 meters. With the success of Prithvi trials, the cold reality of a possible strategic strike, even without a nuclear warhead, has silenced the critics to whispers about a possible technology conspiracy theory. The launch of Prithvi sent shock waves across some friendly neighboring countries. The response of the Western Bloc was initially one of shock and then of anger. A seven-nation technology embargo was clamped, making it impossible for India to buy anything even remotely connected with the development of guided missiles. The emergence of India as a self-reliant country in the field of guided missiles upset all the developed nations of the world.
Seconds, multiple holes were necessitated, resulting in irreversible internal power consumption. We had to abort the launch. The missile had to be opened up to replace the onboard power supplies. A weeping Nagaraj, by now informed about the tragedy in his family, met me and promised that he would be back within 3 days. The profiles of these courageous people will never be written about in any history book, but it is such silent people on whose hard work generations thrive and nations progress. Sending Nagaraj off, I met my team members who were in a state of shock and sorrow. I shared my SLV-3 experience with them. I lost my launch vehicle in the sea, but recovered successfully. Your missile is in front of you. In fact, you have lost nothing but a few weeks of rework. They shook them out of their immobility, and the entire team went back to retrieve the subsystems and recharge them. The press was up in arms and fielded various interpretations of the postponement of the flight to suit the fancies of their readership. Cartoonist Sudhir Dar sketched a shopkeeper returning a product to the salesman saying that like Agni, it would not take off. Another cartoonist showed one Agni scientist explaining that the launch was postponed because the press button did not make contact. The Hindustan Times showed a leader consoling press reporters. There is no need for any alarm. It's purely peaceful, non-violent missile. After detailed analysis conducted virtually around the clock for the next 10 days, our scientists had the missile ready for the launch on 1st May 1989. But again, during the automatic computer checkout period at T10 seconds, a hold signal was indicated. A closer inspection showed that one of the control components, S1 TVC, was not working according to the mission requirements. The launch had to be postponed yet again. Now, such things are very common in rocketry and quite often happen in other countries too. But the expectant nation was in no mood to appreciate our difficulties. The Hindu carried a cartoon by Keshav showing a villager counting some currency notes and commenting to another, "Yes, it's a compensation for moving away from the hut near the test site. A few more postpones, and I can build a house of my own." Another cartoonist designated Agni as IDBM, intermittently delayed ballistic missile. Amol's cartoon suggested that what Agni needed to do was sure to use the butter as fuel. I took some time off, leaving my team at the ITR to talk to the DRDL RCI community. The entire DRDL RCI community assembled after working hours on 8 May 1989. I addressed the gathering of more than 2,000 persons. Very rarely in a laboratory or an R&D establishment given an opportunity to be the first in the country to develop a system such as Agni. A great opportunity has been given to us. Naturally, major opportunities are accompanied by equally major challenges. We should not give up and we should not allow the problem to defeat us. The country doesn't deserve anything less than success from us. Let us aim for success. I had almost completed my address when I found myself telling my people, I promise you, we will be back after successfully launching Agni before the end of this month. Detailed analysis of the component failure during the second attempt led to the refurbishment of the control system. This task was entrusted to a DRDO ISRO team. The team carried out the rectification of the first stage control system at the Liquid Propellant System Complex of ISRO and completed the task in record time with tremendous concentration and willpower. It was nothing short of amazing how hundreds of scientists and staff worked continuously and completed the system readiness with acceptance tests in just 10 days. The aircraft took off from Trivandrum with the rectified control systems and landed close to ITR on the 11th day. But now it was the turn of hostile weather conditions to impede us. A cyclone threat was looming large. All the work centers were connected to the satellite communication at HF links. Meteorological data started flowing in 10-minute intervals. Finally, the launch was scheduled for 22nd May 1989. The previous night, Dr. Arunachalam, General K.N. Singh, and I were talking together with the Defense Minister, K.C. Pant, who had come to ITR to witness the launch. It was a full moon night, it was high tide, and the waves crashed and rolled.
Would we succeed with the Agni launch tomorrow? This question was foremost in all our minds, but none of us was willing to break the spell cast by the beautiful moonlit night. Breaking a long silence, the defense minister finally asked me, Kalam, what would you like me to do to celebrate the Agni success tomorrow? It was a simple question to which I could not think of an answer immediately. What did I want? What was it that I did not have? What could make me happier? And then I found the answer. We need 1 lakh saplings to plant at RCI, I said. His face lit up with a friendly glow. You are buying the blessing of the earth for Agni. Defense Minister K.C. Pant quipped. We will succeed tomorrow, he predicted. The next day, Agni took off at 7:10 hours. It was a perfect launch. The missile followed a textbook trajectory. All flight parameters met. It was like waking up to a beautiful morning from a nightmarish sleep. We had reached the launch pad after 5 years of continuous work at multiple work centers. We had lived through the ordeal of a series of snags in the last 5 weeks. We had survived pressure from everywhere to stop the whole thing. But we did it at last. It was one of the greatest moments of my life. A mere 600 seconds of elegant flight washed off our entire fatigue in an instant. What a wonderful culmination of our years of labor. I wrote in my diary that night. Do not look at Agni as an entity directed upwards to deter the omnious or exhibit your might. It is fire in the heart of an Indian. Do not even give it the form of a missile, as it clings to the burning pride of this nation and thus is bright. Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi called the Agni launch a major achievement in our continuing efforts to safeguard our independence and security by self-reliant means. The technology demonstration through Agni is a reflection of our commitment to the indigenous development of advanced technologies for the nation's defense. The country is proud of your efforts, he told me. President Venkataraman saw in the Agni success the fulfillment of his dream. He cabled from Shimla. It is a tribute to your dedication, hard work, and talent. A great deal of misinformation and disinformation had been spread by vested interest about this technology mission. Agni had never been intended only as a nuclear weapon system. What it did was to afford us the option of developing the ability to deliver non-nuclear weapons with high precision at long ranges. That it provided us with a viable non-nuclear option was of the greatest relevance to contemporary strategic doctrines. Great ire was raised by the test firing of Agni, according to a well known American defense journal, especially in the United States, where congressmen threatened to put a stop to all the dual use and missile related technologies, along with all multinational aid. Gary Milholland, a so called specialist in missiles and warhead technologies, had made a claim in the Wall Street Journal that India had made Agni with the help of West Germany. I had a hearty laugh reading that the German Aerospace Research Establishment had developed Agni's guidance system, the first stage rocket, and a composite nose cone, and that the aerodynamic model of Agni was tested in the DLR wind tunnel. An immediate denial came from the DLR, who in turn speculated that France had supplied the Agni guidance electronics. American Senator Jeff Bingaman even went to the extent of suggesting that I picked up everything needed for Agni during my 4 month stay at Wallops Island in 1962. The fact that I was in Wallops Island more than 25 years ago, and at that time the technology used in Agni did not exist even in the United States, was not mentioned. In today's world, technological backwardness leads to subjugation. Can we allow our freedom to be compromised on this account?
It is a boundary to guarantee the security and integrity of our nation against this threat. Should we not uphold the mandate bequeathed to us by our forefathers who fought for the liberation of our country from imperialism? Only when we are technologically self reliant will we able to fulfill their dream. Till the Agni launch, the Indian armed forces had been structured for a strictly defensive role to safeguard our nation, to shield our democratic processes from the turbulence in the countries around us, and to raise the cost of any external intervention to an unacceptable level for countries which may entertain such notions. With Agni, India had reached the stage where she had the option of preventing wars involving her. Agni marked the completion of 5 years of IGMPP. Now that it had demonstrated our competence in the crucial area of re-entry technology, and with tactical missiles like Prithvi and Trishul already test fired, the launches of Nag and Akash would take us into areas of competence where there is little or no international competition. These two missile systems contained within themselves the stuff of major technological breakthroughs. There was a need to focus our efforts more intensively on them. In September 1989, I was invited by the Maharashtra Academy of Sciences in Bombay to deliver the Jawaharlal Nehru Memorial Lecture. I used this opportunity to share with the budding scientists my plans of making an indigenous air-to-air missile, Astra. I would dovetail with the development of the Indian light combat aircraft. I told them that our work in imaging infrared and millimetric wave radar technology for the Nag missile system had placed us in the vanguard of international R&D efforts in missile technology. I also drew their attention to the crucial role that carbon and other advanced composite materials play in mastering the re-entry technology. Agni was the conclusion of a technological effort that was given its start by Prime Minister Indira Gandhi when the country decided to break free from the paralyzing fetters of technological backwardness and slough off the dead skin of subordination to industrialized nation. The second flight of Prithvi at the end of September 1988 was again a great success. Prithvi has proved to be the best surface to surface missile in the world today. It can carry 1,000 kgs of warhead to a distance of 250 kilometers and deliver it within a radius of 50 meters.
Through computer-controlled operations, numerous warhead weight and delivery distance combinations can be achieved in a very short time and in battlefield conditions. It is 100% indigenous in all respects: design, operations, deployment. It can be produced in large numbers as production facilities at BDL were concurrently developed during the development phase itself. The Army was quick to recognize the potential of this commendable effort and approached the CCPA for placing orders for Prithvi and Trishul missile system, something that had never happened before.
The 10 Rules of Happiness by Mridula Agarwal. Rule 1. Happiness is always possible. Happiness is best achieved by deserving, not by running after. We can all be happy. We have our own sense of fulfillment. When God gave us the power to think, he gave us a heart that could be fulfilled. Happiness is the supreme object of existence. Happiness is the only common goal of all mankind, and it is also the most elusive one. All of us desire to be happy and are looking for ways to be so. We all know that happiness is a state of mind and, as such, expect it to be easily attainable. But we also know that this is not really so. We wonder why we cannot wish happiness and be happy. Why cannot we one day decide to be happy and feel that way? Why our mental resolve does not work in a situation that is essentially governed by our own thinking? The one thing sure about happiness is that happiness is always possible. Being born is the most beautiful thing that has happened to us. We got the one in 3 lakh billion chance. Make the most of it. Remember, we will never get this chance again. All the success in the world becomes meaningless if it cannot make us happy. This is precisely why we see so many people who apparently have everything in life that anyone could aspire for, renouncing this world or even killing themselves. They simply do not know how to be happy. A man most successful in societal terms, having acquired power, fame, and money, can still have a sense of emptiness within. He can still feel like a failure and be unhappy. Success and happiness do share a close relationship, but only to the extent that no unsuccessful individual can feel genuinely happy for long if he feels like a failure with it. And this is where their interdependence ends. Success does not guarantee happiness, but is a prerequisite, all right. This is what makes it necessary for an individual to feel successful in order to be happy. But happiness cannot be bought by success alone. It is an internal realization that can only be achieved by right action and right thinking. You never see the stock called happiness quoted on the exchange, Henry Van Dyke. A sense of unhappiness for no apparent reason is common to mankind. On the face of it, it is rather perplexing to understand why it happens so. We find it difficult to understand how a successful individual who apparently has everything in life be unhappy. What is it that is frustrating him? What is it that coming in the way of his happiness? When we look at it closely, we find that it is easier to be unhappy than to be happy, and this is precisely what comes in the way of our happiness. A single thing not going our way, however trivial it may be, has the potential of making us unhappy. A little rudeness by someone, a little setback in our endeavor, a small misfortune in life, a little deviation from our plan, a little delay in something we want, even sometimes something as trivial as bad weather that has nothing to do with us and over which we have no control can be enough to make us unhappy. But to be happy, we want everything and everything collectively to be just the way we want it to be. Unlike happiness, no single factor alone can normally make us happy. And this is what makes happiness so elusive. A general sense of discontent for no apparent reason is normally the result of an individual's life not being in conformity with his sense of values and his heartfelt desires. While marching ahead in life, he could have missed out on those areas that were important to him as an individual. He either did not realize it at the time and was too busy getting ahead in what he was going to be able to pause and think of what he really wanted, valued, and missed. This is what comes in the way of his happiness. Many new years you may see, but happy ones you cannot see without deserving them. Happiness is a personal realization, an internal need, and an internal need can only be satisfied from within. No amount of outward success can bring us satisfaction, and no amount of pleasure pursuits can make us happy if we are not at peace inside. Happiness is gratification of the soul. It constitutes a sense of peace and satisfaction, of gladness and enchantment, of fulfillment and tranquility, of calm and serenity. To achieve this, our life has to be in total harmony within our inner self. No inner need can be satisfied by outside forces alone, and no outside forces can bring us a sense of peace and happiness no matter what. Another problem with the unhappy man is that he wants to project to the world that he is happy even when he is miserable inside. This is precisely why an unhappy individual will resort to excessive laughter and gaiety in the hope of being able to hide and compensate for his internal misery. Edison has said, true happiness is of a retired nature and an enemy to pomp and noise. It feels everything it wants within itself and receives no addition from multitudes of witnesses and spectators. False happiness loves to be in a crowd and to draw the eyes of the world upon her. And Eveling has said, the really happy man never laughs, or seldom, though he may smile. He does not need to laugh, or for laughter, like weeping, is a relief of mental tension, and happy are not overstrung. An individual who is at peace with himself will rarely be boisterous. He has no need to be. You never feel the need to compensate for what you have. This is no way means that spontaneous laughter and gaiety are unnatural or unhealthy. We are only talking of extremes, and extremes are always motivated. Motivated show of happiness is always artificial and is visible to everyone. It fools no one and helps no one. It can only bring anguish and nothing else. You cannot feel happy by trying to look happy or feel that way. It shows through and feels through. When you feel the need to show how happy you are, just pause and see what is that you are trying to compensate for. Austin had said, happiness is the harvest of quiet eye. When your actions are right, the results too are generally right. You seldom ruin a dish if you cook it in the right way and with the right ingredients. The same holds true for our life as well. But in our endeavor to be happy, we run after pleasure with determination and end up turning our quest for happiness into a big struggle. And in most cases, this struggle overweighs whatever pleasure or happiness we derive from our endeavor.
Pope has said, false happiness is like false money. It passes for a time as well as true and serves some ordinary occasions. But when it is brought to the touch, we find the lightness and alloy and feel the loss. Never confuse pleasure with happiness. The two are not the same. Pleasure is an enjoyable or agreeable sensation or emotion, amusement, recreation, or gratification of the senses. It is derived from outside sources and is short lived. Happiness, on the other hand, is a feeling of joy or gladness, satisfaction and peace of mind, contentment and equanimity. It is gratification of the heart and soul. And this is what has meaning over everything else. If you run after pleasure, you will have to keep running. A life merely of pleasure or chiefly of pleasure is always a poor and worthless life, not worth the living, always unsatisfactory in its course, always miserable in its end, by Theodore Parker. All of us want to be happy. That is natural. We try our best to look happy and feel that way. We are also conditioned from our childhood to put up a smiling face no matter what. When we try to keep our miseries to ourselves and hide them from the public eye, it adds to our senses of unhappiness. A child once asked me in my class, "Ma'am, why do we always have to say, 'I am very well, thank you,' to every 'how are you?'" I did not know what to say. I pondered on the question and made the whole class participate in its reply. The general response of the class was that as we are not happy all the time, we have this standard reply. But then, if we are all unhappy some of the time, then why do we have to hide it from the world? Why can't we just say, "Not too good, thank you"? Goldsmith has understood it well when he says, "We take greater pains to persuade others that we are happy than in endeavoring to be so ourselves." This is because we do not want to admit even to ourselves that we are not happy. And as it is never possible to deceive oneself, we cannot fool ourselves into feeling happy. We need to be really happy to be able to feel that way. Happiness, as we know, has to be deserved and deserved right, with right action and purity of thought. It cannot be bought from outside, nor can it be pursued in pleasure. When our actions are right, our mind knows it, and we are satisfied irrespective of the possibility that others may not acknowledge our right action or even understand it, or in some rare cases, even misunderstand it or condemn it. But as long as we are satisfied with our actions, we will be at peace with ourselves, and that is what is important for our individual sense of satisfaction. Positive actions will bring positive results as long as there are no negative motives to them. If, for example, you help your neighbor in his hour of need just because you believe that a neighbor should help another neighbor, and that is all that you are doing, then you are bound to feel happy with your action. But if you do it with the intention of getting acclaim or getting something in return, then your action will have a selfish motive to it. You will be then looking at what you would get out of being of help. In a situation like this, your action is more likely to frustrate you rather than bring you joy and happiness. If your motive is selfish, it will cancel your good deed. Seek happiness for its own sake, and you will not find it. Seek it for your duty, and happiness will follow as the shadow comes with sunshine. Tryon Edwards. Success, we know, is an ingredient necessary for happiness, but we also know that it is not enough in itself and does not bring peace of mind along with it if it has not been obtained right. At the same time, we also know that it is not possible for an unsuccessful man to feel truly happy for long if he feels like a failure within. But success obtained at the cost of everything else is expensive too. And as in the case with every overpaid thing, the realization of having overpaid makes us feel cheated. It robs us of the satisfaction of having it at all. It can only bring pain, not happiness. It is the riches of the mind that have the power to make us happy. Bertrand Russell has said, "Success can only be one ingredient in happiness and is too dearly purchased if all other ingredients have been sacrificed to obtain it." True and fulfilling happiness can result only when our work and achievements are in accordance with our value systems and the meaning we have given to our lives. This is what plays an important role in our inner sense of fulfillment and peace within. We have to be clear about what we want in life and what it will take to achieve it, what kind of effort we are prepared to put in, and what compromises we are prepared to make that will not make us feel guilty or cheated later in life. To be truly happy, we have to be honest with our intentions and actions from the bottom of our heart. When we know that we have nothing to hide and nothing to justify, it brings us a sense of real peace
that is necessary for true happiness. And this is always possible. We can and should always work according to the dictates of our conscience. It gives us courage and a straightforward disposition. True happiness needs a solid base and an honest and harmonious character. It needs us to be independent, courageous, and cooperative. We have to look after our own needs and also the needs of other people around us and the people we care for. It is easy to be happy provided we seek happiness the right way. We cannot fool ourselves into feeling happy. We have to work for it and we have to work right. And we have to work ourselves. There are no shortcuts or no bypasses. Happiness can be built only on virtue and must have truth for its foundation, courage. A little training of the mind in the right direction can yield the desired results. There is no reason why we all cannot be happy. Just keep these points in mind and see your world change. Happiness is always attainable, but it needs right thinking and right attitude. If you run after happiness, you will not find it. But when you deserve it right, you will find it with ease. Happiness is an inner realization, and as such, it cannot be achieved through forces outside you. You have to work in harmony with your inner self. It is easy to be happy, but it needs hard work and a solid base. You need to be independent, cooperative, courageous, compassionate, and caring, honest, and straightforward. And above all, you need to be genuinely a good person. And remember, no wrong deed, however camouflaged it may be, can give you a sense of peace and fulfillment for long. Always adhere to your values and your conscience and be happy.
Rule 2, spread happiness. Happiness rebounds on the giver. Develop compassion for others. Love yourself enough. When you spread happiness, some of it sticks to you too. Byron has said, all who would bring joy must share it. Happiness was born a twin. An average man is concerned essentially with himself, his family, and his work. At times, his work may come even before his family and his people, as it may concern him alone. One of the chief sources of our unhappiness is our inability to be interested in anyone or anything that does not directly or indirectly concern us. When we are absorbed essentially with the demands only of our lives and concerns, we are likely to become self seeking and insensitive. Nothing can make a person happy if he cannot think beyond himself and his own affairs. When we fail to recognize or care for people around us, it leads to unhappiness, frustration, and depression. Our mind gets no relief from the concerns, big or small, of our life and work, and this takes a toll on our mental peace. The constant demands and pressures of our life make us tense, irritable, and fatigued. We become demanding and domineering, angry and frustrated, stressed and depressed. We lose our sense of proportion and inner calm that is fundamental for our feeling of well being and happiness. Bertrand Russell has said, the secret of happiness is this: let your interests be as well as possible, and let your reactions to the things and persons that interest you be as far as possible friendly rather than hostile. Man is a social being. He has to interact and work with others for his everyday needs and his survival. If he is not in harmony with his fellow beings, he cannot feel happy with himself and his surroundings. You cannot be in harmony with others unless you understand them, care for them, and feel for them. When you develop compassion for others, you find that you become more tolerant to their faults, and this tolerance helps you to become less demanding and domineering, which in turn makes you more at peace with yourself and others too. To be able to love people around you, care for them, and spread happiness, you have to love yourself first and be at peace with them. You cannot give what you do not have. You cannot donate a million rupees if you do not have them. Similarly, if you do not have love for yourself and are not happy with your own self,
then it is unlikely that you can give love and compassion to people you care for. Just imagine, can you love others when you do not love yourself and are dissatisfied and frustrated with your own being? To be able to spread happiness, you have to be happy first. This in no way means that you have to be selfish about yourself and first seek to get what you want as a precondition to caring for others. It only means that you have to be satisfied with your life and have a healthy respect for self without the strain of self denial or the burden of some unfulfilled desires. When you're happy with yourself, you automatically become a more tolerant and likable person, more open to reason and more available to others. You become more generous and more patient and are then able to contribute more towards the welfare of others. When we are happy inside, we seldom get irritated with things that would normally annoy us if we were unhappy. In a happy state, we are also more likely to have patience with others as well as would feel happy making them happy if we could. On the other hand, even normal everyday things can irritate us when we are unhappy. In an unhappy state, everything gets blown out of proportion, magnifying our concerns manifold. And this is why we need to be at peace with ourselves before we seek to make others happy. Happiness spreads happiness, unhappiness spreads unhappiness. Both rebound on the giver, and we get back what we gave. This is the law of happiness, undeniable and unquestionable. True happiness renders men kind and sensible, and that happiness is always shared with others. Montesquieu. Most of us like to be good to others, do nice things to them, and be of help, but we also want recognition and gratitude for our good deeds. We feel cheated when others do not recognize our thoughtful acts, and this robs us of our sense of satisfaction about having done good. It is human nature to want gratitude, and it is also human nature to forget to be grateful. And human nature, we all know, cannot be changed. It is in our interest not to expect gratitude from others so that we are not disturbed when we do not get it, but are happy if, in a rare case, we do. Dale Carnegie has said, if we want to find happiness, let us stop thinking about gratitude or ingratitude and give for the inner joy of giving. When we look for something in return for our thoughtful and kind act, it ceases to have its magical effect. It fails to make us happy.
Is a selfish motive to our actions and selfish deeds that never produce positive results. Do good without looking for anything in return, not even recognition of it from the receipt, and you will be amazed at the result. Here, one may ask, why should we do good to others when we get nothing in return, when they do not even recognize our good deeds? After all, it's not our duty to look up others. Why should we care for them in any way? To this, let me tell you, dear reader, that the knowledge of having done a good deed without having got anything in return also gives a very nice feeling to the giver. It enhances his self respect and self worth in his very own eyes, and this is all that matters in the long run and goes a long way in bringing him both success and happiness. You cannot lie to yourself, you know, and when you have done good only for the sake of doing good, you know it yourself, and that is reward enough. It is satisfying in a very positive way, and no one can rob you of the satisfaction you get from it. Even if the receiver of your goodness does not acknowledge your kind act or may even perceive you to be a smart, selfish person who is trying to be good for some invisible selfish motive, it will not matter to you at all. It will only keep the receiver of your good deed from feeling happy, not you. It is human nature to want to be praised for our thoughtful acts and least of all to be criticized for them. But doing good just for the sake of doing good also has its own rewards. Your motive here is to be of help, to contribute, to influence the lives of others in a positive way, to make them happy, to care for them. Recognition is not your aim here. When you do good, you know it and it is incentive enough for you. No one can rob you of the knowledge of the purity of your action, and that is your reward. You do not need anything else. This inner sense of satisfaction is what has motivated good people all over the world to do good, even though they have very often been criticized or even punished for their good deeds. An act of goodness is of itself an act of happiness. No reward coming after the event can compare with the sweet reward that went with it. Maurice, it is true that adverse public opinion has the power to make us unhappy, and we may feel miserable if we are criticized. All of us want to be well thought of and accepted by others. Negative public opinion for our right actions or make us unhappy for sometimes, but that will not be for long. Our satisfaction of being right will prevail in the end and bring us peace. The most delicate, the most sensible of all pleasures consists in promoting the pleasure of others through you. Let us also acknowledge the fact that there are some self serving people in this world who will want to take advantage of your goodness and use you their benefit simply because you are a good person and they feel they can use you. You need to write them off in future. It's going to be their loss, not yours. You will still have the satisfaction of having done the right thing in the first place, and that is all that you should care about. If the recipient of your care did not deserve compassion from you and has lost you for future, it is his doing. He gets what he deserves. When trying to be good, focus on little things that matter. You need not make a big donation or start a big charity if you cannot afford it. Making life a little easier for someone in need can also go a long way when done with care. Helping an elderly or a blind person cross a road, taking care of your neighbor's child when they need help, writing out an application for someone who cannot write, sitting with the sick or the elderly when they need company, taking someone to the hospital if he requires help. And the light can be great help to the person in need and also give you a sense of satisfaction. Doing our wee bit, however small it may be, is all that is required to make our world a little more cheerful and happy for all of us. As Mother Teresa has said, we cannot do great things on this earth. We can only do small things with great love. A nice way to make a start is to try and understand other people around you and be patient with them. Reach out to people when they need help. Do whatever you can for them and see how it brings a feeling of satisfaction and work that is both gratifying and fulfilling. Try to do at least one good deed a day and do not tell anyone about it. It will give a new meaning to your life. Men of the noblest disposition think themselves happiest when others share their happiness with them. Jeremy Taylor. Developing compassion for others involves a willingness to understand them without being judgmental, to try and understand what it must be like to be in their situation, to experience life the way they have felt it, to feel for them and love them, to be able to see them as innocent, not guilty. Very often we focus on other people's mistakes, shortcomings, comments, rudeness, selfishness, and meanness, and feel frustrated with it.
It is true that people do strange things, most of us do, and they also do things that we do not like and should not put up with. But we should learn not to allow ourselves to be disturbed by their behavior. We should be less focused on other people's faults and be less disturbed by them. Understanding others and empathizing with them
will reduce your tension and make you more tolerant and considerate, less demanding and more cooperative. It will take your mind off the little things in your life that are best ignored. It will open your heart to other people and reduce your worries and bring your peace of mind and a sense of satisfaction. It is said that love makes everything that is heavy light. When you have someone to share your problems with, they become less stressful. Similarly, when you share the burden of someone else, it makes you feel happy for having been of help. A good deed is seldom lost. Your heart knows it, and that is where your happiness lies. Happiness is a sunbeam which may pass through 1,000 bosoms without losing a particle of its original ray. Nay, when it strikes on a kindred heart, like the converged light on a mirror, it reflects itself with redoubled brightness. It is not perfect till it is shared. Jane Potter. Having interests beyond oneself also has great value when things go wrong in our lives. There are times when things become difficult and are beyond our control. If at such times we are able to be interested in someone or something beyond our immediate affairs, then it can be of great help. It can keep us occupied, and that will help us forget our worries for some time. It will give us the satisfaction of being of help to others. The same applies to sorrow as well. The death of someone we love deeply is an irreparable loss. It has the power to soak us in grief. We know that no good is ever achieved by immersing ourselves in grief, but some grief is unavoidable and has to be accepted. However, we can try to minimize it as much as possible. Getting busy with work that is outside our immediate interest can be the best way to do this. It will give meaning to our life and help us to deal with our sorrow better. The act of spreading happiness has the power to lift us out of our frustrations and depressions better. A friend of mine was having difficulty in coping with her life after the death of her husband. She felt lonely and depressed. Her children had grown up and left home. She had been a stay at home wife, and now she did not know what to do with her time and life. She lost all interest in life and was miserable. Then, one day, as she was returning home, she saw a blind boy was trying to cross a busy road. He looked poor and in need of help. She went over to help him. She asked him where he lived and how he coped with his life. He told her about the blind school for the underprivileged he was in and how they were in desperate need of help. She went to visit the school the next day, and when she saw the poor condition of the school, she decided to join in to help. And now, after 1 year of looking after the problems of the school, she has forgotten the difficulties of her own life. She is no longer depressed. In fact, she has become one of the most enthusiastic teachers of the school and is liked by all. She has found a purpose in her life by being of help to others and is happy. Alfred Adler, the pioneer in human psychology, has said, it is the individual who is not interested in his fellow men who has the greatest difficulties in life and provides the greatest injury to others. It is among such individuals that all human failures spring. The inability to be interested in others not only makes a person unhappy, it also comes in a way of his success and happiness. It makes him self seeking and demanding, which leads to frustration and resentment. And unless you are able to overcome these emotions, you cannot be happy. And when you are not happy, you cannot achieve your best. The best way to make a start is to think beyond yourself. Be interested in the welfare of others. Develop compassion for them and spread as much as possible happiness. For when you spread happiness, some of it sticks to you too. Goodness is the only investment that never fades. When you spread happiness, you are the one who will know it and feel it the most. To be able to spread happiness, you have to be at peace with yourself first. Do not indulge in unnecessary self denial. You have the right to be happy. Do what makes you happy as long as it does not harm the interests of others. But never use it as an excuse to be demanding and self seeking, which will only make you miserable and nothing else. Try to do whatever you can to make people happy. Spreading happiness is reward in itself. Develop compassion for others. Do not be judgmental. Try to understand them instead. Never be focused on the faults of others. When trying to be good, focus on little things that matter. Try to do at least one good deed a day. Always remember, happiness rebounds on the giver.
Blessings. Acknowledge them or lose them. Be optimistic. See the sunshine, not the shadow. When you look at your blessings, they smile at you. All happy people have one thing in common. They count their blessings, not their troubles. Happy thoughts have enough power to make us happy. Happiness depends more on our ability to be happy than on having everything our way. People tend to be unhappy essentially because negative emotions have a tendency to prevail over positive ones. The stronger the sun shines, the more defined the shadow becomes. Are we supposed to look at the shadow or the sunshine? To be happy, we want everything right, just the way we want it for ourselves and always. We very conveniently forget that most of the things in our lives are generally right. How else could our lives function? We normally have a job, a home, a family, a few caring friends, and all that is required in life. These things may not always be up to the standard that we may want them to be, but we do have them. We, however, fail to acknowledge this and be thankful for what we have. We only keep fretting over what we do not have. The common cause of things is in favor of happiness. Happiness is the rule, misery the exception. Where the order reversed, our attention would be called to examples of health and competency instead of disease and want. Valley. We all know that this world does not belong to any one of us. It is inhabited by a multitude of people, and each one has his own place and sphere of influence in the scheme of things. Still, we are unable to accept the reality that it is seldom possible for anyone to have everything just the way he wants it to be. This keeps coming in the way of our happiness, and this is why such widespread unhappiness dominates our whole today. It is not that wanting more, or wanting things to improve, or wanting them to be better than what they are is wrong, or evil, or harmful. It is, in fact, this desire to improve and better our lot that is responsible for all progress in this world and is a positive trait. But there is a difference between a desire to improve upon what we have and a desire for something more or different because of a sense of dissatisfaction or inadequacy. This is what we must understand and be careful about. We should learn to be happy with what we have and at the same time try to improve upon what we can. There is a fine distinction between wanting to improve out of a desire for progress or being perpetually dissatisfied because of a sense of insufficiency. No one can feel genuinely happy if he is not satisfied with his lot. For most of us, the grass is greener on the other side. In a situation like this, we would find it difficult to be happy with what we have, however nice it may be. If the grass is always going to be greener on the other side, then it guarantees that we will always be unhappy with our lot. We will be looking over the fence feeling sorry for ourselves. How can we be happy unless we are able to see how green and fresh our grass is? Let your neighbor's grass be greener, but yours too is green. Enjoy it. Very often we put off enjoying what we have in our desire for more. Whatever we have becomes meaningless and commonplace, and we become dissatisfied with it. We put our happiness on hold for the day when we feel we can have a better job, a bigger house, a better car, after we get married, when our children grow up, after we retire, and have more time for ourselves and the like. We hope to be happy in some distant future when we have something better or different than what we have now, irrespective of what it may be.
Life is like a beautiful and winding lane. On either side, bright flowers, beautiful butterflies, and tempting fruits, which we scarcely pause to admire and taste. So eager are we to hasten to an opening which we imagine will be more beautiful still. But by degrees, as we advance, the trees grow bleak, and the flowers and the butterflies fail, the fruits disappear, and we find we have arrived to reach a desert waste. G.A. Sala. Most things in our lives are usually right rather than wrong. They are also beautiful and nice, but the habit of focusing on what we do not have over what we have does not allow us to enjoy them as they are. Dissatisfaction with what we have is one of the most pervasive and destructive tendencies of the human mind. We always want more than what we have in the hope of becoming happy and satisfied after we have what we are aspiring for. But we all know that this is rarely so. We get caught in the rat race of wanting more and more. There can be no end to this, as there can never be a stage when there will be no scope for improvement. This craving for something more or better or different becomes a big obstacle in our way to happiness. Few things needed to make the wise man happy, but nothing satisfies the fool. And this is the reason why so many of mankind are miserable. Roger Foucault.
You will never, and let me repeat the word never, come across a happy man who has a negative view of life, who is a pessimist, who does not know how to enjoy what he has, as he has it, and where he has it. The desire for something more and better is never ending process. You can spend a lifetime striving for more than what you have and be unhappy, or you can simply learn to enjoy what you already have and be happy. Life is a continuous process, and so is a peace of mind and its resultant happiness. If we are at peace today, that does not guarantee we will be so tomorrow as well, irrespective of what we do with our thoughts in times to come. The shape of our life today is the result of what we did with our thoughts and deeds in the past. And now, our today will shape our tomorrow. Like success, peace of mind too is a journey, not a destination. We will continue to be offered roses along with the thorns, and if we neglect the roses because of the thorns, then we will soon be left only with the thorns. Our roses will wilt away, and we will not even know. Wisdom lies in cultivating the roses and enjoying them in spite of the thorns. They will be there anyway. Let them enhance the beauty of the rose. Some critics will very convincingly argue that if we were to look only at the rosy side of everything, then we are sure to get into difficulty someday. After all, where will our problems go? Who will set them right? How will we make progress in this world without being aware of our problems? If we are not careful of the thorns, then we are sure to get pricked one day, they say. Besides, if we do not desire for more and are satisfied with what we have, then all our progress will get stalled and we will ensure a life of mediocrity for ourselves, is what they feel. To this, let me tell you, dear reader, that it is right that you do have to be ambitious enough to be able to make adequate progress in this world. It is necessary for your sense of satisfaction and happiness. It is also true that you have to be aware of your problems and shortcomings so as to able to solve them and overcome them. You should inspire for more than so that you can make sufficient progress in this world and feel successful, which is necessary for your happiness. But you do not have to be overwhelmed by your problems. You can work towards solving them and at the same time enjoy what you have. You can learn to enjoy the beauty of the rose along with the thorns. You can just be aware of the thorns and be careful, remove them, and when you happen to encounter them, where it is wise to do so. You can always work for greater achievements and at the same time enjoy what you have. You can be aware of your blessings and be happy and thankful for them. Philosophers have from time immemorial been telling us that we should know ourselves and know ourselves right, whatever it may take to do so. And they are right. We should definitely be aware of our strengths as well as our weaknesses. This is being practical and sensible. But we should take this advice the way it is meant to be. We should be happy with what we have and at the same time improve upon if it is needed. Knowing ourselves does not mean that we should know only our faults and weaknesses. It also means that we should be aware of what we have and what we can do, have faith in our abilities and ourselves, and also have the confidence of being able to work on our assets, whatever they may be. Faith brings hope, and faith and hope are our greater motivators, confidence builders, and morale boosters. They are essential to our progress, happiness, and inner peace. All happy people are optimists. You have to look at the opportunities you have and not at the obstacles you might encounter. If you fail to see an opportunity in any given situation, you will not make any effort to try and achieve something out of it. Effort needs hope, and you cannot try for anything without hope. A hopeless situation cannot be a source of happiness to anyone. Happiness consists in being perfectly satisfied with what we have got and what we haven't got. It is not how much we have, but how much we enjoy that makes happiness. Spurgeon. Enjoy what you have here and now. Have a memory bank of celebrations for your achievements, however small they may be. Enjoy with your spouse, kids, family, or friends as the situation may be. Remember, celebration is what you earn for having toiled for your achievements, and no significant achievement is achieved without a share of hard work. You deserve to enjoy the fruits of your labor, however small it may be. If you do not celebrate your achievements, you run the risk of having a memory bank of only the toil of your effort minus its fruits, and this cannot be a happy situation. Celebrations are a nice way to keep the beauty of your life in focus provided it is not done with the desire to make a statement. When celebrations are used as a means to show off one's achievements, they lose their meaning. Do it for simple joy of enjoying what you have and you'll be happy. There are two things to aim in at life. First, to get what you want, and after that, to enjoy it. Only the wisest of mankind achieve the second. Logan Percival Smith. Happiness, desires, wants, and a sense of satisfaction go hand in hand. No one can feel genuinely happy for long if he is yearning for something else, however small. It may
What you do not have, how your spouse could have been more caring or different, your kids brighter, your family richer, you smarter or more talented, your boss more understanding, and he liked. Think of what you have. Think of the good qualities of your spouse, the loudness of your kids, the warmth of your family, your own qualities, the opportunities you have at work, and you will be happy. Concentrate on what you have and enjoy it. Stop looking at your neighbor and start looking at yourself instead, or through his eyes. You will be amazed at the result. The foolish man seeks happiness in the distance. The wise man loses it under his feet. James Socrates. Would you take $1 million for what you have? Ask Dale Carnegie. Add up your assets and you will find that you won't sell what you have for all the gold ever embarrassed by the Rockefellers. The Fords and Morgans combined, he says. He further goes to say that our tendency to only see what we lack over what we have is the greatest tragedy on earth that has caused more misery than any calamity or tragedy, either man made or otherwise combined. It is true that every situation or thing can be improved further and one should strive to improve. This does not mean that we should not be happy with what we have. There can be an unending list of what could be better. It applies to everyone and everything. It is foolish not to be able to enjoy what we have in our longing for something more or different. Can there be an end to this? Be careful not to be trapped in this ever ending desire to be what you are not. If you pause and look around yourself and appreciate or even notice what you have, you will be surprised at your foolishness of not having noticed what you have always had for so long. Looking at your assets will make your life beautiful from the word go. It is in your control to transform it into being a beautiful and as meaningful as you want it to be. Satisfaction with what we have will not make us lazy or laid back and all out through and frustrated. As some of us may want to be believed, it will, in fact, give us the zeal to work harder and better. It will liberate us from being perpetually dissatisfied with all of dissatisfaction with what we have and who are we are can have a very depressing and discouraging effect on our lives. It is sure to come in our way to success and happiness. When you look around yourself, you will find that all successful and contented people are basically happy and satisfied with what they have and what they have achieved. What they do not have and cannot have, what they have, lose, and will never get back. Only then are they free to pursue their work up to their full potential and achieve their best. On the other hand, if you are tense and unhappy, dissatisfied and demanding, your creativity will go down, and whatever success you may have had will be in spite of your negative thoughts, and it will fail to give you happiness and inner peace. The choice is yours, and you have to choose. Just keep these points in mind before you proceed. Always know that happiness is always possible and you have ample reasons to be happy. Just sit up and count them. Look at your assets and your strengths. They will inspire you and make you happy. Be aware of your shortcomings only as much as you need for improving and moving ahead. Be aware of the goodness of your family and friends. They can be your greatest source of happiness if you let them be. Never postpone being happy in the hope of finding yourself in a better or perfect situation someday. That day will never come. Life has its ups and downs, and we can enjoy it with them. There is no end in wanting more, and there will be never be a stage when things cannot be improved further. Do not wait for that time, or you will end up wasting your life running after what you do not have.
Rule 4. Change what you can and accept what you cannot change. When you accept the inevitable, it liberates you. Know what you can change. Accept it if you cannot. Fighting the irreversible will not change it. Accepting it will help you handle it better. The late King George V had these words framed and put on the walls of his library in Buckingham Palace. Teach me neither to cry for the moon nor over the spilt milk. Fighting against what has happened and what is beyond our control and feeling miserable about it can be of no use to anyone. It can only be a waste of time, energy, peace of mind, health, and happiness. The saying, what cannot be cured has to be endured, is full of wisdom and common sense. Follow it. All of us have our share of misfortunes, lost opportunities, accidents, calamities, either man made or natural, frustrations, setbacks, and the like. They keep crossing our path in some form or the other, and we have to learn to live with them without letting them come in the way of a meaningful and fulfilling life. We may make mistakes and blunders that cannot be set right. There is also a possibility that we may, at times, get cheated or robbed or made use of, even by people we trust and care about. Abuse does take place sometimes and is a fact of life, however unpleasant it may be. But we should be strong enough not to let these happenings rob us of our mental peace and happiness. This is what we have in our control, and this is what we own to ourselves. A lot of people are unable to put up with everyday problems, big or small, that are part of life. The breakdown of a car having to wait for an appointment, not being able to get a much wanted contract, our children not coming up the way we would want them to, making a bad investment, not being able to win a competition, not getting as much needed or desired job, the death of a loved one, even missing a train or a flight are enough to put up for a long time, instead of wasting our time and energy in fretting and fuming over things that have happened and are beyond our control. It is better if we could think of what we could do next to improve our situation, avoid a rerun if possible, or accept it if we have to. When we stop fighting the inevitable, we release energy, which enable us to create a richer life. Else Macron. We know that setbacks and misfortunes are a part of life and will always be there, and we have to learn to live with them, whatever they may be. Very little in this universe is in our control, and we are bound to encounter unpleasant and upsetting situations that are not going to change even if we feel that they can or they should. It is better that we accept this inevitable fact and be at peace. We can, if we like, accept such inevitable situations that are beyond our control and adjust to them, or rebel against them and ruin our peace of mind and our health. We have to accept the inevitable and cooperate with it, however difficult it may be. And it is up to us to make it as easy and as painless as possible. Not accepting a reality does not change it, it only changes us. It makes us frustrated and unhappy. Accepting the inevitable is wrongly thought to be a sign of weakness. It is, in fact, a sign of wisdom, of strength. Fretting and fuming against what has happened and what is beyond our control will only consume our precious time and energy and turn our life into hell. It can give us ulcers, heart attacks, insomnia. It can also rob us of our zeal and make us tense and unhappy. Accepting what has happened is the only way to come out of the misery of an unpleasant reality. After all, this world does not belong to any one of us, and we are constitute an insignificant part in the scheme of things. Fighting against what is not in our control can only be a losing battle, and we are a wise species. This is definitely not an easy lesson to learn. All of us want to have control over the circumstances and events in our lives. But this world also works in its own way, and a lot of happenings are beyond our control, and a lot of them are irreversible once they happen. It is true that we are answerable for our lives and are the chief players in it, but we have to work according to laws of this universe, and that is what we cannot change. We have to accept this reality, however much we may not. William James has said, be willing to have it so. Acceptance of what has happened is the first step to overcoming the consequences of any misfortune. Effort and resignation, as Bernard Russell calls it, is the right balance between putting your best on the one hand and accepting what is will be on the other. Both these schools of thought have merit in them, but to strike the right balance is what wisdom is all about. Happiness, in most cases, is not something that comes naturally to man. We have to struggle for it, and this struggle has to be a double-sided effort. We have to work for what will make us happy on the one hand, and then accept what we are able to get or not get, or are handed out by our circumstances or effort on the other. Anger, worry, depression, irritation, frustration are emotions that serve no purpose. They only come in the way of our progress.
And make us unhappy. The saint will tell you to leave everything to God's will, to resign, while management gurus will tell you to take matters into your hand and work on them. Do your best, they say. Nothing is impossible to the willing and the daring, is their advice. And the right balance is somewhere is in between two extremes. Every man has his chain and a clock. Only it is a looser and a lighter to one than the other. And he is now at ease who takes it up and carries it than he who drags it. I am in no way suggesting that We should bow down to adversities and not try to set them right or improve upon them. That will be running away from our duties and what is expected from people who make good in life and are successful. And a feeling of success, is essential to real happiness. It simply means that we should accept the situation, whatever it may be. If it is beyond redemption, we should fight to save or alter the situation as long as there is a chance. But when wisdom tells us that it is of no use, it is not unalterable, then it is wise to accept it and so and move ahead. When you spill milk, it is gone. Crying over it will not bring it back. So why do we? All you can do to learn to be more careful and next time, and that is all you should do and care about. No amount of fretting or fuming or repenting will bring back, and this is what we have to understand. When such misfortunes strike that cannot be set right, it is better to accept them as they are and move ahead. Gather yourself up and make the best what you have left. And with these, do you have a choice? There's a mother goes rem that goes. Every alignment under the sun, there's a remedy, or there is none. If there is to be, find it. If there is none, then never mind. Gilgard says that no one living has enough emotion and vigor to fight the inevitable, and at the same time, enough left over to create a new life. Choose one or the other. You can either bend with inevitable slit storm of life, or you can resist them and break. We all know that crying over spilt milk is waste of time and energy. But how often are we able to hear this advice? I know it is easier said than done, but it has to be done, and that is what important. And that is all you should do and care about. We would not be discussing if it is all so easy, and we would not be talking about it if it could be done. Do it, accept, liberate your minds, and restore peace that is essential for future progress and happiness. Milton has said it is not miserable to be blind, it is only miserable not to be able to endure blindness, not to accept a reality or to deny. It is though it does not exist, can be on no help. When I crossed 40 and started needing speeches, spectacles to read and write, I was unhappy for quite some time. I found it is difficult to accept the fact that now I would never be able to do without glasses in future, and I found them a great nonsense. I, I fought against the use of spectacle for some time, but that was of no aid. It could not be. It was only coming in the way of my work and robbing me of my mental peace. After fighting with the inevitable for some time, I realized my stupidity and accepted my irreversible situation. And now that I have accepted the fact that my eyes are no longer as efficient as they used to be and will also not get any better over time. I feel much better and more confident of myself. Now I use spectacles all the time and I am totally comfortable with them. Roman philosopher Epictetus has said there is only one way to happiness, and that is worrying about things which are beyond the power of our will. A lot of people are not born lucky, and those who are fail to recognize their luck and be happy. We also have difficulties that are not in our making. Almost all of us have to work for a living. Some are born with a health problem, some have uneasy passion that makes life challenge. Our families may not be ideal, our children may not turn right, we may not have the right condition at our workplace, and like that. All these things are enough to cause stress and make life uncomfortable. Happiness is not always handed over out of to us. We have to find it and create it for ourselves, or we can ruin our life in a rebellion and be nervous wreck. The choice is ours and we have to choose. We cannot conquer fate and necessity, yet we can yield to them in such a manner as to be a greater life if we could. Russell has also said, resignation is of two sorts. One rooted is in despair, and the other is unconquerable hopes. It first is bad and second is good. A man who resigns to fate in despair does not help himself in any way. He abandons all futures about except defeats and justifies his action at times with a religious doctrine as well. But he remains inwardly unhappy as he uses a path of escape. And escape is not what he or we are talking about here. We are talking of hope. When you base your resignation on hope, you act in a different ways. Whatever setback you may encounter, you accept it with hope for a new future and work with renewed zeal and the wisdom that you have gathered with your experience and march ahead. This is what can be bring in inner peace and happiness and gives a new meaning to your life. Accepting what it is and will be and resigning the fate in the hope of creating a new future is what you should aim at. This is what is expected of you too. And this is what is essential for your peace of mind and happiness. Efforts and resolutions, the results, as called it, is the right balance between the two extremes of making an efforts on one side and to resign to faith on the other. These two opposite schools of thoughts have wisdom of parts, but only in part, and that is what you should remember. Making an effort is preferable to resignation, but there are certain areas in life where this cannot be done, and this is what you have to understand and learn. Always remember, improve what you can accept, what you cannot improve or change. Fighting against the inevitable or irreversible will only be waste of time and energy. Strike the right balance between what you should try to improve upon and what you should accept and ignore. Accepting the inevitable does not make you weak. In fact, it gives you more strength to be able to crave out a new future. Acceptance does not mean resignation, it means hope, a new future, happiness, and peace. Predicting and fuming will serve no purpose. See if a situation can alter. If yes, go and do it. If no, forget it.
Rule 5. Never worry, be concerned. When worry moves in, happiness leaves. Nobel Prize winning doctor Alexis Callis has said, those who do not know how to fight worry die young. Worry is enemy number one of happiness and sound health. It is one of the biggest problems facing mankind today and is also the most difficult to understand and to get rid of. It is the cause of more ills than any other known reason. It shows on our face, robs us of our good night's sleep, our healthy appetite, gives us heart attacks, ulcers, headaches, shortness of breath, back spasms, and whatnot. It is the potential to make a life hell and a torture to be lived. Worry can have such a vicious grip over us that once we get into that habit of worrying, it becomes difficult for us to get out of it. A worried person can never be happy. To worry is to be anxious, fearful, apprehensive, nervous, troubled, and disturbed about something. The cause of a worry can be a real problem facing us, or an imaginary problem that we anticipate coming our way. When we worry, we think only of our problems, not our solutions. Our problems can get magnified, manifold, much out of proportion. And when we feel helpless, worry destroys our ability to concentrate and think rationally. When we worry, we go in circles thinking of our problems and what they might do to us. Worry aggravates them. Worry affects the circulation, the heart, the glands, the whole nervous system. I have never known a man who died of overwork, but many who died of doubt, says Dr. Carlos. One thing typical about worry is that it need not have a basis. It comes from nowhere and is uncontrollable. It generates tension and is not open to reason. When you worry, one set of problems leads to another, and yet another, and then back again. You get nowhere to finding any solution to your problems. The worrier does not know in which case his worry is genuine and where it is imaginary. Reality and imagination get mixed up. He gets trapped in a circle of worry where he goes round and round in his anxiety, producing thoughts and is unable to control them. Instead of coming up with solutions, he stays focused on his problems and what they might lead to. This serves no purpose. It only saps his energy and produces fatigue, both emotional and physical. Problems have solutions, worries don't. A man may worry about getting cancer, dying in an accident, losing all his money, losing his job, losing his loved ones, and the like. Worry does not have a basis, and most of the things people worry about simply never happen. But they get so deeply locked into the worry trap that they are unable to break free. It is of no use putting up your umbrella till it rains, says Alice Hagen. A warrior may worry about what might happen to his children if he dies before they grow up. He might worry that his spouse will remarry and neglect his kids. They could be on the road, be put in the orphanage, get ill treated by foster parents, etc. But if he were to look at his work very rationally, he would know that the chances of this happening are remote, and he need not worry at all. In all probability, he will be there to see his kids grow up to the successful adults. By the time they do so, he would have wasted many fruitful years worrying unnecessarily. At times, the worrier may be even understand that his worries are baseless. But he gets so addicted to his worry producing thoughts that he is unable to get out of his grip. He is unable to heed the advice most given to him. Stop worrying. Worry is interest paid on trouble before it comes, says V.R. Inge.
Worry is said to be only in mind, but it cannot be wished away with ease. Worry stems from mismanaged negative imagination. It is a kind of psychological infection. It has to be treated, and you can treat it yourself. Do not let it go out of your control. To be able to get out of the worry trap, it is important you stop your worrisome thoughts before they get a chance of triggering your cycle of anxiety. Learn to relax and avoid worrying thoughts by keeping busy in constructive work. The moment you get a clue that your worrisome thoughts are going to take over your thought process, throw, throw them out by challenging them with positive thoughts or getting busy. Talking to someone or going out for a walk can also help. Just do whatever you take. Will you help you keeping away from the worry trap? Relate to the Almighty if that can be of help to you. Faith is something people live by. It gives them strength. The late Mahatma Gandhi has said, without prayer, I should have been lunatic long ago. An effective way to manage your worries is to put a stop loss on them. Example. So, how much what you are worrying about really matters you, and how much are you going to give it? How much can you allow it to occupy your thoughts and your mind? When will you leave it alone and move ahead? You are definitely not going to go on worrying about anything endlessly. That is too heavy a price to pay for anything, whatever it may be. There are times when you worry about real problems. And when this happens, you do have to analyze your problems and solve them solve them. The best way to solve a problem that is worrying you to accept it as it is and be prepared for the worst. If you are afraid of losing your job and being unemployed with no one to support you, then scrutinize the basis of for this worry. Are you giving your best performance? Are you sincere in your work? If you are satisfied on these 2 points, then see what can happen. If you really lose your job, how long will it take you to get another one? Can you be self employed or do some business? There is never a situation that cannot be set right when handled properly. When you are prepared for the worst, it relieves your mind of all tension. Nothing worse can happen, and you can now work backward from the worst that could happen. Every alternate will now look brighter than the worst, and the chances of the worst happening are limited, you know. And when you are prepared for the worst, you have hope. And when you have a hope, you do not worry. You work on solutions, not problems. It is always a good idea to work towards solving your problem, not fighting with it, forming over it, or brooding about it. Question yourself if it is really as important as you are making it out to be. Will it matter a year from now? What are the chances of it happening? 90% of the time, people worry over things that never happen. It is only a waste of time and energy. Worry is one of the chief reasons why people are not able to accomplish what they want to and enjoy it if they do. I have never yet met a healthy person who worried very much about his health or a really good person who worried much about his soul. After you learn to keep worrying away, you can now devote your time to solving your problems without anxiety. After all you have accepted the worst and it is not so bleak. You can handle it and come out of it. The world will not come to standstill, and whatever may happen can be dealt with the true, You have planned and prepared for the consequences, whatever they may be, and in all likelihood, they will be better than what you have planned for. Make a person susceptible to worry. A fatigued mind cannot have patience and think patiently. Fatigue lowers your resistance to negative emotions of fear and anxiety and triggers the circuit of worry. You go round and round in your agonizing thoughts and find it difficult to break free from them. Psychiatrists believe that fatigue due to purely physical reason is rare. It is our emotions that are really responsible for fatigue and nervous tension, especially in people with desk jobs. Pure and simple physical fatigue produce better sleep and good night's rest, all that is required to set it right. This is not what causes worry. Worry is the result of emotional strain, the feelings of discontent, futility, fear, anger, resentment, and the like. We get tired because negative emotions produce tension in our body, and tense muscles are like working muscles. They tire easily. To break the worry habit, it is necessary that you learn to relax, both mentally and physically. Learning to relax is important compared to worry. Worry find it difficult to enter a relaxed mind in relaxed body. Winston Churchill and Rockefeller were people who understood the importance of resting their nerves often during the day. Churchill would go to bed for a short interval after lunch and before dinner, and Rockefeller took a half-hour nap after every afternoon. Afternoon Nap is said to be equal to 2 extra hours of night sleep. Frequent in between naps rejuvenate our nerves and restore our ability to concentrate and think rationally. When you worry, your ability to relax is the first casualty. Worry is being disturbed about something, concern being interested in it and setting it right. When you are faced with genuine problems, instead of allowing yourself to worry, just be concerned. Look at your problem straight in the eye, analyze them, see what can be done, how it can be done, and do it. There is no problem that cannot be solved, improved upon, or worst come to worst, ignored. Never make an insignificant problem bigger, bigger than what it is actually is what never let it bother you if that can be helped. Keep away from the worry trap. It serves no purpose except to waste your time and energy at the cost of your mental peace. The way you behave in response to stress has a lot to do with the persistence. Always remember, worry and happiness never go together. You can either worry or to be happy. When you worry, it tells on your health as well. Worry is the cause of most illness known to man. Worrying solves no problems. It can only take you deeper into them. Break the worry circuit before it gets a chance holding you in its grip. Learn to relax and look at the problems facing you with concern, not worry. Set them right where possible or ignore them where they can be helped. Always know that as long as you are worrying, you cannot be happy. Break your worry habit.
Rule 6. Never let small things bother you. Small things upset small minds. Learn to be patient and understanding. Accept the fact that life is neither perfect nor fair. Small things can be made too small or too big. It is for you to choose. Very often we allow ourselves to be upset over little things, things that have no real significance or meaning in our lives, and we can easily let them pass. Instead of overlooking and forgetting them, we blow them out of proportion and allow them to rob us of our peace of mind and happiness. We forget that things are seldom as bad as we make them out to be. A little rudeness from someone on the street, a little delay in our plans, even a traffic jam or bad weather can be enough to put us off for a whole day. We know that these occurrences are everyday matters, very often beyond our control, and are in fact insignificant in the scheme of things. We can ignore them if we like and not think of them at all. But we allow them to upset us and make us unhappy. When we allow small things to bother us, they become big and get in the way of our happiness. They compound our problems and make life difficult, not only for us but others too. A driver may cut in front of us while we are hurrying on our way to work. This can agitate us and it can fill our mind with rage and put it in a state of confrontation that can have the potential of spoiling the day for us. So we can, if you want, just let the other man be and not think of him at all. Or alternatively, we can even try to understand that he could be facing some real emergency that required him to race through the traffic. Even if he is a bad driver, that is his problem, not ours. Let him face the consequences himself. We need not allow it to spill over into our lives. Unwanted behavior of strangers is something that can never bother us if we do not allow it to. Even ordinary everyday things like a phone call or the ring of the doorbell in the midst of our work can be a little disturbing at times. But if we understand that the person trying to contact us does not intend to come in our way or upset us, it will help us to see the innocence of his behavior and we will not feel troubled by it. This understanding will help us not to feel agitated by the intrusion and we will be able to go back to our work as soon as we are free again. If, however, we allow this to annoy us, then going back to work with ease can become difficult, and peace of mind, influences the quality of our work mindful. Exercising a little patience and compassion can go a long way in helping us to deal with our everyday problems more efficiently. We all know that patience is crucial in promoting harmony, and harmony is crucial to be efficiency. Yet we allow little irritants to come in our way of not only happiness but success too. To become peaceful and happy, we have to learn to understand others, and developing compassion is the best way to do this. We must accept the fact that this world has not been created for any single individual, and as such, everything need not be according to our wishes. Being patient allows us to be calm in perspective of what we are doing. Nothing becomes an emergency for us, and we are able to deal with our problems better. This protects us from anger, frustration, and adverse health consequences as well. Always remember that life is, in general, not an emergency. Nothing is so important in the scheme of things that it cannot wait or be allowed to pass. Our world will not come to standstill if we do not do our work today, or our mail does not get delivered now. Nothing is worth losing our cool over the running our health for. Treating everything as an emergency will only hamper our growth and make our life difficult and short. We also expect life to deal a fair hand, feel most cheated and resentful if we feel that we have been unfairly treated. We feel resentful when our hard work is not rewarded and our efforts not recognized. However, the fact is that life can be quite ruthless and is neither fair nor perfect. Life does not discriminate between anyone, and it is for us to try and make the best for ourselves. The sooner we accept this undeniable fact, the better is it for our own mental peace. Tragedies strike the noble and the evil in the same ratio. It is the noble who are able to deal with them better and are less affected because of their compassion and understanding. Learn to live with the world as it is and always look for good in everyone and everything, including you. We all know that no one is perfect, and we should be wise enough to accept these unquestionable truths and not expect others to be so. Whenever we strive to be perfect, we unwittingly get engaged in a losing battle. We get focused on what is wrong with everyone and everything, and this leads to stress and unhappiness. We must do our best and be happy and learn to be patient with others as well. To be perfect means there is no further scope of improvement, and this is never possible. However, we can definitely keep on improving every day of our lives, and this is a wise thing to do.
Richard Coulson has said, when we are zeroed in on what is wrong, it implies that we are dissatisfied, discontented. It is true that when we work hard for something and feel we deserve to be rewarded for it but are unable to get what we want, we feel frustrated. This is especially true when others who, according to us, do not deserve as much get more. We feel cheated, miserable, and rebellious and find it difficult to accept this and function normally. But if we were to accept the fact that life is not fair and that this holds true for every one of us, then it can become easier for us to cope with this situation better. It can help us understand the functioning of the world a little more and liberate us from the feeling of having been dealt a raw deal. This in turn can enable us to think of our future with hope and understanding without the negative feelings of self-pity, frustration, and anger. A young man I know was an outstanding student. He was a hardworking and sincere worker. He was very happy when he got a job and he liked and deserved. It was rewarding and challenging enough for him, and he was happy. Then one day, while he was expecting to be promoted, he discovered that someone else in the organization was promoted and he was overlooked. Someone he never imagined could ever be placed over him. He was devastated. Going to work and functioning normally became difficult for him, and this affected his work, his health, and his mental peace. After a few days of agonizing over his raw deal, he realized that things do not always work out the way you want them to, or may not always be just or fair. And this is the way life is and will be. This helped him to come to terms with his reality, and he now understood that he should either change his job or accept the judgment of his bosses. He was smart enough to understand and accept this, and he chose to work hard with renewed zeal. He soon got his much wanted promotion. Had he allowed himself to continue to reel in self pity, he would not have got what he wanted. Ingratitude of people, especially those we love and care for, is another cause of a lot of misery in this world. Parents have, in general, since the history of mankind, felt cheated when their children grow up and not feel grateful to them for having looked after them when they were young. But gratitude, we should know, is not a natural trait. It has to be taught and nurtured with care. Ingratitude is natural, it is human nature. When parents do not possess the quality of gratitude themselves or neglect to teach their children to be grateful, their children too find it difficult to be grateful for anything and to anyone when they grow up, including their parents. And parents then feel miserable and blame their children instead. As Dale Cargill has said, ingratitude grows like weeds, while gratitude, he says, is like a rose. It has to be fed and watered and cultivated and loved and protected. It is natural for people to forget to be grateful. So if we go around expecting gratitude, we are headed straight for a lot of heartaches. Another fact of life is that we are all social beings and are dependent on society for our needs and wants. This dependence can at times create a clash of interest and can lead to conflicts. We may also at times be unfairly treated. Some people may even take advantage of our goodness and not act the way we expect them to. There can also be times when we may feel the need to put our foot down, confront the wrongdoer, or fight for our rights. In a situation like this, it is wise to give a good thought to the problems facing us before we decide what matters to take up and what to ignore and allow to pass. Our primary goal here should be to see the merit of the situation and not to take it as a challenge to our egos. The sunshine of life is made up of every little beams that are bright all the time. To give up something when giving up will prevent unhappiness. To yield when persisting will chafe and fret others. To go a little round rather than come against another. To take an ill look or cross word quietly rather than resent or return it. These are the ways in which clouds and storms are kept off and a pleasant and steady sunshine secured. Our egos also get challenged when other people we care about do not approve of or praise our efforts. It is a universal fact that however noble our intention may be, we can never please everyone at the same time. There are bound to be people who will think differently, and the sooner we accept this fact, the better it is for us and our mental peace. No disapproval from anyone should make us unhappy as long as we have worked according to the dictates of our conscience. We can also at times become resentful of the responsibilities of daily life we share with other people. We think of and remember all that we do for others while we seldom remember what others do for us. It is not possible to become a contented person if we hold grudges and keep scores of what we do. Doing a little more than our exact share should never be made important enough to allow it to rob us of our mental peace. Having to alter our plans can be another stressful situation, even it may be of no consequence at all and may be beyond our control as well. Wherever we feel upset about having to alter our plans, we can just pause and think if it is really such a big deal that we should let.
Unhappy. If I plan to finish my assignment today and some unexpected visitors drops in, should I be so upset that it causes me to become stressed even when I have no deadline to meet? Can I not finish my work tomorrow and enjoy the company of my visitor today? My book will still get written even if I do not finish this chapter now. Being flexible does not mean sacrificing our productivity in any way. It may, in fact, lead to more productivity as we will then not be wasting our energies in being upset about our altered plans. Life will also become more interesting and enjoyable for us. A flexible person is always more relaxed and happy than a rigid one. Flexibility is a sign of life and rigidity its absence. No one has ever lived to adulthood without facing problems of any kind. They are an integral part of our lives, and we should learn to face them with as much ease as we can. Problems, when taken with ease, come and go. It is only when we try to fight them that they may stay longer and cause us more harm. When we take our problems as mere unpleasant occurrences that will always cross our path in various forms and degrees and will soon be a matter of the past, we will be able to handle them better. They will then cease to bother us, and we will also learn some valuable lessons from them. Resisting problems and fighting them can, on the other hand, aggravate them and make them more difficult. Whatever magnitude or degree our problems may have, they have one thing in common. Solving them makes us wiser and better equipped for life in future. Another important thing to remember is not to lose focus of what is important for you in life. Your family and your personal relationships should never be pushed aside. Remember, at the end of their lives, no one has even regretted not having made enough money, but they have very often regretted not having given enough time to their families and the people they cared for. Take life easy and do not be judgmental of yourself and others too. The world will not come to an end if you do not get what you want right now. Most of the things are not so important that they cannot wait or be altered if required. And nothing is so hopeless that it cannot be improved or solved. Take life with ease and make it easy for others too. Never let small things bother you and never bother others with small things. Remember, life is precious. It is to be enjoyed and endured. It is not a competition, but a beautiful journey. And we are here to make our contribution, lighten someone else's burden if we can, spread happiness, and be happy. Always remember, never let small things bother you. It is not worth it. Learn to be patient and understand people around you. Understand that people are not unnecessarily against you. They are not trying to harm or upset you. Even if they are doing anything that you do not like, it may not be intentional. Try to understand them. Accept the fact that world is not fair. It is not perfect either. This fact holds true for everyone, and that is fair. Do not let your ego get challenged by what other people think of you and what you do. Live your life according to your conscience, your wants, and your needs. Do not get disturbed when everything does not go the way you want it to be. The world functions in its own way, and it is wise to be a little flexible in your approach. Always remember that problems are a part of life. They come and go. Do not get overwhelmed by them and lose focus of what is important to you. And finally, always remember that small things can bother you only if you allow them to.
Rule 7.
Do
Do
not
not
let
let
criticism
criticism
upset
upset
you.
you.
No
No
one
one
can
can
upset
upset
you
you
if you
if
do
you do
not
not
let him. Work
work
under the
under the
dictates
dictates
of
of
your
your
own conscience.
conscience.
Do
Do
not
not
let public opinion bother you. When your conscience dictates your life, no one else can. It is true that happiness is a state of mind and peace can come only from within. It cannot be wished, nor can it be achieved just by conditioning our minds to be happy. Peace of mind and its resultant happiness can be achieved only when our life is in harmony with our inner self, when we live according to the values we hold dear to our heart. When we live a life of integrity, when we do not have to put up a different face to the world, when we do not have to hide or justify anything that we do,
and when we do not feel guilty about anything deep inside our heart. It comes when our value systems are right and we live according to them. Living a life of integrity and principles is the only way to peace and happiness. Stephen R. Covey has said, peace of mind comes when your life is in harmony with true principles and values and in no other way. A sense of having done wrong and not acted according to one's conscience is one of the major causes of unhappiness in human life. The fear of being found out after a wrong deed is a very real one and can haunt the wrongdoer and make him unhappy. He becomes even more miserable when there is danger of detection. But a thief suffers from no such sense of guilt. He is only afraid of the prison and nothing else. A sense of sin has more to it than just the fear of detection. It has to do with an individual's inner self, with unconscious mind and his conscience. When a man does something which he feels uncomfortable with, he regrets his act and suffers from a sense of guilt and sin, even when his individually perceived wrong deed is not detected by others or not thought of as evil by them. Gambling can be a sin according to one person, but a harmless sport according to another. One person may feel that he has cheated his family when he loses money in gambling, while another may take it just as an unfortunate loss. This individual sense of sin depends on what moral training a person has received at the hands of the people who looked after him when he was a child. Whatever training he has received then will normally stay with him for the rest of his life.
Mankind may remark that their young minds find difficult to deal with. I tell all these promising young people to take these unjust remarks in their stride. As distinguished compliments, they should try and think of the mystery and conversion of the person making these unfair comments. Thinks of the average achievements, thinks of the excuse he has for his mediocrity, think of the frustrations he must be facing instead and sympathize with him. Relax and smile inside is what I tell them. Think of the happy situation you are in. As yourself, you are happy to be in such an heavier situation. If yes, then start enjoying it and be happy. The attitude towards unjust criticism has always been of help when taken in the right spirit. Never let the non-achievers pull you down or make you unhappy. They may be majority of all right, but you too are wise to know. Besides, you know that every extraordinary successful man in the history of mankind has been criticized. Be happy to be one of them. Malicious gossip is one of the major reasons for the lot of unhappiness in this world. It gives immense satisfaction to person indulgent in it, but it makes the target of the gossip feel miserable. And this adds to the satisfaction of gossip mongers. Many a time to they have little else to proud. Of the major importance of you are the more malicious gossip become. Never let unfair public opinion bother you. There will be public opinion about you only when you are in the public eyes. When you are important enough, when people talk about you behind your back in the confirm that you are important enough for them to think of you even in your absence. They will criticize you only when they feel threatened by your progress. No one will waste his time to talk about non-achievers you know. People will ensure you only to feel good about themselves. Be happy that this is so. This is one of the reasons why people is the public eyes become immense criticism. It is also a fact that very few people can resist the temptation of saying bad things about others, including their friends, but when they hear anything advice against themselves, they feel outraged. They feel they have been wronged. They have been destroyed. They want to their friends to be have to be some same feelings toward them as they have for themselves. They want to their virtues highlighted and their shortcoming ignored. They believe that they themselves are beyond criticism while no one else is. They convincingly forget that their friends will also have the same feelings for them as they have towards their friends. When you come to know that your friends having criticized you or treated you unfairly, just overlook into the way that you would want them to. If they came to know what you have said about them in your weaker moment. We also get criticized when we do something different from the usual norms or our society. We are all born unique and have our own requirements and wants. We have a right to live our lives the way we like, provided into not interfering with the lives of other people around and is not harming them in the any way. Doing what is right according to us is more important than doing what is right according to those who have nothing to do with our decision. Working under this dictators of public opinion can be very limiting for our future growth and happiness. Very often we try to acquire things just because of we feel that they will give us status in the society and that it's work. Our friends and neighbors expect from us. We may at times own big house, buy big cars, and have a lavish lifestyle just because we may feel that it is socially right for us to do so. But secretly, we may want to live the simple and carefree life. In such a situation, affluence with the no, will not make us happy. We will have to sense emptiness even in our luxurious lifestyle, and it will come to the way of our satisfaction and mental peace. Dealing with the public opinion can become more difficult when you are not sure of yourself. People tend to criticize the mind timed more, but when you are faced with the confidence, they are retreat and leave you alone. Your confidence will make them think twice before they find fault with you. It will make them feel unsure and themselves they may even endure what you are doing as right things to do. I'm not talking of defense here, which is against an excuse of concealed feeling of inferiority. I am taking of doing what on desire and thinking right, keeping in mind the welfare and interest of the people who may get affected by his choice. When you do what right you need not bother about social approval.
For real happiness, our life has to be in complete harmony with our inner selves, our values, and our desires. No one can feel happy doing what he does not like and approve of. And the same principle applies in areas of our work as well. An occupation that is in harmony with our inner self is necessary for a sense of fulfillment and satisfaction. Anyone who wants to be an artist cannot feel happy being a man of science and vice versa. A painter cannot be happy being a lawyer, and a lawyer cannot be happy painting. Parents or teachers should not compel young people to choose a vocation that they do not really like and will not feel comfortable with. If their parents or they themselves feel that they are confused,
or likely to make a mistake in their choice of a career, then it is advisable to seek professional help. But the final choice should be left with the young themselves. For a happy and contented life, your career too has to be what you want it to be. There is, however, no merit in deliberately ignoring public opinion, and it is also not advisable to do so. Never try to make a statement, it never works. It takes you off your course, all right. But when you are genuinely indifferent to public opinion because you believe in something, then it can be regarded as your strength, provided you keep it in mind that your behavior is not antisocial in any way and is not affecting anyone adversely. You owe it to your family and society to keep their welfare in mind along with yours. Working under the dictates of your conscience and living a life of integrity and principles is essential for your growth and happiness. Public opinion should be kept in mind, but it should not be allowed to come in your way where it is of no concern to the public. Be honest with yourself and work according to the dictates of your conscience and be happy. Always know that true happiness can be achieved only by living a life of integrity. Peace of mind can be achieved only when our life is in harmony with our inner self, when our value systems are right and we live our lives according to our principles. We should not allow public opinion to dominate our lives. It should be kept in mind only to the extent that our actions do not harm anyone. Never let criticism put you down. Always remember that every important man in the history of mankind has been criticized by people, and the more important and successful you are, the more criticism you are likely to face. Choose your career according to what you want to do, what is important for you, what you are good at, and what will make you happy. Never work to make a statement, it never does. Rule 8, the magic of forgiving. Anger burns, it never heals. Let go of all anger and resentment. Getting even is not worth the trouble. Grievances are like garbage. They can only clutter your mind. Pope has said, to err is human, to forgive is divine. All of us make mistakes, and we should have the wisdom to overlook the mistakes of others and not allow them to make us unhappy. We should forgive and forget and not hold grudges against anyone. Holding grudges can only make us unhappy and nothing else. When we forgive a wrong done to us, it makes us feel better. It helps us to overcome the feelings of anger and resentment that we could be harboring against the wrongdoer. It liberates us from the misery of negative thoughts, thoughts of bitterness and frustration. When we say it is divine to forgive, it does not imply that we become superior to anyone by forgiving. It only means that we get a pleasant feeling when we are able to forgive someone who has wronged us. It brings us comfort and peace of mind. Forgiving protects us from all the hostility and hatred we would be holding in our mind. It releases our anger and acrimony and replaces it with feelings of peace and tranquility. He who has not forgiven an enemy has never yet tasted one of the most sublime enjoyments of life, laughter. We all know that it is human to make mistakes, and no one can claim never to have made a mistake, though we may not always want to admit it. As we all make mistakes, we are expected to be patient with other people's mistakes as well. A mistake is generally an error, an unintentional fault, a blunder, a miscalculation, a slip, a gaffe, or an oversight. It is usually easy to forgive a mistake as the intention of the wrongdoer, in most of the cases, is not to harm us. And when this is so, it becomes easy for us to forgive. But there are also times when people harm us with the intention to cause harm, feel happy to see us suffer, are too selfish to care about us, are negligent towards our welfare, and when this happens, it becomes difficult for us to forgive the wrongdoer. We become furious and angry, bitter and revengeful. We get consumed with emotions of anger, hate, and resentment. We feel dejected and wretched. And as long as we are consumed with these negative emotions, we cannot have peace of mind or experience joy and happiness. We are unable to feel cheerful and delightful and find it difficult to receive love and give love. Our perceptions change and we see wrong even where none exists. Life is all about perceptions, and this is where the importance of forgiveness lies. When you forgive for your own peace of mind, not to condone the wrong of the wrongdoer. You do not do it for your enemy, you do it for yourself. You do it to liberate yourself from the thoughts of your enemy and your negative emotions. Anger, hate, and resentment burn your heart and soul, and you doubt their fire by forgiving your enemy. When Jesus said, "Love your enemy," he did not think of your enemy, he thought of you. He knew that as long as you had hatred in your heart, you would not be happy. You may not be able to love your enemy, but you do love yourself enough not to hate him so. Shakespeare has said, "Heat not a furnace for your foe so hot that it do singe you." Anger, hate, and resentment are among the most powerful and self destructive of human emotions and are the most difficult to get rid of too. They are stubborn and do not go away easily. When you feel you have been wronged, you simmer with rage. You feel like taking revenge and getting even. You feel like causing harm to the source of your anguish. You think of your hurt day and night, in your sleep and during working hours. You get consumed with thoughts of anger, hate, and resentment. And no angry or resentful person can be happy or even be healthy for long. Human mind is not made to accommodate opposite emotions at the same time. When your mind gets soaked with negative emotions, all positive and beautiful thoughts get pushed out. Love and peace can be nowhere near hostility and frustration. You cannot be both happy and sad at the same time. Anger and hate and resentment have the power to crowd out every other emotion from your psyche. They are like fire burning through your heart and soul, consuming your energies and resources. They make you bitter and aggressive, and no hostile person can ever be happy. His heart was as great as the world, but there was no room in it to hold the memory of a wrong. Emerson. Your thoughts make your world irrespective of what it really is, and you live what you think and feel all day. Besides, the most important thing to remember here is that your thoughts are a product of your mind and they only affect you. They do not and cannot affect the person who may be the cause of these negative emotions. And your negative emotions influence not only your thoughts, they influence your body as well. Doctors say that most of the diseases of our body are caused and influenced by our negative emotions. Emotions have the power to manipulate our body's chemical balance and well being. Rage and anger can dramatically disrupt the chemistry of our body and put us in a state of tension, of constant arousal, of preparedness to fight. This state of constant stress can lead to sleep disturbances, chronic fatigue, migraine headaches, ulcers, heart attacks, backaches, nervous attacks, shortness of breath, and other anxiety related problems. Medical doctors say there is not an illness known to man that is not influenced by his emotions. This makes it even more important for us to be able to control what we think and feel. And as we know, it is not possible for us to be both peaceful and angry at the same time. We have to control our negative and aggressive emotions better. Anger, being a more aggressive emotion, throws peace out. As long as we are angry and resentful, we cannot be happy. Little vicious minds abound with anger and revenge and are incapable of feeling the pleasure of forgiving their enemies. Chesterfield.
When you harbor anger,
and resentment within you, your heart and mind get totally enslaved by your emotions. Your perceptions change and you see hostility everywhere, even where it does not exist. Remember, you see in others what you have in you, and when you have hostile feelings within you, you find them everywhere and in everyone. And all your relationships get affected and contaminated. You get further pushed into your bitter thoughts. You get trapped in your own prison of negative emotions. And as long as negative emotions dominate your mind, no peaceful thought is allowed to enter it. When you perceive others to be hostile towards you, you automatically have the same feelings for them. What you perceive is the only truth for you, irrespective of what it really is. When you are filled with anger and resentment and can only think of the wrong that has been done to you, then this will make you see wrong even where it does not exist. The quality of your life and the health will get eroded and you will find it difficult to see good anywhere. This will reinforce your anger and resentment further. Buddha has said, hatred does not cease hatred at anyone. Hatred ceases through love. This is an unalterable law. Lincoln was one of the most denounced, hated, and insulted men in American history. Yet he never held a grudge against his critics. He even appointed them to senior positions if he thought they were suitable for them. Lincoln, according to Horton, his law partner, thought that as we were all products of our circumstances, we should not be insured for our actions. Forgiveness saves the expense of anger, the cost of hatred, and the waste of spirit. Hannah More. Now, just pause for a while and think. When you hate someone, you lose out so much in mind, body, and relationships. While the source of your all powerful negative emotion sits pretty, totally unaffected by your anger, hate, and resentment, does your enemy care if you are simmering inside? In fact, he could be happy to see you miserable. When you suffer, he wins. Do you really want to give him the power to dominate your life as much and spoil it so? Let us now waste a minute thinking about people we don't like. In short, do you still want to think about people you do not like? I'm sure not. And forget them and move ahead. You could be thinking that it is easy for me to say so. After all, I have not suffered the way you have. While for you, even the thought of forgiving your enemy could be repulsive, How can you forget the wrong that was done to you? Especially when your enemy has not been punished or felt sorry. Forgiving becomes difficult when you are not able to have closure on your anchor. The source of your anchor has not made up with you, when he has not said sorry, when he has not been punished, when someone who has wronged you is not sorry about it, or is not prepared to acknowledge his wrong deed, in difficult to it, and worse still, is happy about it. It becomes difficult for you to forgive him then. He could even be dead or could have moved out of your life, not to be heard of, known about. How do you forgive him then? I urge you here to calm yourself and think rationally. Weigh the consequences of your anger, hate, and resentment. See what they are doing to you. You will realize that it is much wiser and sensible to forgive and forget and get rid of all these negative emotions than to allow them to make your life miserable. This is the only way to get out of the agony they are causing you. If forgiving is the only way to do it, do it. Holding anger and hatred will not help you in any way. They will only make you bitter and resentful. And why should you carry the burden of your enemy into your life and your future? As long as you are not able to forgive your enemy, you will be bound to him by your hatred and bitterness, and this is not what you want. Never give the person so much power over you. He will love to have it, but you do not want it so. Take that power away from him, forgive him, forget him, and be done with it. You know that forgiving is all about you, not your wrongdoer. You forgive for your own sake, not his. If it benefits him by any chance, let it be so, as long as it helps you do it. No man can force me to stop low enough to hate him. Or Lawrence Jones. A friend of mine was brought up in a foster home where, as a child, she was abused and ill treated by her adoptive family, who had their own emotional problems to deal with. Whatever she said was never good enough for them, and they would humiliate her at the slightest pretext, even in front of others, and this made her bitter and resentful towards them and everyone else too. After her marriage, she found it difficult to trust her husband and was resentful and angry for no apparent reason. This made her a difficult mother to her children as well. Her mind was always full of anger and bitterness, and she was harsh and cruel to her children. When nothing helped, her husband took her to a counselor. The counselor helped her to see where the problem was and how her anger and resentment was running not only in her life, but also the lives of her husband and children. She was then able to see
where the mistake was and birds keep such habits.
She forgave her foster family for the sake of her loved ones and herself. Her life and family were more important to her than her resentment and hatred towards the foster family. She had to forgive them, forget them, and that is what it should be. A wise man will make haste to forgive because he knows the full value of time and will not suffer it to pass away in unnecessary pain. Rambling. When you hate someone, you think of him day and night. You stay in a state of anger, resentment, bitterness, and frustration, all at the same time. You feel like taking your revenge and are consumed by thoughts of getting even, and your work and your family suffers. You get no relief from negative emotions, and as long as you are full of anger, you can have no peace within, and you cannot be happy. Anger, hate, and resentment are not compatible with peace, joy, and happiness. Philip C. Magro, in his book Life Strategies, says, open your eyes to what anger and resentment are doing to you. Take your power back from those who have hurt you. Are you really going to accept the role of being caretaker of that hatred, anger, and resentment for the rest of your life? Seize the power and rise above the pain. You are worth it, and everyone you love deserves it.
When you forgive the wrongdoer, it is not for his good, but yours, and for the people you love and care about. To be able to become as warm and loving a person as you would want to be able to give love and receive love, to be able to create your own world of love and compassion, and to get rid of all anger and resentment and be happy, to leave the source of your suffering behind, where he deserves to be, and move ahead. Do not allow him to be in your thoughts another minute. If forgiveness is the only way to do it, do it. You deserve to be happy, and that is all that matters. Always know that. Forgiveness liberates you from the thoughts of anger and resentment. It brings peace of mind and happiness. You forgive for your own sake, not to condemn the wrong of the wrongdoer. You do it to forget him and to be done with him. When you harbor negative emotions inside, they change you as a person. They make you bitter and resentful, unable to receive and give love. If you're bitter and resentful, that is what you will find for yourself too. Holding anger and resentment burn you from inside. They harm your health and make you miserable. And this is what your enemy will want. Do not let him have his way. You do not always have to have closure on your anger. Your enemy need not say sorry or feel sorry. That is not important. What is important is that you are able to forget him. If you do not forgive your enemy, you will be bound to him in hatred. Forget him to get rid of him. Do you want to suffer his memory under minute? Definitely not. So forgive him and get back your peace of mind. Rule 9. The magic of gainful occupation. Work crowds misery out. Keep busy and be happy. Let work throw worry out of your mind. You cannot entertain worry till you are free from work. Sigmund Freud has said, the secret of happiness lies in loving well and working well. Keeping busy is the best way to keep worry away. Psychologists have found that our minds are not programmed to perform two tasks at the same time. We can think of only one thing at a time, though we may, at times, feel that we are able to focus on more than one thing at one point of time. We may be able to perform multiple tasks at the same time, but the truth is that while we are focusing on more than one thing at one time, we are actually taking turns to keep them in focus. Our attention shifts from one task to the other in such a short span of time that we are unable to perceive it, and we feel we are able to keep our attention focused on everything together. The fact is, no two thoughts can be in our conscious mind at the same time. They can only take turns. The same principle applies to our emotions as well. We cannot be happy and sad, grateful and resentful, enthusiastic and depressed, all at the same time. When we are happy, our minds are full of positive thoughts. Hope, satisfaction, and love dominates our mind, and all negative thoughts get fused out. On the other hand, we also find that when we are unhappy or depressed, or when our minds are full of negative emotions like anger, hate, resentment, bitterness, and jealousy, no positive thought is easily accepted into the sphere of our thinking. Unhappy thoughts cannot make us happy and will also not allow happy thoughts to be accepted in our consciousness as long as they are dominating our minds. When your mind gets occupied with negative emotions, all positive feelings get thrown out. We know it is easier to be unhappy than to be happy. And this is what makes it more difficult for us to break free from negative emotions. The most effective way to get out of domination of negative thoughts is to keep ourselves busy in work. Psychologists have discovered that when people are busy in work, they are seldom unhappy or worried, as their minds are not free to think of their problems then. This keeps them tension free for as long as they are occupied, and this also helps them to break free from the trap of negative feelings. It then becomes easier for them to shift to positive thoughts if they want to. Psychiatrists have
long been treating patients with problems associated with tension by keeping them busy. Patients are kept so busy that it becomes difficult for them to think anything but their work. This form of therapy is known as occupational therapy. In occupational therapy, people suffering from worry and tension are kept so busy that they have no time to worry about their problems, and this heals them fast. This breaks their circuit of worry and relieves their tension. Once their worry circuit is broken, it becomes easier for them to think of more positive things in their lives. No thoroughly occupied man was ever yet very miserable. When you're busy in work, you do not think of your problems. Work, in most of the cases, needs your immediate attention, and you have no choice but to think of what you're doing. When you have to give full attention to what you're doing, it makes you forget everything for as long as you are occupied. Your worries get crowded out of your mind for some time, and this helps you to get out of grip of negative emotions. Your mind gets relief from tension, and you get an opportunity to shift your thoughts to more constructive areas. You can now move on to happy thoughts. When you are feeling happy, it becomes difficult for negative emotions to get hold of your thoughts and crowd your mind again. When disturbing thoughts are crowded out of your consciousness for long spells of time, they lose their strength. Work not only keeps you busy, it also gives you a sense of satisfaction for having done something constructive. It is human nature that we want to be busy doing something, however uninteresting it may be, than not to doing anything at all. Most of the work that people do is, in general, not really interesting or enjoyable in itself, but we prefer to be busy than to be idle if we have the choice. Service to a just cause rewards the worker with more real happiness and satisfaction than any other venture in life. Carry Chapman card. People often say, I'm too busy to worry. And that is really true. When you are busy doing something, you are deeply involved in it, and you are definitely too busy to worry. After the Second World War, psychiatrists and army doctors found that keep busy cures were very useful in helping army men who were exhausted from battleground tensions and were finding it difficult to function normally, to come out of their problems and get well. Soldiers suffering from nervous shock due to continuous exposure to danger for long spells of time recovered faster when they were kept busy as a part of their treatment. When they were given no time to think of their terrible experiences on the battlefield, they recovered easily. Most of us have to work to make a living, and that helps us to keep fit in many ways. It has been found that as long as people are working on something or other, they keep better health and are happier. But when they seek retirement for work, their problems start. Not knowing what to do with their time is one of the major causes of unhappiness in humans. And this is also one of the major causes of unhappiness of the idle rich. They do not know what to do with their time. Only people with unusual initiative are able to use their ideal time to their satisfaction. Most people prefer to have a time schedule given to them that they cannot adhere to without much thought. They want their daily engagements and, in some cases, even their holidays packaged and planned them by others. Rich, when they are on an extended holiday, may also at times find it unspeakably boring to able enjoy their leisure for long. This is because an extended holiday is never as interesting and satisfying as a well-deserved holiday after good work. Besides, too much entertainment, however interesting it may be, fails to bring the desired result. Work and play are enjoyed best when they are complementary to each other. Idle youth are also known to get into trouble for the same reasons because of boredom and not knowing what to do with themselves and their time. When they do not know how to occupy themselves gainfully, they set out to seek cheap thrills that get them into trouble and at times with the law too. When the youth are not gainfully occupied, they are unable to get the satisfaction of making a positive contribution either to themselves or to the society. This makes them vulnerable and they fall into trap of negative satisfaction, that is, doing things that are harmful for them and the society as well. All criminal and antisocial behavior springs from the inability of making a positive contribution. It is human nature that we want to be of help first, and it is only when we are unable to do anything constructive that we graduate onto a negative role. Every child, when given the choice, will prefer to be of help. It is only when he gets no attention in positive ways from those who look after him, or when he perceives negative behavior in his environment, he moves on to negative ways of handling life situations and deriving satisfaction from them. If you help a child to make the most beautiful house of cards, he will not blow yours. Only a frustrated child is a destructive child, and so is a grown up. Idle rich women may also suffer a fate similar to idle youth. Very often, they try to keep themselves busy with trifles in a self deceptive belief that their work is of great importance. They try to convince themselves and others too.
Imaginary importance of their work, but are rarely successful as it is never possible to fool oneself for long. They are then neither able to enjoy their work nor they are happy to able to be accept the futility of its importance, and this leads to tension. If they were to accept the fact that their work may not really be as important as they would want it to be, and they are just trying to keep themselves busy, it can go a long way in doing what their work is really meant to do for them. That is to keep boredom out. This is the joy of true life, being used for a purpose recognized by yourself as a mighty one, being thoroughly worn out before you are thrown to the scrap heap, being a force of nature instead of average, selfish, or cloud of eliminates and grievances. George Bernard Shaw. Making a meaningful contribution is the best remedy for many ills. A lot of psychosomatic problems could be wiped out if only people knew how to keep themselves occupied. Even boring work is preferable to no work at all. When your work has meaning, it heals weight, nerves faster and better. It gives a sense of satisfaction and meaning to your life. It connects you to your fellow man and to your society, which is important for your sense of satisfaction. A duty which becomes a desire will ultimately become a delight. George Bridger. Meaningful work is generally associated with paid work, as payment is reward in itself, and the more income a work generates, the more satisfying and meaningful it becomes to the individual. Society measures the importance of your work chiefly through the income it generates, and every income generating work is generally perceived to be meaningful and rewarding. Interesting work has a far greater potential for satisfaction than uninteresting work, but just any form of work is preferable to no work at all. To attain happiness in another world, we need only to believe in something, while to secure it in this world, we must needs do something. Charlotte Perkins Gilman. Work also becomes more interesting and satisfying when it provides us an opportunity of exercising our skills and challenges us in the forms of competition. Competition places demands on us and provides hope, which in turn creates drive and enthusiasm, and this leads to zest. And any work done with passion and interest is always rewarding and satisfying. The more challenge a work provides, the more satisfying it becomes, provided there is a hope and a future. This also holds true for work that is in itself difficult to accomplish. Being able to perform a difficult task is reward in itself. It hence enhances our ego and makes us feel happy with our own self. When we are busy and our minds are essentially filled with thoughts of our work, we get almost no time to think of our worries and concerns, our problems and wants. But when our day's work is over and we have free time to ourselves, our worries and concerns start coming back to us. We think of what someone said to us during the course of the day, what our boss meant by the remark he made, how much money we have in the bank, what it is that our spouse is unhappy about, how our children are not making the kind of progress we would like to see them make, when we will get our next promotion, how we will finance our next project, and the list can go on. All such thoughts are kept waiting while we are busy and not free to think of our worries. Keeping yourself occupied is a continuous process. As long as you are living, you will have time that you will need to fill, and you will also have problems that will need to be sorted out. Keep yourself occupied and learn to solve your problems through working on them rather than brooding over them, and you will be amazed at the result. The more meaningful and purposeful your combat occupation is, the more satisfying it will be for you. Happiness consists in activity. Such is the constitution of our nature. It is a running stream and not a stagnant pool, jam good. Always remember, keeping yourself busy is the best way to cope with tension and worry. Work helps you to keep fit both mentally and physically. It gives you a feeling of self worth that is essential for a feeling of well being. Work, even when it is boring or monotonous, is better than no work at all. Boring work is better than boredom. Meaningful work is a positive source of happiness. It is a reward in itself and gives meaning to our lives that is essential to our sense of satisfaction. Challenging and skilled work with an element of competition can be very gratifying and stimulating. It is also more absorbing and involving, and this helps us in keeping worry out more effectively. Keeping yourself gainfully occupied is in your hands. Do it and see what a difference it can make to your life and to your thoughts.
Rule 10.
The beauty of life. Think happy thoughts and be happy. Life is beautiful. Do not complicate it. Condition your mind to think positive. Your peace of mind depends on your perceptions. Make sure they are positive and constructive enough. Swami Vivekananda has said, we are what our thoughts have made us. So take care about what you think. A man is what he thinks all day. William James, a psychologist and a philosopher, the father of modern psychology, wrote in early 90s, the greatest discovery of my generation is that human beings can alter their lives by altering their attitudes of mind. Our thoughts live in our minds and we live our lives through our thoughts. If we think happy thoughts, we will feel happy. We think gloomy thoughts, we will feel gloomy. It cannot be otherwise. Simple and straightforward. You are happy as you make up your mind to be. We know that our thoughts exercise the greatest influence over our mental state and have the power to make us happy or unhappy in a moment's time. It is for us to choose what we want. Our thinking influences our feelings, and we are always thinking even in sleep. We cannot be happy without happy thoughts. unhappy without unhappy thoughts, angry without angry thoughts, sad without gloomy thoughts, and stressful without stressful thoughts. There is nothing new or complicated about this simple fact, but we never seem to understand this truth or even remember it if we do. Half the battle is gained if you never allow yourself to say anything gloomy. Just as our physical faculties are influenced by our treatment of our bodies, our mental state too is influenced by what we put in our minds. Our thoughts feed our mind and influence its capacity and judgment. We should be careful for the environment we live in and the people we associate with. Prolonged association with people with negative traits can influence our thinking, even though we may be aware of it, and try our best not to allow it to affect us. It is true that the core of our personality crystallizes in early childhood and stay largely unchanged thereafter. But constant exposure to negative traits can have a negative effect. We should choose our thoughts and our environment carefully. Thoughts do not only dominate our lives, they constitute it. We are estimated to have around 50,000 thoughts per day, and it is up to us to choose the ones we would want to let dominate our minds most of the time. Dr. Pele said it's absolutely impossible to be happy if we think unhappiness producing thoughts. We all know that negative thoughts produce negative results. They make us unhappy, yet we are unable to do away with them. Why? The answer is simple. Our minds have largely been conditioned to harbor negative thoughts. Anger, resentment, apprehension, doubt, insecurity, and the like, imaginary or otherwise, dominate our minds most of our waking or sleeping hours. They stay with us all the time. Negative emotions are aggressive. They push positive and passive emotions out and fill our minds with negative and unhappy thoughts. Positive emotions are the product of a cultivated mind. They are gentle and delicate and have to be nurtured and fed with care. We have to teach our children to love and care, to be patient and grateful, to have compassion, understanding. As Garnier has said, gratitude is like a rose. It has to be fed and watered and cultivated, loved and protected. And this is where our happiness lies. Negative thoughts have the tendency to grow and multiply fast and trap us in their harmful fold. One thought leads to another and yet another, and it becomes difficult for us to get out of their control. Thinking rationally and being at peace becomes impossible. The best way of handling this situation is to stop our negative thoughts process before it gets time to build itself up. The next time you notice yourself contemplating on depressing thoughts, just turn them and round and see if there is anything that needs to be done. If yes, make a note of it, set it right, and shift on to more pleasant things. Do not let a situation that can be set right keep you unhappy for what want of a little effort. And if the situation is such that it cannot be set right, just forget it and move ahead. Do not let a hopeless situation trap you in its fold. Desires and wants are the opposite of satisfaction and contentment. While desires and wants are necessary for survival and growth, satisfaction and contentment are necessary for happiness and peace. Happiness follows attainment of desires, but the most important key is to have the right desires. And this is where we need to strike a balance. Life is all about perceptions, and whatever you fail to see is not there for you. When you fail to perceive goodness or virtue in someone or something, it cannot make you happy. You live what you feel, and you feel what you live.
You feel what you perceive, and mind you, you perceive what you have in you. You see the world through your mind's eye, through your own filters. As the saying goes, you see in others what you have in you. If you perceive someone to be bad, can you really have positive thoughts about him? Or if you perceive someone to be bad, can you be good yourself? Be honest, you cannot deceive yourself, you know. There are a lot of nice things and nice people in this world. Make sure you find them. If you look for positive things in life, you will find them. And if you do not find them, stop and see what the matter is. It is not the place nor the condition, but the mind alone that can make one happy or miserable by a strange. We live what we think and feel, and we feel what we interpret and perceive. If we fail to see the beauty of a beautiful garden or the care of a caring spouse, then these qualities can have no meaning for us. What we do not see is as good as not being there for us at all. We may have all that life can offer, but if we do not recognize or acknowledge it, it becomes non existent for us. All of us perceive any given situation in our own way, and it has a very different and individual impact on us. No two individuals assign identical meaning to any event. We perceive everything through our very own filters that are a byproduct of our learning experiences in our infancy and early childhood. If we have grown up among us people who were violent, hostile, and quarrelsome, then we are likely to interpret this world and people around us also to be hostile and bad. We may feel threatened by everyone and feel the need to fight back. While on the other hand, if we were fortunate to have been brought up by people who were loving, caring, and understanding, then we are likely to find this world and the people around us also to be loving, caring, and understanding. In a situation like this, we are likely to feel comfortable with people and are also likely to find this world a beautiful place to live in. Mr. Madras says there is no reality, only perception. This law is so profound that it determines whether you are happy, satisfied, and at peace. Different people look at things differently, and you should accept this reality and respect the differences that exist. When you respect these differences, your life changes dramatically. You become more relaxed, happy, and stress free. Understanding different points of view is a sure way to educate yourself. When you read or listen to absolutely different thoughts, it gives you a valuable insight into the minds of other people, and it also opens up your mind to new ideas and learning. A narrow mind begets obstinacy, and we do not easily believe what we cannot see. Unless you are open to new thoughts and new ideas, you will be living a very limited life. An open mind reduces stress and opens new vistas of knowledge that make you more understanding and patient and give you a broader perspective of life. Respecting opposite points of view and understanding them is a very good way to educate yourself. It also makes you more tolerant of others, which is essential for your peace of mind and happiness. If we do not have peace within ourselves, it is in vain to seek it from outward sources. A lot of unhappy thoughts can be done away with if we are careful, but we tend to harbor them and make ourselves unhappy. An argument with your spouse before you leave in the morning, or an unhappy event in your past, which is a memory now, is no more than just a thought for you. You can dismiss it from your mind in a moment and substitute it with happy thoughts, or wallow in it for as long as you like and be as upset and as unhappy as you want to allow yourself to be. Always remember, mental peace is just a moment away. It is up to you to find it or let it be. Anguish of the mind has driven thousands to suicide. Anguish of the body, none. This proves that the health of the mind is of far more consequence to our happiness than the health of the body. By Colton. Positive conditioning of your mind is absolutely necessary for you to feel happy. Accept this world as it is and always look for good in everyone and everything. No one is perfect and nothing can be just the way you want it to be. And it is wise to realize this fact and understand it It cannot be otherwise. Whenever you are striving to be perfect or expect others to be so, you unwittingly get engaged in a losing battle. You get focused on what is wrong with you and the people around you, and this leads to stress and mental anguish. No one is perfect or can ever be. There will always be scope for improvement, and it is wise not to get trapped in discontentment and make life difficult for everyone. The chief secret of comfort lies in not suffering trifles to vex us, and in prudently cultivating our undergrowth of small pleasures, since very few great ones, alas, are let on lease by shot. Learning to be patient can eliminate a lot of suffering of the human mind. The best thing about patience is that we
Now
learn
learn to be a little more tolerant than what we are. To start with, you can make a resolve to be patient for a short while, even as little as 5 minutes will do. Take a deep breath and calm yourself just for 5 minutes. You will find that this is easy. When you have practiced this enough, you can go on increasing your time till you find that everyday trivialities no longer bother you as much as they used to. This can be especially useful when you have little kids to deal with or too many responsibilities to look after, all at the same time. There is nothing in life so irrational that good sense cannot change and may not set it right. Nothing so rational that folly and chance may not utterly confound it. By Gautam. Meditation is a good way to calm your mind and empty it of all negative thoughts. Read books on meditation or go to classes. Attending classes will open your horizons and help you to interact with other people as well. The more the number of people you interact with, the more viewpoints and ideas you come across, the more understanding and relaxed you are likely to become. Exercise is another effective way to rejuvenate your body and freshen your mind. When you exercise, your blood circulation improves, your brain gets more blood and stays more active. It helps you to come out of depressing and gloomy thoughts. Gloomy thoughts find it difficult to stay in an active mind, and an active mind too likes to live in an active body. Walking is a good exercise for both your body and your mind. Yoga too can be of great help. Try this for yourself and see how it works. Get up from your seat, put a broad smile on your face, and become active. Do something that needs to be done that you have been neglecting for long. Make a long pending phone call to a friend or a relative. Tidy up your room, polish your shoes, water your plants, cook something nice, or do just anything that you can think of. If you can sing or whistle or listen to music while doing your work, it will help you to further. Are you not a little more relaxed and at peace now? Remember, 90% of human suffering is man made. Try to understand people around you. Do not sit in judgment unless you have to, and not until you know the facts. And above all, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Always know that life is beautiful and you have only one life to live. You also know that there is no reality, only perception, and it is up to you to perceive things the way you want to. You live what you think and feel all the day, and it is in your very own hands to make your little heaven on this earth. Life is beautiful, do not complicate it. You were lucky to be born. Being born was the most beautiful thing that has happened to you. You got the 1 in 3 lakh billion chance you know. Make the most of it. Be happy and make others happy. Always know that when you spread happiness, some of it sticks to you too. You get only one life to live, but when you live right, that is enough. Always remember, your peace of mind depends on your thoughts. Make sure they are happy thoughts. Do not let negative thoughts crowd your mind. Throw them out in whatever way you can. Condition your mind to think positive, accept the world as it is, and do not find faults with anyone or anything. Learn to be patient with yourself and others too. When you spread happiness, some of it will come back to you. Always remember, life is beautiful and you have only one life to live. Make it beautiful as you can for yourself and others too.
10 rules of success. Rule 1. Success has a different meaning for all. Achieve your goal and wear the crown. Our right to success, work for it and get it. When God made hands, He gave us the ability to work. Once, there was a famous guru. He had two disciples. When their education was complete and they were ready to leave, the guru called one of them and asked, "Now that your education is complete and it is time for you to live and find your own place in the world, what plans do you have for your future?" The disciple said, "When I go into the world, I will look for success and prosperity." The guru gave him a bag full of gold coins, blessed him, and allowed him to live. Now, the guru called the second disciple and put the same question to him. He replied, "I will go into the world and achieve success and be prosperous." The guru gave him one silver coin, blessed him, and let him go. There was a passerby resting a few yards away. After both the disciples had left, he went up to the guru and asked him why he gave a bag full of gold coins to the man who was going to look for success and prosperity for himself, while he gave only one silver coin to the man who wanted to achieve success on his own. The guru smiled and replied, "The man who is going to look for success and prosperity is unlikely to find it, as he will be dependent on external forces for his accomplishments. He will need this bag of gold. It will not last long with him. The second man," he said, "is set to achieve success on his own. He will get it. He will also be at peace with himself. He does not need gold from me. He will earn enough for himself. I gave him one silver coin, which is what he needs for his bus journey to his destination." The passerby thanked the guru and left an enlightened man. Success is achieving one's chosen goal. The goals that one aspires for and has worked for, whatever they may be. It is the favorable outcome of our endeavor. It is the realization of what we hold dear to our heart. Success is relative in nature and does not and cannot have any one meaning for all. It is an individual experience and is measured and felt differently by each one of us. It is socially objective for personal, but personal subjective. It is objective in areas where it is judged collectively, that is, examinations and competitions. It is subjective in areas of personal aspirations and goals and in our individual sense of fulfillment. It is evaluated by others but felt by the individual. Society measures it mostly in terms of power, money, and fame. But we have our own standards, and this is what makes it a unique experience. Success also has a different meaning for each one of us. For a politician, it may be attainment of power. For an entrepreneur, amassing wealth. For an artist, achieving fame. For a family man, raising responsible kids. For an athlete, breaking previous records. For a scientist, the invention or discovery of something new. And for yet another man, it may be the realization that all this is useless and he may feel fulfilled leading a simple life. Cherry character Scott in her book, If Success is a Game, these are the rules says, for me, having a profound impact on one's personal life means that my life was not lived in vain. Each time I lead a workshop and see the spark ignite in one's participants' eyes, I feel as if I have succeeded. Seeing people change their behavior, fulfilling their dreams, ending a cycle of self sabotage, beginning to earnestly love themselves is what brings me a deep sense of fulfillment. Success, being relative, also has a different scale of measure for all of us. A man with a lot of money who is the envy of all may not always be successful in the eyes of the society or to himself. A man worth 100 million who inherited 1,000 million is a big failure in the eyes of everyone. He is a great come down. Had he added another 10 million to his asset, it would still be no big deal. But for a self made man, making 10 million would be a huge success. A counter clerk is successful when he becomes the shift in charge, but a store manager has to become the general manager to be so. Whatever personal definition of success we may have, one thing is certain. Each one of us has the right to be successful, and the success is attainable to one and all. Success in life depends not so much on opportunity and talent as on planning and execution, and least of all on luck. Luck may at times appear to play an important role, but luck is known to knock on the door of the deserving. Others do not hear the knock. The one basic law that governs all success is that rewards in life are in direct proportion to our effort and that we and only we can make it happen. As the Swedish saying goes, when luck offers a finger, we must take the whole hand. The Greek says, the wise carries his fortune with him. And the Bacons have said, a wise man will make more opportunities than he can find. Success requires its shares of hard work, dedication, and perseverance. There are no shortcuts, and it can also not be wished. The politician will have to work for the people to be able to lead them for long. The entrepreneur will have to work on his project to harvest its rewards. The artist will have to practice his art with dedication for a good performance. A family man will have to give time to his kids and teach them values. The athlete will have to develop his stamina and train for his support to be able to break all records. The scientist will have to acquire knowledge to make his contribution to the world of science. And the simpleton will have to have a simple heart and make sure it is not a refuge from hard work or a defense against failure. Simplicity can be fulfilling only as a choice. Albert Einstein once said, possessions outward success, publicity luxury. To me, these have always been contemptible. I believe that a simple and unassuming manner of life is best for everyone, best both for body and mind. Our individual goals and the road to them may be different, but we have one thing in common. We have to work towards our goals and we have to work ourselves. No one else can do it for us. We have to climb our own steps, and there is always room at the top. Getting pulled up is like the swing of pendulum. You always keep coming down. Another characteristics of success is that success is a journey, not a destination you have to move ahead. If you stay put, you go down either by your own weight or will be left behind. In attaining meaningful success, one step leads to the next and will be climbed one step at a time. When our son got admission to the top medical school in the country, we were very happy. We thought he had made it, he had arrived. But very soon we realized that this was not so. Before we knew it, it was time for him to work for the next stage. That is specialization and then super specialization, then placement of his brains, and the journey is not yet over. Now he is working to gain heights, and heights have no ceilings. Nowhere along the line could he have stopped and felt fulfilled for long had he not moved on to the next step. Climbing the ladder of success is like climbing a mountain. Every peak is a destination, and you climb one peak at a time. Reaching every destination is a challenge well met, and the splendor of it enthralls you on arrival.
You find a new landscape stretched out in front of you, bestowing its beauty on you. And as you stand there, feasting your eyes on it, you slowly realize there is another peak out there, shining in the horizon, challenging you. If you do not move on to it, someone else will. This in no way means that life is a race and you have to run all the time. Instead, it is a journey that keeps you going. This is what gives meaning to the life and the thrill to be alive. The only thing we must guard against is not to get trapped in a race and tire ourselves. There is a subtle difference between getting trapped in a rat race and marching the road to success. We shall talk about it later in this book. Success is a relative term. It has a different meaning for all and as such is measured and felt differently by all of us. Success depends on planning and its execution, not luck. If you wait for luck to shine, it will never. You have to go and get it. Success requires its share and hard work and dedication. There are no shortcuts. It can also not be wished.
Platform to stand on your own feet. Believe you can succeed, conquer your fears. The best hands to work with are your own two hands. All successful people have one thing in common. They have faith in themselves. No progress can be made without the knowledge of the possibility to succeed. The effort we put in our work is in direct proportion to our confidence in our capacity to accomplish. Who can have more faith in ourselves? How all of us have experienced times when we knew in advance that we would succeed and we did, or vice versa, when we were apprehensive and did not. What you tell yourselves and what you believe is in what you will ultimately be able to achieve. An athlete who is afraid of falling midway cannot take a winning jump. A singer who is not confident of her talent cannot give a breathtaking performance. A scientist who has no confidence in his knowledge cannot invent. A writer who with no confidence in his writing cannot write. Confidence is the key to all success. David, in his famous book, The Magic of Thinking Big, says, believe in success is one basic, absolutely essential ingredient in successful people. Believe, really believe you can succeed and you will. When we believe we can succeed, our entire self helps us find ways of doing it. We automatically observe and learn from other successful people around us, and we also find stamina to do what we needs to be done. We do not get discouraged by setbacks, but learn from them instead. Our confidence in our success brings us success. Confidence imparts a wondrous inspiration to its possessor. It bears him on insecurity, either to meet no danger or to find matter of glorious trial. The only problem with confidence is that it needs a solid base. We cannot fool ourselves into feeling confident. We have to be sure of our worth. And for this, we have to be really worthy of what we want to achieve. We have to have the required talent and skill needed for the job. And this needs hard work. The main obstacle in our working hard towards our goal is our lack of faith in ourselves and in our capacity to excel. When we are not sure of our capacity and talent, we are afraid that we work hard and do not achieve what we want to, it will be evidence of not being as capable as we would like to believe. This is exactly why children who are overpraised by their parents or teachers never work hard. Consider a situation when a mother of an average student says, my child is very bright, he just does not work hard. What will this child do? He wants to hold on to the bright child label given to him by his mother. without his being really worthy of it. He knows what his mother is saying may not really be true. His average achievements to date are no secret to him, and now he is afraid that if he works hard, he runs the risk of exposing his true worth to his mother, and he is smart enough not to let that happen. He simply refuses to work hard. We will run a race only if we are confident of our capacity to run. The capacity to run cannot be wished, it has to be built with regular training and exercise, and the true extent of our training is never hidden from us. Till we have equipped ourselves with the required talent, we will not want to make an effort at the risk of falling. We will prefer not to make that effort at all. Even if we are forced into our effort will be half-hearted and we are likely to quit midway. I once had this average student in my class. He never took his work seriously and was always late with his assignments. He enjoyed disturbing the class during studies. He would cut jokes and make fun of the top students. He would call them bookworms and try to bully them. One day I asked him what he would do if he knew he could top in the class. The question took him by surprise. At first, he was not prepared to contemplate on the possibility of being able to top. He thought it was a big job, that I was making fun of him. See how he was judging my intention through his own eyes. But when he understood the seriousness of my question, he contemplated on it and said, work hard, what else? All strength and force of man comes from his faith in things unseen. He who believes is strong. He who doubts is weak. Strong convictions precede great action. To be able to work hard, you have to have the confidence that you will succeed in what you are doing, and for you have to have faith in yourself. When your inner self tells you you won't be successful, you believe it. When you tell yourself, I cannot do it, you really cannot do it. Nobody has better access to your ears than your own voice. Your body and mind will know what you know and they won't cooperate. On the other hand, if you say to yourself, I can, you will find that you can. The moment you tell yourself that you can achieve your goal, your brain will know it and start functioning on how to make it possible. We are our own masters, and nothing dominates our mind more than our own thoughts. When we believe we can and we believe we can't, we are right both ways. We make it so. Man could learn to fly only when he had faith in himself and his ability in making it possible. He did not stand on a rooftop wishing for the winds to take him up. Instead, he studied the dynamics of flying before he became confident enough to make his first attempt. Imagine how daring it was of him to even visualize such a seemingly impossible dream, let alone make an attempt. Small failures on the way did not stop him. He knew he would win and he did. Envisage where this world would be if we did not have individuals with such extraordinary faith in themselves, and imagine where it will be if we have more of this kind. What I admire in Columbus is not his having discovered a world, but his having gone in search for it on the faith of an opinion. No big venture can be undertaken without faith. Nothing can be true than the saying, your attitude determines your attitude. Wherever you place yourself, you will reach. Your slide will determine your height. Your attitude towards your ability is determined by your past experience coupled with your positive or negative orientation towards yourself. What you think you can achieve, you will be able to achieve, and what you think you deserve, you will get. I would not be writing this book. I had not worked hard on it and was not sure of its success. And you would not be reading if you were not sure of your ability to benefit from what you read or did not have the desire to learn. This speaks of your confidence in you and what you do. Confident people also have the advantage of being better heard and better understood. People tend to listen more to them. Watch people when they walk into an office or a store. The confident looking man will get the best attention. Your confidence will speak for itself without saying. Have we not felt our posture change and our voice ring clearer when we feeling confident? Can't we all knew something about the confidence level of a stranger when he walks into a room? The world belongs to the man who has faith in himself. When you believe you can do something, how to do it in follows. How else could man soar into the skies, let alone land on the moon? All progress in this world was made possible because someone out there had faith in himself. He knew he could do it. When my friend wanted to start her own jewelry business with a modest capital and no experience, everyone, including her family and friends, discouraged her from doing it. Even her husband thought she would not succeed. When she persisted, it was widely believed that she would soon tire and quit after she had no experience and not enough money. Besides, it was also difficult for a new entrepreneur to break into the cattle, she was told. But her confidence in herself, combined with her determination, dedication, and hard work, has paid dividends. She did have a few setbacks in the beginning, but she used them to learn more about her trade and gained experience from them. Now, after 10 years, she has a flourishing business, and her husband also lends her a helping hand whenever she can. Her turnover this year was more than 3 million. In actual life, every great enterprise begins with and takes fast forward step in faith. People who attain heights are no different from the ordinary people around us. The only difference is that the average man regards himself as a mediocre. He has been conditioned to believe that the top slot is not for him and he will not be able to achieve anything significant in life. He is afraid of dreaming big. Growth is like a pyramid. He has been told with no room at the top, and he believes it. He makes no attempt to climb the ladder of success. He is afraid to set his sight high. There is no room at the top. Rings clear in his mind, and he is afraid of making an attempt to move up. He is afraid of slipping down the pyramid of success. He does not look at the skies with no limits and no space crunch. Those few who dare to look at the stars rise. Our readiness to think Medicare is also a major obstacle on our road to success. We are repeatedly told, be practical, do not aim too high, and we fall in line. Our keenness to listen to these negative thoughts is influenced partially by our mediocre conditioning and partially because we are afraid of hard work. Hard work requires confidence, and when we do not work hard, we have an easy excuse for our failures.
Another big enemy of is fear. Manifests itself in many ways and erodes our confidence in ourselves. Fear can be of many kinds.